Chapter 2495. Even though the Emperor's understanding of the immortal slaying formation shocked Nine Secrets, everyone quickly focused back on the task at hand, the lakes. Let's enter the lake now, it's ready. People left their abodes and headed for the lakes. Because the 9 lakes were large, they presented many options. People didn't fight over the locations and rather spent their time finding fortunes instead. How about the Yellow Lake? One junior asked his senior, attracted by the lake at the very center. It was the largest one, surrounded by the other 8 lakes. It was a bright yellow. Normally, yellow energy would ooze out from it as if golden powders were falling into the lake. After the color change, it looked like molten gold now. It was full of temptation and made everyone salivated. Don't think about it. His senior immediately stopped him. It is the hardest of the 9 to sense. One needs to be a genius with absolute confidence in order to do so. Anyone else would only be wasting their time. This lake is impossible to harmonize with. The junior had no choice but to give up since he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity. Nevertheless, people still tried the Golden Lake despite the difficulties. The first to do so was Tang Hexiang. He came quite early on his stallion and several hundred soldiers. Unlike before, they were walking right now, still adorned with their silver armor. Through the plates, one could tell that these soldiers were quite old and powerful with a cold expression. Hexiang's spear seemed to be cast from gold, pulsing with a dazzling glow and decorated with draconic symbols. The group this time didn't have an aggressive or fierce aura, a stark contrast to their arrival at 9 linked mountains. Nonetheless, people still took a deep breath and felt a chill while witnessing their quiet march. That's the most elite group of Central Legion, probably containing half of its battle potential. This little group right here is so important to the Ma clan and had numerous meritorious feats in the past. This made everyone realize that the relationship between Tang Hexiang and Ma Mingchun was quite good since Mingchun was okay with sending the elites of his clan after Hexiang. That's not all. Someone noticed the spear on the youth's back. Hexiang is bringing his family's heirloom with him, the golden dragon spear. He's going all out this time. This quiet march this time drew more attention than Hexiang's previous entry to 9 linked mountains. I'll test my luck as well. Just when Hexiang had entered the Golden Lake, another youth laughed and did the same. Water Watch Saber Saint. Someone cried out. Clank. One could hear the hum of a saber after he took the first step inside. The golden liquid suddenly came together to create the image of a saber. The youth stepped on this saber as it took him closer to the center of the lake. Buzz. Next, lotus flowers materialized near the shore and started growing towards the central area. Before the crowd could calm down, a girl as transcending as an immortal landed on the lotus. Pop. The petals started to spread in an elegant manner. As she walked on these flowers, they began to blossom after each of her steps in such a beautiful manner. Everyone became immersed in this fascinating scene. Fairy Qin is always unbelievable and graceful regardless of the situation. People couldn't help but praise. The moment Jian Yao got to the lake center, she found Tang Hexiang and the Saber Saint talking to each other. Next, a cool and fragrant breeze blew by. Another girl landed by the shore, Bing Qi Hanyu. She was accompanied by 2 old men dressed in gray with their hands drooping down in a casual manner. However, lightning currents seemed to be coursing in their eyes, indicating their status as extremely powerful true gods. She casually threw out a treasure onto the water. Splash! It was a large boat made out of jade, looking quite extravagant with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, a carriage worthy of a queen. Splash! It started heading for the center of the lake with her standing at the bow and enjoying the breeze. Princess Hanyu does have the virtues found in a queen. People praised after seeing her nobility. Of course, her sexiness also won many youths over and intensified their desires. The 3 who got there first greeted her. Jian Yao calmly spoke. Congratulations, the Emperor's success at learning the formation will make the system even more colorful. You're too kind, Fairy Qin. Tianji will be needing your guidance in the future. Hanyu charmingly replied. Jian Yao simply nodded in response. When that formation comes out, I will have no choice but to run for my life. The Saber Saint laughed and said. You're joking, Saber Saint. Your saber Dao is unique in the contemporary. Tianji had told me about his admiration for your Dao. Hanyu was the princess of the Bing Qi, so she was naturally spoiled and prideful. However, she knew how to act appropriately depending on the circumstances. The Saber Saint smiled. Who knows if he believes her or not? Congratulations. Even Tang Hexiang, a rival, seemed to be quite cool and congratulated Hanyu. So far, the spectators were most impressed with Hanyu's elegance and innate nobility. Princess Hanyu is truly peerless. Only someone like the emperor is worthy of her. A fan commented. While the young geniuses were greeting each other, Li Qie and Lu Chuqing made it to the shore of the Golden Lake. The king is here, the king is here. Someone shouted and the rest of the crowd turned towards the duo. In the past, only words of disdain would run through the crowd, such as calling him a useless king, a piece of trash beyond fixing, etc. Alas, after the event at the Stone Forest, everyone realized that he was a tyrant. His brutal methods have shut everyone up. Some held their breath while staring at him, wanting to see what he would do at the lake. Li Qie smiled and said, "Such a deep lake, how am I going to cross? Drowning wouldn't be a good way to go." This comment made everyone glance at each other. Rumble. Suddenly, majestic figures appeared in the lake. They were massive in size. The water could only reach their ankles. Their divinity was shocking. These were unstoppable gods. What the hell? The crowd stared at these colossal beings in astonishment. Splash! A jade bridge materialized across the lake, made from precious and ancient materials. The entire thing was filled with chaos energy, capable of reaching towards an immortal realm. It gave off a holy presence. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. The great beings directly dropped to their knees and started raising this bridge. "Your Majesty, please board." They shouted in unison with a cry as sonorous as the chant of an army. Everyone suddenly saw an illusion. A peerless king was out on patrol above the 9 heavens. The gods had no choice but to prostrate to greet him. Chapter 2496. The deafening chant of the massive beings shook the firmaments and lower realms. So many people felt a primal fear. Some lost control of their legs and dropped down to the ground. The deities raised the bridge with both hands while kneeling. This subservient act didn't deter their divinity at all. In fact, it only added more supremacy to this scene. The one walking on the bridge would be above everything else. No one could keep a cool expression since who else could display such an ostentatious scene in all of imperial lineage? It seemed that only a supreme king would be able to walk on this bridge shrouded in clouds, leading to the center of the lake. Li Qie casually walked on the bridge with Chuqing holding his arm. The entire thing felt so natural. As he walked on the clouds, he became an untouchable existence, the king of the gods. When he looked down, the experts of the world were mere ants. Of course, he still seemed natural as if he was only walking on a common bridge. He didn't have an impressive aura or momentum, no different from a mortal. However, this ordinary appearance of his looked so right when walking on this extraordinary bridge, a perfect and unsurprising harmony. The crowd stood there in a daze, unable to regain their sanity before this incredible scene and the endless divinity from the gods. Just imagine, these gods were kneeling on the lake to raise the bridge for him. Even Lucidity King didn't have this incredible showing of prestige. Is this just an illusion? One cultivator had to ask. People simply couldn't accept this scene. How could the Trash King enjoy this welcoming act? Thus, some felt that he was using a certain spell to put up this frightening display. I don't think so, but they don't look like real gods either. An ancestor activated his heavenly gaze and still failed to comprehend the event. An illusion shouldn't have this type of divinity. Even if it did, it required an even more powerful aura to create this type of atmosphere, meaning that the user himself is already strong enough, no need to put up an act to fool others. At that particular level, it's not an illusion but rather, a visual phenomenon. What is it if not an illusion? People couldn't believe that the king could muster up such a powerful phenomenon. If he is really this strong, then he wouldn't have fallen to this level. No one could give an answer since most didn't believe that the king was this strong. Even Jian Yao and the Saber Saint focused on this scene. They could tell that it was no illusion. Tang Hexiang became more serious than the rest with a glint in his eyes. Murderous thoughts surfaced. He was more certain than ever now. He naturally wanted the throne and the current situation in the system was his only opportunity. However, this king would certainly be in his way. The stronger the king, the more problem it would be. He had no choice but to eliminate this person. As time passed, more complications would arise. Bingqi Hanyu was also watching with a complex gaze. Prior to this, she had nothing but disdain and hatred for him. How could she like someone with such a bad reputation? A man like that was no different from a maggot. It seemed that the rumors aren't exactly right. Certain things were developing against their expectations, and not towards a good direction since their clan has broken all pretenses with the king. There's something amazing going on here. The Saber Saint murmured with narrowed eyes. No one else dared to enter the lake while this grand phenomenon was going on. The saint himself couldn't see the mysteries of these images. What the hell is going on? Xueqi scowled, not wanting to accept from the bottom of his heart that the king was actually powerful. It's not an illusion. Jianyao's voice became serious. This is the hidden power of 9 linked mountains, the reason why it has been staying strong for millions of years. Masters have come to this place and couldn't touch them at all. Though Jianyao didn't travel the world like the Saber Saint, she was quite knowledgeable from reading so much. The sect's hidden power? Hanyu was surprised. How could he control this power? It's impossible. I do not know. Jianyao shook her head. These are the secrets of 9 linked mountains, but there are legends about it. When someone can fully grasp the Tao source of 9 secrets, they would be able to control the system's momentum. It wouldn't be hard to use this hidden power in that case. Grasping the Tao source? The Saber Saint tilted his head in contemplation. I heard that even the great true Emperor Jiuning could only control the momentum and a part of the Tao source's power, not the Tao source itself. He sighed at this point, lamenting the fact that no one has any knowledge regarding their own system's Tao source and its location. Only the progenitor was privy to this. This was the reason why no one has been able to control the Tao source, only parts of its overarching momentum. He's controlling the Tao source? Him. Xueqi snorted while looking at Li Qia. His expression said it all. The guy was still looking down on the king. After all, the king was chased out and defeated by them. Just another loser. He wouldn't have been chased out of his own kingdom if he could grasp the Tao source. Hanyu quietly murmured, feeling unrest as she felt that her group was gradually losing control of the situation, unable to predict the next steps. Jianyao didn't say anything else since she was occupied with different emotions. She regretted her decisions back then. Perhaps the king wasn't like the rumors at all. He was just putting up an act to fool everyone. Eventually, Li Qia made it to the center of the lake while maintaining the awesome visual spectacle. Splash! The golden water of the lake rose and came together in the sky to form a throne. 9 dragons with pearls in their mouth coiled around the place. The entire thing was in one piece and formed in such a natural manner, bereft of any signs of carving. This made it look coarse but also animated with divinity. Only a supreme king would be qualified to sit on it. The glowing throne made the crowd nervous. Just sitting on a throne of this level required great courage. However, Li Qia casually sat down on it without thinking twice. Next, the water also created a golden table in front of the throne, seemingly the working chamber of a king where he makes official decisions with his royal seal. Chapter 2497. Li Qia directly rested his feet on the great table. He made himself comfortable before looking at the people below. Oh! Is everyone here to study the mysteries of 9 linked mountains? Li Qia said with a smile. The changing of the lakes is a rare opportunity, so we can't miss it. Jianyao said. Your Majesty, you're also here for the lakes? Her attitude had a subtle change. During her first visit, she also referred to him as His Majesty. This eventually changed to Young Nobly, then Sir, before ending with His Majesty once more. Just her address alone indicated the continuous shift in her impression of him. The fortunes and mysteries here at the 9 lakes aren't worth mentioning, at least for me. He looked at her and said. The crowd naturally didn't like this because they came specifically for this opportunity. But now, he said it wasn't worth mentioning? This was the same as holding the rest of them in contempt. You speak as if you can figure out the mysteries here. Hanyu couldn't help but mock him. He took a quick look of her and chuckled. Looks like you have big breasts but no brains, far inferior to the Qin girl. She might be a tiny bit despicable but certainly not stupid. But I suppose it is understandable since the size of your breasts interferes with your intelligence. You! Hanyu turned red and glared at him. The truth was that her breasts were truly large. One would be hard-pressed to find a larger pair. Everyone stole glances at her breasts while Li Qia was speaking. Because of her anger and rapid breathing, her breasts were shaking up and down. Just imagine something of this size going up and down. It created quite a seductive wave. She was a natural-born temptress with charms engraved in her bones and actions. The spectators were losing control and became hot. The weak-minded started having nosebleeds, looking quite embarrassed.
Well, am I wrong?
Li Qie also took a good look of her heaving breasts without holding back. Hey, she's 8 Formation True Emperor's fiancée. You should give up thinking about it. The Saber Saint reminded him after seeing his blatant and invasive stare. Of course. His true intention was for the sake of his junior brother. She was standing right there, yet Li Qie was still looking at Han Yu's breasts? How unacceptable. So what? Li Qie didn't mind at all. Not to mention a fiancé, so what if they have gotten married? If I want, then I'll just take it, since don't forget, I'm a debaucherous tyrant. Taking people's wives and daughters, now that's real entertainment. The crowd was astounded with their mouth wide open. Of course, some of the crowd shared this thought, but they would never express it in public.
Makes sense. The Saber Saint regained his wits and said, after all, why should a tyrant care about conventional moralities?
The crowd actually agreed with the Saber Saint after thinking about it. The tyrant was known to be debaucherous and lawless. It made sense that he would want to take Han Yu regardless of her current status, especially when he had tried to do so before by sending the 6 legions to her clan. Ridiculous.
Xiang snorted and coldly uttered. War Saint Dynasty was going so well, yet you lost it.
Under your leadership, the flames of war will ravage the land. You are a sinner of the system. Don't pretend to be a symbol of virtue now. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted. You can utter all the flowery words and make all the excuses. It's all useless and won't change the fact that a traitor is a traitor. Even if I was a good king, you all would have rebelled after Lucidity King's death anyway. My debauchery is but an excuse for speeding up the process. The only reason you're still standing here right now is because I had no interest in killing you before. People glanced at each other and thought about one thing. Was the rebellion of the 6 legions and 2 great powers just because the new king was a deviant? Who wouldn't have grasped the chance to seize power after Lucidity King's death? The best opportunity would have been when the new king has yet to consolidate his power.
Nonsense.
Xiang retorted. If the king is virtuous, his subjects will be loyal. Li Qie smiled. No need to argue, since it will only end with your embarrassment. 100 more excuses still won't change the fact that you chose to betray the throne during a battle. 8 Formation True Emperor didn't lose a single troop during the siege of the imperial city since you defected and opened the gate.
Yes, I was not a good king. But who was it that handed the capital over to the enemy despite being part of the royal family?
Xiang turned red and couldn't reply. People stared at him. No one said anything, but their expressions said it all. Just like Li Qie had said, he was a terrible king.
However, as the commander of the imperial guards, Xiang still defected and opened the gate for the enemies.
Nothing could ever erase this stain. Let the virtuous rule the world. Bing Qi Han Yu has finally calmed down and added. The just will gain support while the immoral will be abandoned. The people abandoned you, that's why you lost your kingdom. The just will gain support while the immoral will be abandoned.
Li Qie laughed. Then who is virtuous enough to rule this land?
Han Yu didn't hold back and directly revealed. 8 Formation True Emperor. He will rule with the citizens' interest in mind, so he is worthy of the throne. In the past, everyone was aware of the current power struggle. Right now, the 2 hottest candidates were Tang Xiang and 8 Formation True Emperor. Of course, neither of these 2 dared to publicly announce their claim to the throne, that they're the ones qualified to be the king. Even Myriad Formation and the Bing Qi have skirted around this topic even though they wanted it so bad. But now, Han Yu had just made a public statement, piercing through the veil of pretense. Li Qie smiled and said, how interesting. Your foolishness is actually a little cute.
At the very least, you're better than the ones craving the throne so bad yet not daring to say it, only pretending to be on the side of justice, talking about working for the sake of the world and the people as if they were being forced to become the king.
Unfortunately, your fiancé won't have the chance. You think you still have a chance? Han Yu scowled. Who else can rule this land but me? I was the king in the past and am still the king now, the same case in the future.
Humph, you were indeed the king in the past, but you can stop dreaming now.
Han Yu was no longer as courteous as before since it was past that point. Even if you want to keep your throne, how are you going to compete against Tianji? Do you have a single soldier? Tianji is a true emperor with limitless potential. Perhaps becoming a progenitor is possible as well. Furthermore, he has the Bing Qi and Myriad Formation Kingdom behind him, and the support of the people. You're nothing outside of being the previous king. The throne is no one's but his. Han Yu's declaration now showed her total support for a full-fledged rebellion. There was no going back from this, so the crowd was astonished and needed to take a deep breath. Chapter 2498. Her words carried significant clout as the fiancée of the emperor. It showed that the emperor's ambition for the throne. Everyone knew that he was indeed qualified to compete for it, but declaring his intention in public was another issue altogether. Tang Hexiang snorted after hearing this but didn't express anything else. He was naturally unhappy as the other rival. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled and glanced at her. Looks like you are very confident in your fiancé, but the more hope, the bigger the disappointment. You think you can amount to anything? She coldly stared at him. Tianji is worthy of trust and confidence. I'm sure he won't let me down. Why do you think I'm not worthy of trust and support from others? Just because everyone says that I'm a useless king, that's why your clan sent a fake princess for the marriage? He smiled. Cousin Ingjian is more than good enough for you, she said. So I'm not worthy of you? He replied. What you're trying to say is only that 8 formation guy is a good match for you. That's right, she said decisively. Self-awareness and knowing when to give up are virtues. Since she was so certain of the outcomes, she no longer tried to make excuses and directly answered. I have a good idea. He rubbed his chin and leisurely said, how about I kill 8 formation true emperor and make you a servant? That might be very interesting, what do you think? Her voice turned colder. I, Bingqi Hanyu, am neither arrogant nor unduly humble. My husband is a true emperor. Only a true dragon soaring in the horizon can win me. Of course, she was qualified to be proud. She had a noble bloodline as the princess of the Bingqi. Her talents were impeccable and her looks left no room for criticism. An ordinary man was indeed not worthy of her. Since they were formally engaged, she had no problem standing up for 8 formation true emperor. I know you are proud, but there are no women I can't conquer as long as I will so. Li Qie interrupted her. The nonsense ravings of a lunatic. Han Yu snorted. You think you are more excellent than a true emperor? More than a rare genius? What are you going to conquer me with? In the current 9 secrets, 8 formation true emperor was the only man she would marry and serve. Someone like the king could only daydream about having her. We're done here, I've made up my mind. Li Qie waved his hand. Just wait till I'm done here and I'll start training you. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to be a good woman. I suppose it can be fun since you are indeed an attractive girl. Han Yu turned red after hearing such vulgarity. She was still an innocent girl and wasn't used to this obscenity. Humph. You better clean up your mouth. One of the 2 old men behind Han Yu became annoyed and uttered coldly. Asking for a fight? Come together then, for that is my purpose here today. You 2 will be the first victims. Li Qie laughed and said. The 2 old men became furious after being looked down upon like this since they were stronger than Yang Bofan and Ma Jinming and commanded respect. Elders, no need to be angry. Han Yu stopped them before they could start. Tianji is coming soon, let him do it. The 2 men scowled and slowly got back behind her once more. All right, since everyone is here today. Li Qie looked around and said, time to settle some stuff. Who will be the first? Gotta have some courage if you want the throne instead of just dreaming while hiding in your nest like a turtle in its shell. He glanced towards Hexiang after saying this, making his point as clear as day. All eyes were on Hexiang, aware of his ambition for the throne. However, Li Qie was the only rightful king. Would Hexiang have the courage to challenge him right now? Despite his unfriendly expression, he wasn't in a rush to fight. What should come will, no need to rush. Although I'm not interested in being a king or whatever, I do want to have a match with you since you're so full of confidence. The Saber Saint smiled and stepped up instead. Senior brother. Xueqi unhappily said, nearly stomping her foot on the ground after seeing the Saber Saint challenging Li Qie. Silly girl, don't worry, I only want to teach him a lesson, not his life. That's an impudent comment, but I'll spare your life out of consideration for Xueqi. Li Qie looked at him and said, such arrogance, I haven't seen such a conceited person like you in a long time. The Saint's saber intent slightly intensified while his eyes narrowed. He has traveled the world and competed with the top emperors as their equal. This showed the guy's status and power. Saber Saint, you're too eager. Jian Yao interrupted with a kingdom-toppling smile, one elegant enough to immediately ease the tension. She continued, Your Majesty, We're not here today for political struggle and killing. Our goal is to search for the Tao and reach the origin. I do have to admit that you're capable and have proper rhetoric despite certain shortcomings. What are you trying to search for, the origin then? Jian Yao wasn't angry and kept a humble attitude. I have cultivated Jia and Lai, but they're not the original versions, only what the ancestors have found through research. That's why today, I wish to feel the heaven and earth, hoping to combine the profundities of the Grand Tao in order to search for the truth. That's a realistic goal, not impossible. Li Qie chuckled and said, "What are you searching for then, Your Majesty?" She smiled once more. This appearance of her has won over the hearts of so many youths and incited jealousy. Keep in mind that though she has always been polite with everyone, she also maintained an unreachable distance. A smile like this was quite rare. Alas, Li Qie completely ignored her beauty and said, "The 9 words are so easily obtained to me, no need to search for them. I'm here for only one thing." All eyes widened after hearing these unreasonably arrogant words. The 9 words were the apex merit laws of 9 secrets. So many people searched for them, yet few were fortunate enough to learn. But Li Qie said that he could obtain them so easily? No one could take this seriously. Humph. Tang Hexiong snorted. There are few cultivators of the 9 words in all of history. You need to have a limit when boasting. No one can use the word easy when talking about learning the 9 words. His expression was full of disdain. This was indeed the truth. He had trained in the word zhe, and understood how profound and esoteric they were. That's because you're stupid, Li Qie casually retorted. The constant disrespect only made Hexiong want to kill Li Qie even more. Humph, I don't care how smart you are, you can't comprehend all 9, just cultivating one is amazing enough. Those who have learned 2 are extremely brilliant, Han Yu said. Extremely brilliant? More like idiots. Li Qie interrupted her again. Are you trying to laud your accomplishment by having 1 word or 8 formation, true emperor? I don't need to laud his talents and achievements. She struck back. His Zhan is at grand completion, allowing him to seize the fortune of the heaven to learn the immortal slaying ancient formation. He doesn't need to boast or act arrogant like you. Not even possessing the 2 words from War Saint Dynasty yet claim that it is so easy to learn all 9. Chapter 2499. The spotlight shifted towards Li Qie. Many people believe that he didn't cultivate the 2 words from War Saint despite being the king. Indeed, I haven't cultivated those 2 words. Li Qie admitted right away. The 2 words represent War Saint Dynasty. You don't even have one yet you dare to claim legitimacy? Tang Hexiong uttered. He intended on removing Li Qie's orthodox claim to the throne. It was ridiculous that the rightful ruler didn't even have 1 word of the kingdom's legacy. Tang Hexiong had trained in the word zhe. At the very least, he had learned the arts of War Saint, so this was something he had over Li Qie. Li Qie ignored him and spoke to Han Yu. I might not have a single one, but isn't it just Zhan at grand completion? No need to brag about that to me since it's trivial. So ignorant. She snorted with contempt. With Zhan at grand completion, Tianji can control the formations of this world. His achievements are unreachable by you. Of course, you're better than him at shameless boasting. Li Qie burst out in laughter. Still think that I'm boasting? He turned towards Lu Chuqing and said, My Chuqing, do you think I can obtain the 9 words without any effort? Yes. She nodded without any hesitation since she had absolute trust in him. Junior sister, don't be blind. The 9 words are exceptional and rare even across the long trek of time. Only 1 or 2 people such as true Emperor Jiuning have obtained all 9. The Saber Saint smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't directly refute Li Qie's claim, but his stance was made clear. Let the guy indulges in his fantasy. Hexiong mocked. Han Yu stared at him and coldly said, Be more reasonable now. It would be a miracle of the ages if you can get all 9. The only person who didn't speak among them was Qin Zhenyao. She tilted her head, seemingly in rumination. The spectators outside didn't spare him either. One scowled. Who does he think he is? The progenitor of 9 secrets? Only someone without the slightest bits of common sense would make this comment. An ancestor shook his head. The 9 words are so profound and magical, no one can figure them out with ease. Even true Emperor Jiuning couldn't do so back then. He's still a ridiculous person, speaking without thinking. People rapidly shook their head. A while ago, they thought that he was on the verge of rising, but this no longer seemed to be the case. He was still as weird as before. Something so easy can't be considered a miracle of the ages. Li Qie maintained his viewpoint. Very well, if you can actually do it, I'll be the first to be convinced by you. Han Yu stepped forward and taunted him. I don't need that. Li Qie smiled. Your feeling isn't worth a single coin. I'm more interested in training a beauty like you. Her face turned red, but she didn't become angry this time.
She stared at him for a moment before speaking. It will be my loss if you can figure out the 9 words. You can do whatever you want to me afterward.
But what if you lose? The crowd was astonished to hear this, not expecting this betting proposition. What do you want? Li Qie smiled at her. She strongly responded. I won't make it difficult for you personally. It's very simple. You just need to announce to the world that you will be passing the throne to 8 Formation True Emperor. The crowd jolted in surprise. Once they calmed down, they admired her intelligence. This would be a way to legitimize 8 Formation True Emperor's claim to the throne. Others would be considered traitors for going up against him by that point. No one would say anything about his rule either. A great advantage for his reputation. He Xiang felt regrets for not coming up with the same bet too. The crowd thought that Han Yu would win this bet for sure, so they wondered if Li Qie would actually agree. She was indeed a virtuous wife, winning the precious role of being an orthodox ruler for 8 Formation True Emperor. Do you dare to bet? She pushed the issue, wanting to seize this chance. Sounds like you're willing to do anything for 8 Formation True Emperor. The smile turned into a smirk on Li Qie's face. He's worthy of my support. A great man like him should indeed be in a position to help 9 Secrets and its people. She said. Thus, yes or no? Are you willing to give him the throne in case of a loss? Don't tell me you're giving up now. She sneered, wanting to egg him into accepting the bet. As long as he agreed, her victory would be assured since no one in this world could come up with the 9 words so easily. Fine with me, but you can rethink it. Li Qie's smirk became thicker. I will keep my words. If you win, you can kill me or do whatever you like. She solemnly declared. Good, I'm in. He clapped in jubilation. Everyone immediately thought that he was insane. He Xiang became crazy, overwhelmed with regrets for letting Han Yu seize the initiative. The moment Li Qie lost, he would have to pass the throne to 8 Formation True Emperor, granting him all the legitimacy he would need to compete for the throne. He would be the rebel for going against 8 Formation at that point. So ridiculous. The Saber Saint shook his head, not believing in Li Qie either. Though the Saber Saint had no interest in the throne, his junior sister was married to the guy. At the very least, he still had the status of a king. After this bet, he would have nothing left. Someone said without any surprise. No wonder why he lost his kingdom. It would be a miracle for someone like him to stay on the throne. Looks like 8 Formation True Emperor will be the next rightful king. One ancestor murmured. No one expected for 8 Formation to win the throne so easily. Of course, it was all thanks to Bingqi Han Yu, his virtuous wife. Not a single soul had any confidence in the king, thinking that he would win the best. The only one quiet was Qin Zhenyao. She looked at him and felt something strange, unable to put her finger on it. Intuition told her that Li Qie was completely confident in his abilities. However, it was impossible and unprecedented. No one has been able to come up with the 9 words with ease in history. Alas, her intuition has always been apt, and it was telling her to bet on him. The internal conflict left her speechless. All she could do was watch the development in silence since this was the best choice. Very well, it's a bet then. Han Yu relaxed and said, if you wish to learn the 9 words, then we'll leave an empty spot for you. No one will come to bother you, and furthermore, I won't make you seize all 9. You just need to understand them and it's your win. She was being quite generous due to her confidence. It was fine to be nice to the guy right now. Everyone stared at Li Qie, waiting for him to give up his throne to 8 Formation True Emperor. 1. Zhen equals formation. Chapter 2500. Everyone focused on Li Qie, just waiting for him to pass on his throne to 8 Formation True Emperor. 9 Secrets. Li Qie smiled while sitting on his throne and resting his legs on the table, seemingly not in a hurry at all. Is he buying time? Someone murmured after seeing him just sitting there. It's useless since he can't delay for a lifetime. Not to mention taking out all 9, if he can't comprehend them, he'll have to abdicate. A senior shook his head. The two old men next to Hanyu didn't miss a single move. In their mind, his attempt was utterly futile, so they waited for the inevitable announcement. If he dared to renege, they would attack without holding back. Unfortunately for the waiting spectators, the guy continued to stare towards the horizon with a grin on his face. Hurry up and try to comprehend the 9 words already, so that we can broaden our horizons. One spectator in the distance couldn't help but shout. That's right. Learn them now. We haven't seen anyone capable of this until you. The crowd loudly chimed in. The humiliated geniuses back in the stone forest were even more boisterous. Don't play the hero if you can't do it, just announce your abdication. Who doesn't already know that you're a useless and idiotic king? No need to waste time. They didn't want to miss the chance of kicking the man when he's down as payback for the previous humiliation. Although they couldn't personally dish it out, this was still a rare chance to vent. Xueqi didn't care about the taunts and sarcasm, evident by the persisting smile on his face. How long until you start? Bingqi Hanyu finally spoke. Of course, she wasn't in a hurry because victory was already within her grasp. The only thing she needed to do was prevent him from reneging. He asked with a question instead. You're trying so hard to give him an advantage. Do you think he would risk his life to save you once you've become my prisoner?
Such a thing will never happen.
She strongly responded. Don't be so sure now.
I'm about to learn the 9 words and your fate will be up to my whims.
He smiled. You can say this again after learning the 9 words. She snorted.
I suddenly have another interesting thought.
He grinned. Tell me, after I make you my slave and train you, do you think your fiancé will still marry you, someone who had been a slave? Hanyu's expression was shrouded by coldness from annoyance.
Watch your words. One of the 2 old men shouted again, eyes brimming with murderous intent.
He rubbed his chin and kept on speaking. I suddenly feel that there are still fun things to do in this world.
Maybe I should spare 8 formation true emperor, and we'll see if he can ever escape from my shadow?
The crowd glanced at each other, thinking about something else.
Whether the king was a piece of trash was still up for debate, but one thing was for certain, the fact that he was a perverted.
Only someone with these characteristics would have such a crazy thought. The Saber Saint's eyes narrowed, becoming a bit skeptical after hearing the insanity of it all. Could a useless king come up with such a bold idea? Jian Yao felt a jolt of fear out of nowhere, thinking that this king was a terrorizing existence, a dark hand behind the curtains controlling everything. Hurry up now. Hanyu uttered, buying time is useless. Just give up and pass your throne to 8 formation true emperor. Stop wasting people's time. A king like you only brings trouble to the people. Someone else shouted. A piece of trash like you can only figure out the 9 words in your dream. Even a true emperor can't do so, so who do you think you are, clown? More and more people started to protest, especially those who have kneeled before Xueqi before. Xueqi's eyes became serious, but the smile was still there. Just the 9 words, can't reach the apex. Watch how easy it is. With that, he casually raised his right hand. Everyone suddenly felt as if the land of 9 linked mountains was being torn apart.
The place itself was a massive primal beast, but with a wave of his hand, its fur and skin were flayed in entirety.
People thought that the ground felt soft and light, on the verge of collapsing at any moment despite being solid. A small maelstrom took form in his right palm. With quiet buzzes, the space in this place flapped like a cicada's wings. In this blink of an eye, needle-like strands of lights drilled out of the Dao land. Each was around a meter long with a brilliant, golden glow. As they slowly floated to the air, the entire mountain range became an ocean of light.
These golden needles spanned as far as the eye can see.
If they were to fall down, the sect would turn into a sieve. Everyone became slack-jawed since they didn't know what was going on. Jian Yao turned pale and couldn't believe her own wide eyes from astonishment.
The Saber Saint had no knowledge of this either, but he could tell that the profundities within were beyond his comprehension. Keep in mind that he had trained in numerous merit laws, but he couldn't tell anything from the countless strands of light.
Hanyu was also unaware, but she felt something ominous in this instant, as if her fate was no longer her own. Someone else had grasped it and she was powerless to stop them. Hexiong put on a serious expression and gripped his golden spear tightly, eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Deeper in the mountain range, the woodcutter was also watching, his brows slightly furrowed.
He couldn't do anything but sigh. For millions and millions of years, so many try for a lifetime only to fail, but for a few existences, it comes so easily. The cultivators and gods are mere insects before a real overlord. He continued smoking his pipe without taking action, for he knew just how terrifying Xueqi was. Even his soul-bound artifact was taken so easily. The guy must be, at the very least, a progenitor. Not someone he could handle at all. Chapter 2501. The countless needles of light floated in the air and astounded the spectators. "What is this?" Someone murmured and reached up to touch the light. Unfortunately, the light seemed to be incorporeal and his hand simply passed through it. Pop! Xueqi flicked his finger. With a series of quiet buzzes, the floating lights started shaking. As the shaking intensified, they seemed to be attracted by something, almost like needles heading to a magnet. They started coming together and flowing like currents without interfering with each other in the slightest. Everything was orderly without a touch of chaos. This scene was magnificent. The currents of light rapidly flowed with an all-penetrating force. These currents gathered together, each with their own special order and trajectory in the air. They looked like powerful pulsing rays now, seemingly forming an unknown sequence and order. Since the rays were so close to each other, they looked like gigantic ones from the distance. In the end, there were a total of 9 massive rays darting around in a magnificent manner. Rumble! With the momentum of a great army, the 9 rays fell down from the sky and suddenly leaped back up. This process repeated continuously. It resembled an assault of countless divine swords to the horror of the spectators. They had enough power to pierce through any entity in existence, more than enough to destroy 9 linked mountains in the blink of an eye. Some were scared out of their mind, trembling with shaking knees. After several metallic hums, the rays suddenly stopped and started connecting with each other. Upon closer inspection, the needle-like strands of light were turning into laws, innumerable and complicated. Next, the quiet laws began to weave together as if there were a skillful pair of invisible hands directing them. The results were 9 extremely thick laws lying across the sky like iron chains, splendid beyond words. Clank, clank. The 9 laws began to coil around just like true dragons with full autonomy. They were performing their own derivation and transformation while emitting a blinding light. No one could keep their eyes open. Clank! The first law finished its transformation, drowning out the world with its brilliance. Boom! The heaven and earth quaked violently because of its tempestuous aura, capable of breaking anything as if they were dried branches. Not to mention regular cultivators, even true gods were quivering with fear, realizing how insignificant they were. It turned into an ancient word and imprinted itself in the air. Lin. Many recognized this ancient word. The Saber Saint gasped despite his rich experiences because this was the word he trained in. Boom! A second explosion signaled the successful transformation of the second law. Another word accompanied by a massive energy appeared. Bing! More screamed out its name. Hanyu was the pale one now because she was too familiar with it. However, this particular aura was far more primordial and pure compared to her own. Boom! Next came the third. Dao! The crowd burst into an uproar. Zha! And another loud shout afterward. Jia! Some even jumped in the air from bewilderment after seeing the 5th word. Zhan! The screeching furor was reaching a climax after the 6th word. Lai! Their cries echoed into the horizon, lingering for a long while. Qian! Their throat was on fire now, but they still roared. Xing! The 9th and final word finally showed up, garnering a roar in unison from the crowd. The entire mountain range shook from the outcries. Lin Bing Do Zhejian Lai Qian Xing. Someone finally read the whole mantra. The energy of this power immediately engulfed the world. The 9 words. They are really the 9 words. People boisterously blurted out. No one could stay calm while looking at the 9 characters floating in the sky, regardless of their own experience and knowledge. Some even dropped down on the ground. One ancestor murmured, "My life is not wasted. To be able to see the 9 secrets. I have no regrets now as a disciple of 9 secret system." Tears began to flow down their cheeks. In their mind, the 9 words were unreachable, but today, to be able to see their true forms in person, this filled them with fulfillment. Jian Yao was completely stunned by this incredible scene. Her cherry mouth was wide open since the unreachable 9 words were so close to everyone. Hanyu thought that she was dreaming. No, not even in her dream would she be so close to the 9 worlds. She was mentally unprepared for this development. The only one staying calm was South Peak Woodcutter. He put down his pipe and stared at the words. Only true Emperor Xueqi managed to cultivate all 9. Yet this person can grasp them so easily. He took a deep breath, overwhelmed with emotions. The Saber Saint thought of himself as a cool and collected person with plenty of life experiences. But now he felt dread and awe. As for Tang Hexiang, the guy was dumbstruck and couldn't regain his wits.
Chapter 2502. The 9 secrets were the supreme merit laws of this system, the very foundation yearned and researched by its members. It was a well-known mantra. For millions of years, numerous geniuses and wise sages have tried to understand them. Each word could become a mental chant, merit law, martial style, or an unstoppable technique. However, returning to the origin was the true profundity of the 9 words, a display of their true power. Though each only consisted of a single character, they also contained the transformations of the profound Grand Tao and various worldly orders. Because of this, understanding them was exceedingly difficult. Just figuring out one would yield lifelong benefits, going as far as allowing one to start their own sect. This was the case for War Saint Dynasty and the 5 great powers. Their patriarchs figured out some of the 9 words and managed to start their own long-lasting legacies. Just figuring one out resulted in these achievements. What about all 9? That would be on the same level as becoming a system progenitor and shocking the entire world. I've heard rumors about 9 linked mountains hiding the words. Looks like it is the truth. One ancestor murmured in a daze. This rumor was the reason why so many disciples in each generation came to this sect. Unfortunately, the majority returned empty-handed. Eventually, people questioned its validity. Alas, the old sages didn't lie to them, but their own incapabilities let them down. See. Too easy to grab the 9 words. Li Qie casually commented while the crowd came to a hush. Prior to this, no one believed him and criticized his ignorance and arrogance. Now, the truth was before them. He pulled out the 9 words so easily. He could make any domineering, insane comments and it would still be acceptable. He had the power and qualification to say whatever he wanted at this point. His right hand reached forward with one flicking finger. A ripple effect started from his fingertip and spread to the entire mountain range in a fascinating manner. The 9 words also undulated from the resonation. They turned into specks of sand and started scattering. His fingertips suddenly had an attraction force and all the specks started flying and gathering in front of him. They came together into a tiny law, yellow in color and looked like a gold chain, exquisitely made and complicated with many parts just like a work of art. The tiny law flashed with the luster of a diamond. Each pulse was moving as if it had formed its own world. The law of the mantra. An ancestor salivated after seeing the tiny entity floating around Li Qie's finger. The knowledgeable spectators knew that although it was small, it contained the 9 words. To have this law was the same as grasping all 9. Every disciple in the system knew how precious the 9 words were, truly priceless and above anything else. Because of this, people started salivating. Possessing this law meant creating their own sect would be no problem in the future. That's the 9 words, nothing special. Li Qie carefully looked at the tiny law and casually told Lu Chuqing. Little girl, consider this my meeting present to you. With that, he touched her forehead with this finger. Pop. Her mind opened and the tiny law entered her ocean of memories before she could even calm down. Boom! A tsunami overwhelmed her consciousness so she stood there in a daze. A sensation akin to being smashed with a boulder. She started seeing stars, unable to digest the massive influx of information. After all, the 9 words have entered her mind. Its profundity was as vast as an ocean, virtually endless. A genius still couldn't comprehend this profound Grand Tao so quickly. It was incredible that she hasn't fainted. The crowd was struck just as hard. The 9 words were a priceless treasury. Any man or sect could benefit from them for a lifetime. There was no doubt that they would keep it to themselves, not wanting to share it to their closest ones. Everyone thought that Li Qie would keep it as well, but he casually gave it to Lu Chuqing. This required so much generosity and decisiveness. Even the richest wouldn't be able to take this step, throwing away the 9 words like trash. The unaware would think that they were common items. That's why the crowd was so stunned and couldn't believe their own eyes. Is he insane? One ancestor refused to accept this. After a while, the crowd calmed down and realized that they weren't just seeing things. The king had indeed given the 9 words to Lu Chuqing. That's the 9 words, nothing special. This might be the most domineering thing they have ever heard, and he was indeed backing it up with his action.
People started staring at Lu Chuqing. Some felt greed, others envy and jealousy. A few wanted to be her right now. A few ancestors started to ponder about karma. Just think about it, when the world laughed and looked down on the king, going as far as to renege the marriage pacts, who continued to stay by his side? Only Lu Chuqing. She didn't mind carrying out her end of the bargain and accepted the same ridicule while being with him. Thus, she surely deserved the 9 words right now. Qin Jianyao was overwhelmed with emotions. She was confident in her own intelligence and vision, thinking that she could read people. Unfortunately, she found herself wanting today. If she wasn't blinded by prejudice and conventional ideas back then, perhaps she could have recognized the jewel instead of being a frog under the well. Perhaps she would be standing behind him as well. Unfortunately, there's no take back in this world and no medicine for regrets. It was over the moment she made her choice. She sighed with disappointment and accepted his prior criticisms of her, that she has yet to transcend from having a vulgar and basic mentality. Chapter 2503. Bingqi Hanyu was greatly affected by this generous showing of Li Qia. She quivered for quite a bit as chaos infiltrated her emotions. It wasn't only about losing the bet but the sheer ridiculousness of it all. How could this guy give this priceless treasure to his woman without thinking twice? He was full of charisma and decisiveness right now. A unique case since no other men would be willing to do this in 9 secrets, not even 8 formation true emperor. Even if the emperor had the 9 words, he would keep it to himself in order to train. Of course, she would understand because she wouldn't give it to someone else. Thus, this unique characteristic of Li Qia overshadowed everyone else, causing her to have all kinds of emotions after recalling about their marriage pact. If the clan had continued it then, this was quite an uncomfortable moment for her. She hated and even looked down on this man, thinking that he was a useless king. However, this man managed to easily grasp the 9 words, something her clan couldn't do. Most importantly, he even casually gave them to his woman. Comparison only brought about pain. She couldn't find relief from these emotions. The Saber Saint murmured to himself. Lucky girl. I guess a fool has his own fortune that no one else can get. I don't think the ancestors could have expected this. He was quite happy for Lu Chuqing. Previously, she faced strong resistance but still decided to come here. He herself was very worried, afraid that Li Qia might bully her or that she might have a tough life. But now, he became rest assured since no other man could be so generous. Tang Hexiang was speechless. The 5 fingers holding his spear were completely pale. Everyone held their breath while watching this scene, realizing that the king was deserving of his throne, that he was the rightful ruler of 9 secrets. Anyone else would only be mere usurpers. You have lost, Li Qia told Bingqi Hanyu. She shuddered again, biting her red lips and couldn't respond from the emotional instability. All eyes turned towards her. In fact, no one would mock or laugh at her right now. No one believed that Li Qia could easily summon the 9 words. It was simply impossible. They thought she would win for sure, not expecting for this unbelievable miracle to happen. I will keep my words. Do as you like. She gritted her teeth and said resoundingly. No rush. Li Qia smiled and turned towards the spectators. Anyone else who isn't convinced? I know many of you are annoyed at me. That's okay. This is a good chance to voice your criticism. I'm listening. Not a single word came out from the crowd. The ones who laughed at him earlier lowered their head. Come on now. A man who could take out the 9 words? Messing with him was the same as courting death. Everyone was feeling regrets. They should have been watching the situation more instead of being so harsh earlier. Since no one responded, Li Qia spoke to Tang Hexiang. I know you want to kill me, here's your chance. If you can withstand 3 moves of mine, I will pardon you. The crowd wondered if Hexiang would dare to fight or not. Hexiang's grasp on the spear trembled for a bit. He took a deep breath and said, I'm not in a hurry. Li Qia shook his head disapprovingly. How disappointing, even if I don't kill you, you wouldn't amount to anything for the rest of your life. Hexiang's expression soured. This was so humiliating, but he still managed to restrain himself, turning a deaf ear. Everyone could tell how terrifying this king was right now, so both the amazing geniuses and powerful ancestors present were smart enough to shrink into their shell. I'll try. Suddenly, A burst of laughter interrupted the silence and one man stepped up. Water Watch Saber Saint. This surprised everyone. Even a fool could see that the king especially dotes on Lu Chuqing. Perhaps the king wouldn't be that nice to Waterfront Pavilion, but he wouldn't be tough on them either. So they thought the Saber Saint would be the last person to walk up right now. Alas, he shocked them all. You. Li Qie smiled. That's right. The Saber Saint was in high spirits like a saber leaving its sheath. He looked straight at Li Qie-san and said, I rarely misjudge people, but I was wrong about you. I don't know how strong you are, but I still want to try. 9th level. Li Qie casually commented after a quick glance at the saint. That's right, I've just broken into the 9th level, not enough to reach the apex. The Saber Saint said without any arrogance. A 9th level true god. The crowd was shaken to hear this. That's more powerful than 8 formation true emperor. Someone murmured. Yes, in terms of cultivation, but the emperor has the immortal slaying ancient formation, that's incredible too. Another whispered. The Saber Saint is something else. No wonder why he's the top genius of our system. A genius became moved. As a 9th level true god, the Saber Saint was very close to being an eternal. This was a commendable achievement. Perhaps he could become even stronger than Lucidity King. Can't reach the apex indeed. Li Qie smiled. I've met a sword god at the 9th level, but his Tao is far superior than yours. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. A being at the 9th level was immensely powerful, looked up by so many people. Yet the king spoke as if they were worthless? If 9th level true gods were worthless, then they would be inferior to insects. Even an insect should try to fight against the heaven. The Saber Saint held his saber and had a serious expression. Can't just give up because you're nothing at the start. Good. I can appreciate that. Li Qie clapped. An insect, however weak it might be, should still go all out just once instead of giving up. Because of this comment, I will spare your life. Chapter 2504. Li Qie had already talked about going easy on the Saber Saint even before the start of the battle. This could have invited ridicules in the past because of the saint's cultivation. It was indeed impressive among the young generation. Perhaps not even 8 formation true emperor could take him on. Now, Li Qie spoke as if he was so certain of victory. Of course, no one opened their mouth because they knew that a fierce battle was going to ensue. The one paying the most attention was Tang Hexiang. He attentively stared at the two while holding his spear tight enough that his fingers started to turn white. The guy resembled a bow fully drawn, ready to shoot at any moment. I should thank you for showing mercy then. The Saber Saint showed no sign of anger and took a deep breath before slowly unsheathed his saber, issuing a metallic hum. During this slow process, the saber and the sheath had a clear sound from the friction, almost like a song of sorts. More and more of the flashy glint inched out. Once the entire blade left its cover, its brilliance rushed out all at once. Clang! The saber hummed loudly and clearly like jade and gold hitting each other with a trace of grand Tao contained within. Space rippled as a result. Though he has yet to emit his explosive aura, the saber intent was in full swing. His saber stood tall among the heaven and earth, completely immovable. No one could take half a step past him and his eventual slash. Clang! Another hymn came about, not from the blade itself this time around but from the Saber Saint. As he held the saber with both arms, he became an invincible saber with incomparable sharpness. The snow-white rays coming from him could cut through all. He seemed to be one with his saber. He is the saber and the saber is him. This sharp saber intent was enough to make the crowd shudder with fear. Boom! He finally released his energy and majestic aura, turning him into a mighty mountain, towering, powerful, and immense. Lin. People recognized this aura of his. He might have the most energy among the young generation. One ancestor claimed. Lin was a merit law focused on energy. Although its user would have a slow time amassing and increasing their overall energy level, the grand completion of this merit law would yield a massive amount far exceeding others. The Saber Saint's energy level wasn't only pure and thick, it also had a regal presence akin to a rainbow reaching for the sun. This regal force made him look like a king and changed the color of his violet robe to a yellow shade, that of an imperial king. Say a while ago he was a noble, then now, he was a saber king. Able to rule the world as long as his weapon was in his grasp. The combination of his ample energy and this particular regal force made him quite peerless and stately. This is my minor achievement in the Tao of the Saber. I named it Imperial Saber. The saint didn't resort to using the merit laws from the sages of Waterfront Pavilion, not the true emperor ones either. Instead, he chose his own creation. Imperial Saber. The name is apartment. One spectator saw the magnificent state of the saint and agreed. Well done. Temperament, energy, and Tao are all fused together in harmony. Li Qie praised. Please.
The saber saint pointed his saber forward with a solemn expression. He remained courteous in battle since to him, showing respect to the enemy was the same as showing respect to himself.
Li Qie smiled and said, since you're using the Imperial slash, I'll be using a fiendish slash then. His eyes slightly focused, resulting in a deafening explosion. An evil flame engulfed his body and devastated the area around him. He instantly turned into an unequaled devil king with 18 black wings. All existences only served as his food. Damn! This oppressive power boost startled the crowd, forcing some of them to drop butt first on the ground. What evil merit law is this? One guy quivered. It's not a merit law. An ancestor carefully gazed at Li Qie before concluding. It's a direct transformation process.
A single thought to become a devil. The saber saint became even more serious.
He has seen many strange things during his journey, so the guy realized the terror of Li Qie's ability. Clank! Li Qie raised his hand and an evil saber emerged from the flame. It possessed an aura drowning out the world, turning it into a fiendish hell. This saber seemed to have been empowered by evil energy 1,000,000 times over. It pulsed with a dark flame, adding to the image of him being a devil king even more. Just one slash could reap countless lives. I've been bored for a while now, so let's play with this form. Li Qie casually swung his saber around to warm up, not looking like a serious combatant at all. No one dared to say anything about his flippant attitude. Only respect and awe permeated the crowd after seeing his transformation. Please, your move. The saber saint was ready. He was a king with an orthodox grand Tao. Just standing there made him look like an inviolable ruler. Li Qie smiled and said, I will be a bully if I were to go first since you won't have the chance to retaliate. You may start with 3 moves before your inevitable defeat. The saber saint didn't take offense to such arrogant words at all. Very well, excuse me then. He didn't refuse and took a deep breath before taking his stance. Boom! His regal aura erupted, capable of toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Clank! He made his move, bereft of flashy movements yet enough to flatten the world. Dangers and difficulties became trivial before this regal slash. Only a broad and open road lay before him. The path of a king. He roared and unleashed his attack. Who knows if he was the one performing the slash or if his saber willed it so. This was a technique-less slash, only a Tao of the saber that could calm the universe. The move naturally astonished the spectators. All along, they searched for refined and fatal techniques. However, these techniques seemed meaningless and feeble before this regal Tao of the saber saint. Chapter 2505. The Path of a King? Li Qie chuckled at the sight of the incoming slash and nonchalantly swung his saber. Fiendish annihilation. Boom! The evil saber exuded endless radiance. Each strand of light resembled a mighty pulse with enough force to pierce through the stars above. In this blink of an eye, Li Qie no longer existed. Neither did the Devil King and the evil aura. Only the saber was left behind with an apocalyptic slash without equals. Boom! The fiendish annihilation directly shook the path of a king. The move from the saber saint had flattened everything, but this path was shaking right now. The rainbow-like passage leading to the sun weakened. Rumble! Inch by inch, the passage began to crumble. The slash from the saint lost its brilliance and regal energy, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. At the same time, the saint was suffering a terrible pressure as if he had just been struck mercilessly by a hammer in full force, causing him to stagger several steps backward. The saint had just lost after the very first move. The crowd shuddered with fear after seeing this. Moreover, it was just a casual move from Li Qie, yet it was enough to trouble the saint. Just how strong was this man? The path of a conqueror. The saint roared, gathering more true energy in the form of a tsunami, one wave after another. His momentum became multi-layered as a result. There was no end to his true energy right now. This oceanic source allowed him to always be able to utilize his moves at their strongest potential. Clank! He instantly unleashed the second slash, less regality and more domination. This ferocious attack shattered the earth and the sky, the apex of power and domineering. The move actually also empowered his energy source, causing a total eruption. He looked like a god of war right now. The swings of his saber could take care of everything. The slash scared the soul out of people, instilling fear into the enemies in 3 waves. Boom, boom, boom. Each wave was more powerful than the previous, intending to destroy the evil saber. Fiery sparks went everywhere and brightened up the sky. So domineering. People said with admiration after seeing the saint rising up to the challenge with unstoppable momentum. Clang. Unfortunately, it only managed to slightly shake the evil saber. The latter retaliated with the same move, fiendish annihilation. Nevertheless, this move was still a sure kill, destroying the 8 realms and the myriad ages. The saber saint might be fierce, but he still couldn't stop the evil slash. Everything crumbled before its power. The only thing the enemies could do was to stretch their neck out and accept their fate. Boom! The saint was pushed back dozens of steps this time around and vomited a mouthful of blood. His domineering aura instantly dispersed while his majestic true energy became significantly weaker, though not to the point of depletion. He finally lowered his dimmed saber and became quite pale, clearly wounded from the previous exchanges. Is it over? A spectator wondered. Everyone held their breath. The saint was considered an invincible genius by many, yet he had lost to the king already. They didn't think anyone else in this generation could challenge the king anymore. Seems like the king was indeed hiding his abilities. The crowd thought, horrified. They felt a chill surge coursing through them, almost akin to being bitten by a venomous snake and on the verge of death. They have confirmed that the king was actually a terrifying master, far stronger than a 9th-level true god. What would be the result of those who have betrayed, mocked, and bullied him? They shuddered after thinking about this, since many among the group have mocked him before. Even if they didn't verbally express their disdain, they certain thought lowly of him. What if he were to seize the throne once more? They could already see the disasters to come. So many people in 9 secrets were about to die. Your saber Dao isn't bad, just lacking polishing. When you reach grand completion, you might be able to stop several moves of mine. Li Qia's voice came about. He appeared again in the same pose and spot as if he didn't move at all. This no longer sounded like an insult but just straight fact now, due to the changed circumstances. The saber saint took a deep breath and roared. Again! He took another step forward in the sky, the path of a ghost. This was a reverse slash, starting from the bottom then up vertically. Boom! A lofty saber energy was unleashed, but he didn't stop there, releasing more slashes in succession. The energy waves eventually gathered into a saber, flying straight for Li Qia in the same sweeping motion. The hymn of the saber drowned the world, adding an ocean of energy, more than enough to herald an apocalypse. Even the stars above weren't spared. Everyone found it hard to breathe while being stuck in this aura. They struggled to get out of this ocean of energy. Annihilation. Li Qia didn't bat an eye and the evil saber casually swung down again. Resistance was futile before absolute annihilation. Even the gods up in their firmaments could do naught. Buzz. In this split second, someone suddenly appeared behind Li Qia, the saber saint. It seemed as if he had been there the entire time. Pluff. He thrust his saber into Li Qia with lightning speed. A ghost is indiscernible. He slowly uttered. No. Chu Qing finally realized the gravity of the situation and shouted. Rah! At the same time, a golden dragon came out of a spear thrust. Tang Hexiong, who has been observing, leaped into the air and turned into a golden ray full of murderous intent. Pluff! The spear instantly pierced Li Qia's head. Time seemed to be frozen and became an image. The crowd stood there, stupefied. The crafty move from the saber saint was unpredictable enough, but Tang Hexiong's ambush took everyone like a storm. Chapter 2506. The sudden thrust ended successfully in a tiny fraction of a second to the astonishment of the crowd. No one could regain their wits. This was a fair duel between Li Qia and the saber saint. Though the saint's last technique ended with something resembling subterfuge, it wasn't a sneak attack but rather a crafty move. One couldn't say the same about Tang Hexiong. He, as a spectator, got involved in the fight and took advantage of Li Qia's weakness. Such action couldn't be construed as anything other than being despicable. Of course, Cultivators have always performed ambushes and sneak attacks before in the past, just not in circumstances like this one. Tang Hexiang was a genius of 9 secrets and arguably the representative of War Saint dynasty. Furthermore, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards.
Each of his actions and words was influential and reflective of his moral conduct and reputation.
It was one thing to ambush a mortal enemy. However, Li Qie was still the king of War Saint, busy in a duel. Taking advantage of this moment was utterly contemptible, inappropriate to his status and position. This move would always be criticized. A permanent stain.
What the hell are you doing?
The Saber Saint was greatly affected. The duel has been ruined by Hexiang. Saber Saint, I'm simply lending you a hand to avoid further complications. Hexiang smirked. Li Qie was too big of a threat, so he didn't want the guy to have a chance to breathe. You're nothing. I don't need someone like you to get involved in my fight. The Saber Saint's saber intent intensified while his voice became aggressive. A genius like the Saber Saint hated people interfering with his fights the most. Tang Hexiang naturally didn't take this in stride. He always believed that the two of them were on the same level, but the Saber Saint clearly didn't think so. He took this as a great insult. Your Majesty. Lu Chuqing nearly fainted from shock. She composed herself and rushed forward. Junior sister. The Saber Saint didn't know what to say. It was one thing if he were to defeat Li Qie himself, but the ambush had stained the duel, leaving him in a difficult spot. Your Majesty, she grabbed him as tears poured out. Pop. A bizarre event occurred. Li Qie was still in her embrace, but another him came out from his body, almost like a shedding process. After the second one came out, the first one disappeared with a spatial fluctuation. The crowd was stunned again and again, realizing that it wasn't a shedding process, but he has always been there, just in another dimension. Both the Saber Saint and Tang Hexiang failed to hurt him. Silly girl, don't cry. No one in this world can kill me, and those feeble laws can't hurt me. He hugged her back and wiped away the tears. She leaned deep into his chest and tightened her grip, afraid of losing him. The Saber Saint heaved a sigh of relief, since Li Qie being alive was good for him. If Li Qie were to die, he would lose the joy of victory on top of feeling guilty towards his junior sister. The path of the ghost is a bit interesting once you become an eternal, but the current you is still too young. Li Qie chuckled and said. The Saber Saint smiled wryly and sighed. I humbly accept my defeat. He had no intention of going again, aware that Li Qie didn't go all out and was only playing around. Otherwise, after 3 moves, he would be lying on the ground already. He knew the great disparity between the two of them, virtually impossible for him to ever catch up. He found the rumors of the king being useless and idiotic to be hilarious. The world actually considered a being who viewed them as mere insects to be useless? At the same time, he became excited for his junior sister. It looked like she has chosen the right person. This so-called genius from War Saint is but a despicable fool, not worth worrying about. Li Qie glanced towards Tang Hexiang and chuckled. All eyes turned towards Hexiang. Though the crowd didn't say anything, their expression revealed plenty. No one was perfect, but the sneak attack earlier betrayed his status and position. Hexiang grimaced, overwhelmed with embarrassment from the spotlight. If he were successful earlier, then it would be just fine, since the victor takes it all. His goal would be achieved. Who cares what others say by that point? But now, this became a terrible mistake for him. Come out and fight. I will have your dog head today. The saint pointed his saber at Hexiang. He was truly furious, since he had a fair duel with Li Qie. The outcome didn't matter, since losing was part of life. Even the greatest warrior would eventually lose. However, Hexiang suddenly interrupted their fight. Others might even think that he and Hexiang were conspiring together. This would be a stain on his reputation in the future. Thus, the only way to quell his anger was to quell Hexiang. Saber Saint, we have the same enemy, that's why I helped you out of goodwill. Hexiang forced a smile and said. Shut up. The saint interrupted Hexiang and didn't hold back. We do not have the same enemy, since you're not qualified to be on the same side as me. Come out to accept your death. Clang. His saber hummed again with impressive murderous intent. The Saber Saint didn't give Hexiang any face at all, causing Hexiang to have an ugly grimace. They were both young, and he was the commander of the Imperial Guards. They were equals in his mind. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenyao shook her head. Though she didn't want to kick a man while he's down, Hexiang was too despicable and asked for this. If it was a different matter, she would try to mediate, but not something like this. The spectators became excited again. The Saber Saint was being aggressive, but as a 9th-level true god, he was qualified to act in this manner. Someone like Tang Hexiang still had a way to go before catching up. Saber Saint, you're being serious right now? Hexiang uttered coldly. The saint snorted. You think I'm afraid of you? Go ahead and call for backups. My waterfront pavilion has never been afraid of trouble. Hexiang gripped his spear tightly again, thinking about killing. His goal wasn't the saint but rather Li Qie. He still had hidden aces up his sleeve, but the saint was making this difficult.
Of course. He couldn't back out right now since he had reached the limit of his patience due to the saint's overbearing manner. Chapter 2507. As a genius of 9 secrets, he had both power and backings. Why should he be afraid of the Saber Saint?
Saber Saint, you better think twice. It is not wise to oppose me. The murderous intent in his eyes reddened. Stop blabbering, come out now. The saint's saber intent intensified as well. He wanted to kill Hexiang regardless of the guy's backings. The saint wasn't a nice person. During his journeys, once he had made up his mind, he had killed people regardless of their background and sect. The crowd thought that in a one-on-one fight, they would naturally pick the Saber Saint as the victor. After all, one was a 9th-level true god while the other was only at the 5th level. The power gap indicated a boring match. However, Tang Hexiang didn't seem like he was looking for a duel. Thus, people became curious about what he had hiding in his sleeves. Humph. He scowled, not wanting to back off like a coward. All right, you can back off.
As the atmosphere between those two became quite tense, Li Qie suddenly waved the saint off and said, His dog life is mine, just stand there and watch. The Saber Saint glared at Hexiang before uttering, Consider yourself lucky today. Having said that, he sheathed his saber and stood to the side. Hexiang was very annoyed right now, being treated as a non-factor by the saint. How could he be feeling good after being shown such contempt? Li Qie turned towards Hexiang and chuckled. How do you want to die? If you want an easy death, then kill yourself. If I have to do it myself, it won't be pretty, your corpse will be a mess. Hexiang was about to explode, being looked down upon by the saint and now Li Qie too? Though he realized how strong Li Qie was, he still couldn't contain his anger. You think you're invincible? His eyes spewed out fury. That's right, I'm invincible. Li Qie said while looking around at the crowd. Anyone who thinks they can challenge me, come, I'll show you how unbeatable I am. Even a true emperor wouldn't dare to make this declaration, but the king had just done so to the rest of the world. People smiled wryly. This king hasn't changed at all. When he was weak, they assumed that he was an idiot. But now, after realizing he was strong, they only had one word to describe him. Insane. His nature hasn't changed at all, only the perspective used to view him. What now? Going to be a coward like earlier again? Unfortunately, that still won't save you. He turned back towards Hexiang. If Hexiang didn't dare to fight right now, his reputation and prestige would be in shambles. Even if he were to somehow become king in the future, many people wouldn't be convinced by him. Hexiang took a deep breath and glared back. Very well. I am a general versed in leading troops into battle, adept in formation and strategy. Stop, no need to be indirect. Li Qie interrupted him. Just say that you want to go with your group. What is this about leading the troops to battle nonsense? Hexiang turned a little red. He was indeed trying to come up with an excuse to go together with his men. After all, he knew full well that he couldn't match Li Qie in a duel. His biggest card right now was his men, but he couldn't blatantly say it. 101,000 men, or your entire legion, whatever, even the 6 entire legions too. I, alone, am more than enough. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled. Of course, it's best if all 6 of your legions come together so I can save time, not needing to deal with them one by one. The crowd shuddered after hearing this nonchalant statement. They could smell the stench of blood in the air wafting by their nose. They suddenly saw an illusion. Li Qie waving his hand and massacred the 6 legions. Millions of troops fell to the ground. Bones piled as mountains and rivers overflowed with blood. They suddenly believed that Li Qie could actually carry it out. The 6 legions would have a hard time escaping this disaster once he made up his mind. That's why a tyrant like you lost the trust of the people.
Why, all your friends and followers have abandoned, Hexiong coldly responded. Stop preaching. Li Qie interrupted again. I don't need to hear this from a worm. It's time to call for help or I'll kill you right away. Hexiong's expression became extremely unsightly. He roared, Start the formation, we'll see what he can do today. Clang. With this order, the group behind him immediately stepped up and organized themselves. Buzz. Once they took out their diagram, a great formation with intertwining runic lines appeared beneath their feet. Hexiong leaped back into the center of the formation. With a buzz, numerous laws floated around him. The formation's majestic power gathered on his body. Some people rolled their eyes at this sight. How strange. One quietly murmured. What about it? His friend asked. You don't notice it? The person said, This group isn't part of the Imperial Guards. They're the elites of the Central Legion, mainly the old soldiers from the Ma. But look at this formation, so smooth and well-practiced, not a hasty measure at all. The ones nearby became surprised and carefully pondered this little detail. Remember, the ones with Hexiong right now were the elites of the Central Legion, not his own group. These two legions were far off from each other. So how could Hexiong be working so well with these elites? This teamwork required practice and experience. Impossible to be done this well during their first attempt. Well, remember now, Lucidity King was on his deathbed for a long time. One ancestor flew closer and chimed in. The group understood right away. After the king's death, who was the most likely candidate for the throne of War Saint? Clearly Tang Hexiong. This implied that Hexiong and the Central Legion have been scheming for a long time. That's why they could work so well right now. Boom! Tang Hexiong started growing bigger and bigger. The members of the formation also fused into the array, turning into a large shield in his hand. Rumble! Eventually, he was the size of a mountain, wearing the sky on his head and trampling on the ground with his feet. The clouds only reached his waist and the lake water only managed to reach his calves. Chapter 2508. Tang Hexiong stood there holding a great shield, looking as mighty as an ocean. The spear in his hand also became larger, almost resembling a golden dragon. Just a casual swing seemed enough to destroy the myriad Dao. Tang Hexiong looked awe-inspiring as he looked down on the world, seemingly untouchable. Li, come fight now. He proudly declared with eyes shining like divine lamps hanging in the sky. He looked down and they emitted rays like two waterfalls. He purposely released his divinity so his aura resembled a sea drowning out the area. How strong is he right now? Someone murmured. Though they couldn't exactly gauge his power level, they could tell that he was far stronger after this array fusion. He wielded the power of the elites from Central Legion, their vitality and true energy as well. Not only that, he had become one with the shield-shaped formation. Not to mention his own power boost allowing him to become a giant, the formation itself was quite formidable. All in all, he had an insane surge in fighting potential. Hard to say, shouldn't be weaker than a 9th-level true god, but I don't know if he's above an eternal right now. That's a tough gate to get through, not that easily broken. An ancestor stared at the giant and said, Li, what are you waiting for? Come out and die. The majestic Hexiong shouted again with full confidence. You're a clown for wanting to rebel with such meager abilities. Li Qie glanced briefly at the guy before concluding. A piece of trash like you can still be considered a genius of War Saint is truly humiliating to the kingdom. Do you dare to fight or not? Hexiong turned red and shouted. You think too highly of yourself. Li Qie smiled. I can barely warm up fighting an ant like you. The Saber Saint is considerably stronger than you. Hexiong had enough of the continuous disdain. Come if you dare, you can't possibly comprehend my power. This made people glance at each other. Li Qie's might was as clear as day, so why was Hexiong so confident still? Did he actually have something warranting this outrageous challenge against the king? All right, let's see what you have then. Li Qie smiled and made a move. Boom! The casual wave lifted the water from the lakes. The entire volume rushed to the sky and became a tsunami. Are! The aura of a dragon surged like a storm, assaulting the entire area in a reckless manner. Everyone looked up at the expanse of flashing golden light above and saw a massive dragon created by the lake water. The water had turned golden, so this dragon also had a blinding shade of gold. The body expanded for 10,000 miles, seemingly cast from gold. The scales, tendrils, and the sharp claws seemed so real as if it was an actual dragon. At the same time, its torrential aura spared nothing. That can't be a real one, right? The crowd was stunned by this magnificent scene. No, but it is very animated and vivid. An ancestor was impressed by the majestic draconic aura. No big deal, can't reach the apex. Tang Hexiong looked down on this art. In his eyes, turning water into a dragon was child's play. No matter how perfect the art might look, it was only impressive in appearance and couldn't possess that much power. Alright. The dragon seemed to have intelligence and understood Tang Hexiong. It answered with a vertical claw slash. Just imagine the sheer size of this creature. Its claw came down like a golden Wuji mountain. Crack. Space crumbled, resulting in a scene of glittering glass fragments falling down. Boom. The power of this strike shocked Tang Hexiong. He hastily raised his shield to block it. The terrorizing force made his monstrous body take several steps back and trampled a mountain. The dragon didn't stop and slashed again, leaving 2 deep scars on the ground. The earth seemed to be as fragile as tofu before its might. Everyone took a deep breath, astonished. No one expected for this golden dragon to be so powerful. Die! Hexiong grimaced. All of this effort to grow this strong, yet he was forced back by some lake water? Quite a humiliating result. Though he was indeed underestimating his enemy, the dragon showed its capabilities with the first blow. Clank! Hexiong's spear became resplendent, acting as another golden dragon bearing its fangs. In this split second, he unleashed a thrust with a deafening him pricking everyone's eardrums. The light of the spear gathered together into something incomparably sharp and faster than lightning. It also pierced through the sky and left a permanent scar. The dragon didn't let up, clawing directly forward to meet the thrust. Boom! The shockwave crushed the area with gigantic fiery sparks, akin to the eruption of 1,000 volcanoes. During this contest of strength, Hexiong slammed his shield mercilessly in a simple yet effective manner. The shield contained immense weight and power, resulting in a black hole. The dragon blocked the destructive slam by swinging its tail, but the impact was great enough to make the beast flip around 3 times in the sky. Limitless Spear Ocean. Hexiong roared and swung his spear vertically down. The light of the spear drowned out the dragon and restricted it. Boom! The dragon struggled to withstand this ocean of spears. At the same time, he slammed his spear with a meteoric force right on its head, successfully taking it down. The dragon fell into the lake, resulting in massive waves that propelled the beast upward again. Once it fell down for the second time, it was forced back to its original form, turning into the lake water again. Splash! The surface of the lake raged wildly, but the majestic draconic aura and the beast were no longer present. There was no doubt that Hexiong had successfully subdued the beast. Chapter 2509. This victory from Tang Hexiong earned him some admiration from the crowd. They were shaken by his current power. Definitely strong, perhaps enough to fight against 8 formation true emperor, unlike most others. One expert said sentimentally. Although his despicable sneak attack earned him the contempt of the spectators earlier, they had to admit that this lowly man was quite powerful. Clank! Hexiong pointed his spear straight at Li Qia and looked down with an arrogant smile. Such meager skills aren't worth showing off. All eyes were on Li Qia now. Of course, most didn't think the king would lose since he was simply unfathomable. They were only curious about his next move. Shamelessly boasting when that's all you got? Very well, behold what I can do. Li Qia smiled and slowly stood up. The king is finally getting serious now. Everyone watched as he stood up with their eyes wide open. They didn't want to miss a single action from him. Hexiong was annoyed to see the attention the king was getting. In the past, he was the one in the spotlight, not this terrible king. The king is unfathomable. He's about to shock everyone. An ancestor said with a serious expression. Someone else quietly brought up. How many moves can Hexiong handle? I'm guessing, around 5. He's fused with that formation, so it's not just his own power. Those elites are there too. A young expert replied. 5 moves? You think too highly of him. The Saber Saint gave up after 3 moves, and I don't see how this guy is stronger than the Saber Saint, who is a real 9th level true god, and a strong one at that. A different genius disagreed. Hexiong naturally heard the comments as well, so his face became quite ugly. Previously, whenever he made a move,
Everyone would be talking about how amazing he was as a genius and how they wanted to see his amazing techniques.
But now, it sounded as if he was so incapable. Others were actually looking down on him.
His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he threatened. Li, don't think about leaving this place alive today.
Li Qie stood there and dismissively waved. Got your fill of threats yet? If you're done, then get ready. Once I make my move, you won't even have the chance to retaliate. Let's see what you got. He Xiong angrily roared. Boom! His true energy erupted straight to the sky like a pillar. This pulsing mass of energy seemed to be shooting straight to space. He exuded an endless light. Layers of gold metal materialized on the shield and made it bigger and thicker. Arre! Same with his dragon spear. It also grew in size to become a weapon capable of piercing the firmaments. Boom! The world quaked once as he chose a stance with the shield blocking in front and the spear in the thrusting position, parallel to his waist. This stance was perfect since it consisted of both offense and defense. It's about to happen, let's see how strong He Xiong is really. Some of the crowd praised him. Li, come now. After gathering all of the true energy onto his body, he was confident in stopping a move or two from an eternal. Li Qie smiled in response and flashed into nothingness. He was unreasonably fast and ended everything before the sound could catch up. Pop! Space rippled from his speed exceeding all limits. The realm trembled as time seemed to come to a halt. Fear and nervousness permeated the spectators as they watched this still image in disbelief, Li Qie kneeing the gigantic shield. It instantly collapsed and Tang He Xiong's gigantic body flipped over backward while vomiting blood. Boom! A while later, the sound of the impact finally came about. Li Qie had nearly exceeded time itself, creating an illusion of temporal stagnation and chaotic dimension. Time began flowing again and the crowd finally captured these developments. He Xiong landed on the lake, causing the entire mountain range to shake. Water splashed up everywhere like tidal waves before pouring down like rain. He was floating on the surface. Who knows if he was dead or alive? Just a little while ago, people were still debating how many moves he could last. Some said 5, others were less optimistic. However, no one expected for the king to crush He Xiong's shield and knocked him down with a single knee. This truly rendered them speechless. Bing Qi Hanyu was terrified to the very soul by Li Qie's power. This was the first time she had witnessed such a powerful man. She thought that her fiancé could sweep through the young generation, but this belief was being questioned right now. She felt the emperor being insignificant and weak while standing before Li Qie. Jian Yao gently sighed, realizing that this story was over. The new king would be the ultimate supreme of 9 secrets. He was only playing around earlier. In this system, regardless of how brilliant and powerful one might be, they were just chess pieces on his board. The Saber Saint forced a wry smile. Li Qie was just toying with him earlier, showing mercy by letting him slash 3 times first. If Li Qie were serious, he wouldn't have been able to block a single move. Just one slash was enough to split him in 2. Though he wasn't an arrogant person, he was certainly proud. Unfortunately, all of his achievements so far were trivial, virtually nothing compared to the king. Chapter 25:10. The crowd stood there dumbfounded with their mouth agape. See how ridiculous you are? Boasting with such meager power? Li Qie nonchalantly said, posing with both hands behind his back as if he hasn't moved at all. People actually felt that he wasn't the one who attacked earlier. They eventually regained their wits and stared at him, shuddering and feeling their hair standing on end. They exchanged glances. The power of the king far exceeded their imagination and judgment. What is his cultivation realm? An untouchable eternal? Someone quietly speculated. This made people ponder since they had no information about his cultivation. There was no way to find out either. I don't think anyone in the young generation is his match. The normally prideful geniuses all lowered their head, not daring to look at him. It looks like the late king was wise and insightful for passing the throne down to the prince. He must have known that the prince would be able to handle this. One ancestor commented. Prior to this, everyone thought that Lucidity King had grown senile or was too doting towards his illegitimate child. However, in retrospect, he was perfectly clear-headed and had chosen the right successor for 9 secrets. They realized the gap between themselves and Lucidity King. There was a reason why he was able to reign for 3 generations. How does he compare to Lucidity King? Many shared this particular thought. They wondered who was the stronger between Li Qie and Lucidity. During his era, Lucidity's prestige suppressed the entire system. No one dared to be disrespectful towards him, so comments and evaluations weren't readily available. After his death, people began to assess his actual power and contributions. So now, they compared him to this new king. Maybe he'll be a second Lucidity King. Someone else said. Certain members of the crowd were shaken after hearing this and needed to take a deep breath. No one dared to respond. Just imagine, Lucidity King helped make 9 secrets into one of the strongest systems in Imperial. Only the Li and Mu clan were on the same level. However, this wasn't a good thing for the sects and lineages within the system. They had to live in terror because of Lucidity's total authority, always being under his shadow. A second Lucidity King was something frightening to think about. Splash! Their rumination was interrupted by splashes and flood-like waves. The floating Tang Hexiong struggled to get up. He was as big as an ocean, so he created large waves from the attempt. He finally made it with the help of his spear. The spear's weight made the ground shake as if something extremely heavy was knocking on it. The guy stood upright, showing wounds and broken armor plates everywhere. The shield in his hand was in pieces. Blood flowed down the corners of his lips, looking as pitiful as can be. No longer as imperious as before. He's up! Someone shouted. Everyone felt that he had already lost. Wanting to reverse the tide was virtually impossible unless he had a real killer move up his sleeve. Jian Yao gently shook her head while looking at him. Though he could still stand up, she knew that the outcome has been determined. No one could change the overarching direction. Trying to go against the current was only a waste of energy. Instead of struggling needlessly before death, if Hexiong were smart enough to surrender to Li Qie, perhaps he would be able to keep his life. Boom, boom, boom. Water poured down from his body, resembling waterfalls. After standing up, Hexiong straightened his back while arching his chest proudly forward. Always arrogant and proud regardless of the circumstances. After all, he came from the royal family of War Saint dynasty. The blood of nobility flowed through him. His conceitedness was understandable. Alas, he was knocked down today by someone he considered to be a perverted and useless king, nearly unable to get up. This has crushed his pride in a cruel manner. Thus, he tried his best to stand straight in order to protect his dignity and face. You do have a bit of willpower to be able to stand up. Li Qie smiled and said, I thought you would stay down. Don't celebrate so early. We don't know who will be the last one smiling yet. Hexiong shouted and let out his fiery fury. Is that so? Looks like you still have moves left then. Go ahead, use them all, I'm waiting. Li Qie stood there and said, Boom! Hexiong released his true energy straight for the sky again, trying to connect with the heaven and earth. Buzz! A great formation appeared with dense coordinate lines appearing. Ancient lines emerged above and beneath him, beginning to change and fuse together. After a loud explosion, the formation exuded a blinding light. Light rays from the stars poured down and illuminated Hexiong as if they were being attracted by the formation. Rumble! The pulsing cosmic energy turned him into the center of the universe. The stars seemed to be rotating around him. Boom! Finally, the stars entered his body. Each inch of his flesh became resplendent, seemingly cast from these celestial bodies. The massive power surge eventually formed 2 large wings of fire behind him. Clank! 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 The shattered shield and armor came into form again. He was fully equipped with a flashing glow around him, looking more radiant and powerful than before. He's stronger now. Everyone was startled to see him fine and well. That shield might have been broken earlier, but not his formation. An ancestor understood the events and explained. Looks like he and the Central Legion has fused to the limit. This teamwork must have taken a long time to perfect. Tang Hexiong pointed his spear at Li Qie and roared. Again. He was brimming with battle intent and vitality once more, looking quite intimidating. He believed that he was too careless earlier and didn't prepare sufficiently. He wasn't going to repeat this mistake. Foolish beyond words. Do you think using this formation to the extreme can stop me? Know your own limits. Li Qie smirked after his patient wait. Chapter 25:11. Spectators were still fixated on this fight. One quietly asked, What techniques will the king use? Maybe he won't use any technique like earlier, just straight-up killing. Someone else responded. Many nodded in agreement after hearing this. Earlier, they thought he would need several moves to defeat Tang Hexiong, but he ended up only using his knee. Perhaps the same thing would happen again. You shouldn't be so excited when I'm still alive. Hexiong furiously roared, unable to handle the disdain shown by both Li Qie and the crowd. All right, I'll make sure you give up entirely. Li Qie smiled and started floating into the sky. It didn't take long before he was at the sky vault. Even someone as large as Hexiong needed to look up. Go now. Do your best and have no regrets. Li Qie casually said. Despite being high above, he still only looked like a fly compared to Hexiong. Just one swat from the shield could end him. Alas, everyone knew that size didn't matter at all in this match. Die! Hexiong shouted. His body as resplendent as a star. Boom! He threw his sky-blotting shield up above and smashed through several stars along the way. The sky turned dark due to its massive size. Li Qie looked so insignificant, seemingly on the verge of becoming meat paste. Weak indeed. Li Qie shook his head disapprovingly while looking at the star-destroying shield. He casually spread out his palm and pushed down. The sheer disparity in size between his palm and the shield created a comedic scene. Boom! However, just this carefree palm strike was enough to stop the shield. It couldn't move an inch forward, unable to affect his palm. The resulting shockwaves from the impact were still plenty destructive to the stars around. Unfortunately, it did nothing to the main target. The gap is too great. Having a big body and giant weapons can't do anything. Someone from the last generation shook their head. Logically, Hexiong should be able to crush Li Qie easily due to the size difference. However, his heavy shield failed to move Li Qie at all. Go! He roared and sent out his true energy. A starry brilliance crazily engulfed the world as his power surged. The shield also became resplendent and more powerful. Alas, still ineffective. Rumble! The shield moved back and forth in order to gather momentum to slam into his palm. It's a shame that Li Qie's casual positioning resembled the suppression of the high heaven. Even the strongest character couldn't get through his grasp. Die! Hexiong's eyes flashed after seeing the failed attack and added a spear thrust into the mix. Whoosh! The dragon spear turned into a terrible ray, aiming straight for Li Qie's throat to deliver a fatal blow. It seemed that Hexiong was waiting for this moment for a while now, so his speed reached the limit, only taking a split second to reach the target. Due to the murderous intent and lightning-fast speed of the thrust, the spectators felt a chill by their neck, thinking that the spear was heading for them. Clank! A metallic clanking resounded and the shooting ray suddenly stopped. Everyone saw Li Qie stopping the spear with his other hand, using just 2 fingers to stop the tip. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, but something else happened right away. A pagoda appeared and slammed into Li Qie's back. The sudden appearance of this treasure coincided with the spear thrust. The moment the spear got close to his throat, the pagoda appeared right behind his back. Since both of his hands were occupied, he couldn't stop the pagoda. Another ambusher had joined the fray and worked perfectly with Tang Hexiong. Boom! The pagoda oozed out the crushing might of an eternal. Not only did it crush the space nearby, but it also took down the temporal affinity as well, turning everything back to the primordial chaos. The shocked spectators found it hard to breathe due to the aura of an eternal. He took the full brunt of the strike and fell into the lake, sinking deep into the lake and disappeared from sight. Everything happened so quickly. From the initial spear thrust to the pagoda sneak attack only took the blink of an eye. No one expected this to happen. Lu Chuqing's expression soured as she blurted. Not good. Humph. The aura of the Eternal flowed like mercury in the air and permeated the place. Everyone was frightened by this incredible divinity. They looked up at the sky and saw an old man standing there since who knows when? The pagoda floated above this godlike being. Central Commander Ma Ming-chun. No one dared to say his title loudly. An Eternal had entered the scene with a sneak attack with immense power. Remember, the Saber Saint was very strong, but he was still only at the 9th level, still a way to go before becoming an Eternal. Plus, there were weak and strong Eternals. Among the crowd right now, few would dare to claim having enough power to challenge Ma Ming-chun. Not too many in the systems were truly stronger than this commander. Only great existences, such as the 5 supreme ancestors, were stronger than him. An Eternal has made his move. This speaker didn't dare to call it a sneak attack. In fact, it was unthinkable that a character as famous as the Central Commander would resort to a sneak attack in public. It was one thing for him to directly challenge Li Qie. After all, his son Ma Jinming was killed by the guy. Unfortunately, no one dared to criticize him the way they did with Tang Hexiong. Thus, people only shuddered while looking at this eternal. Chapter 25:12. The crowd was still shell-shocked since there was no sign of Li Qie in the lake. People glanced at each other, not expecting for Ma Mingchun to do something like this. Plus, his military jurisdiction was given to him by the royal rule. Doing something like this was blasphemous. It was one thing for him to lead the 5 legions against attacking the Bing Qi. At the very least, he could justify this decision by bringing up the people's well-being. However, this ambush was inexcusable. He clearly had a personal agenda and ulterior motives. Nothing could wash the stain of this despicable act. Ma Mingchun carefully peered the lake's surface. If the king were to be alive, he would deliver another fatal blow without any hesitation. He no longer gave a damn since he only had one son to pass on his legacy. Vengeance was a must and reputation no longer mattered. Is he dead? Someone whispered after seeing the calm surface of the lake. Everyone shook their head and focused on watching. They waited and waited to no avail. The king seemed to have sunk to the lake bottom. Bing Qi Hanyu nervously clenched her fists. Zhen Yao was also serious, contemplating while tilting her head. An occasional frown would appear. The one affected the most was Lu Chuqing. She anxiously held her sleeves and started praying for Li Qie. Most became dejected. Has Ma Mingchun done it? The king died from that attack? There's no way. Even the ancestors began to believe it. Prior to this, they believed that even an all-out attack from Mingchun wouldn't be enough to kill the unfathomable king. However, as time passed, their belief wavered. The most excited was obviously Tang Hexiong since this was a great opportunity for him. If Li Qie had died, it would increase the chance of him becoming king in the future. A long while later, the lake was still calm with no sign of Li Qie. Looks like that blow was fatal. Someone quietly concluded. Prudence is necessary for long-lasting success, no matter how strong one might be. An old expert lamented. The king was so strong yet he still died to Ma Mingchun's cheap shot. Ha ha ha. Hexiong burst out in laughter and uttered coldly. See, no one knows what will happen until the very end. That's what he get for boasting shamelessly with such meager power. The guy was lost in jubilation thinking about the easy path ahead. The death of the king vented his anger and garnered great advantages to his cause in the future. All of the humiliation and criticism didn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, I'm always the last man smiling. A leisure voice interrupted his gloating moment. It's the king! Someone shouted joyfully after hearing this familiar voice. People looked around but there was no sign of Li Qie anywhere. Where is he? They became confused. Where did his voice come from? Over there. Another reacted quickly and pointed at the sky. The crowd followed his direction and saw Li Qie lazily sitting on his golden throne once more with his legs resting on the chair's arm. He looked so comfortable and satisfied in his spot as if he has been relaxing the entire time without moving an inch. This naturally astonished the crowd. They saw him being smashed into the lake earlier but from the looks of it now, the victim earlier felt like it was someone else. No one saw how he got on his throne. Could it be that he has been there the entire time? If he was knocked down the lake, someone should have spotted him going back up, especially Ma Mingchun. But if he has been there the entire time, it would be even more terrifying. That was only a Dao avatar in action earlier? But then people should have noticed his real body being on the throne. What's going on? The ones with shallow cultivation didn't know what was going on at all. That's unreal. His power level is far above anyone else. An ancestor could see a little of the mysteries and tremble with trepidation. The king could kill someone without anyone noticing, chopping off his enemy's head at a moment's notice. As an eternal, Ma Mingchun also realized something and staggered backward. Remember, only people like the 5 supreme ancestors were stronger than him in 9 secrets. However, he still couldn't spot the fact that Li Qie has been on the throne the entire time. The guy tricked him so easily. He took a deep breath, aware of the enemy's true terror. He only had this feeling once before when facing Lucidity King. You're still alive, Hexiong was as white as a ghost as he stumbled backward, his gloating celebration replaced with fear. Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief, certainly the most excited person here after seeing that Li Qie was fine. Jianyao only confirmed her previous belief that the king was unbeatable. Resistance would be futile in the future. I've been waiting for your sneak attack for a while now, but you kept your patience. Unfortunately, the attack only tickled. Li Qie sat coolly on his throne and glanced at the frightened Ma Ming-chun. The Eternal naturally became frustrated. His fatal move only managed to tickle the guy? One of us will die today. Even if I die, I will still take your head as an offering to my son. Ming-chun gritted his teeth and threatened. The hatred of an Eternal was naturally oppressive, especially with this extreme declaration. The crowd felt suffocated. No, you'll be the only one dying today. Li Qie interrupted him. I will send you down to hell so that your son won't be lonely while walking on the Yellow River. Ming-chun started shouting with an unsightly grimace. Little animal, I will flay you, drink your blood and rip out your tendons. The guy was ready to die now, wanting revenge regardless of the cost. Chapter 25:13. All right, time to take care of you all since I've grown bored. Not a single expert has shown up today. Li Qie stood up and smiled. His attitude was a stark contrast to the furious Ma Ming-chun. The crowd clammed up. In their mind, the Saber Saint and Jianyao's groups were all geniuses and experts. They could only look up to these beings despite training for a lifetime. Ma Ming-chun was even more impressive. His achievements couldn't be replicated by just anyone. Few could be considered his peers in the system. Alas, none of them could enter Li Qie's sight. Not one could be considered an expert. Such a domineering attitude showed that he considered himself unbeatable. Many smiled wryly, including the geniuses like the Saber Saint and Jianyao. If someone else were to say this, they would certainly bark back. Unfortunately, they had to accept the statement obediently when it came from Li Qie. You and you, go all out already before I wring your neck. Last chance. Li Qie smiled at Hexiong and Ming-chun. The two responded with a murderous glare, brimming with hatred from being shown such contempt. Boom! Tang Hexiong channeled the power of the stars once more, becoming shrouded in blinding brilliance. The stars around him started to move as if he was the sky itself. Die! Hexiong was even more eager than Ming-chun and rushed towards Li Qie, attacking with both his shield and spear. Boom! The colossal shield smashed down mercilessly. The dragon spear turned into a cold ray piercing through space, instantly appearing before Li Qie's throat. Li Qie finally sprung into action in this split second. His speed froze the spatio-temporal affinities. The scene ahead became clear and crisp to the spectators. He leaped up with both knees forward. The spear shattered, then the shield. His knees carried enough force to penetrate everything, turning them back to the primordial chaos. Thus, the formation instantly crumbled and the elites materialized again. Poof! Several hundred elites became mists of blood from the attack. Li Qie didn't stop there and continued towards Hexiong's chin. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions finally resounded. These were the sounds of the shield and spear collapsing. It was hard to tell which came first. Senior Ma, save me! Hexiong bellowed right away. In fact, he had screamed when Li Qie's knees broke the spear, but due to the guy's immense speed, his voice only came about right now. Ma Ming-chun also retaliated with his pagoda carrying the might of an Eternal. It broke the worldly laws as it aimed to turn Li Qie's head into a pulp. Boom! Time started flowing again, and who knows which attack made this explosion? No, Hexiong screamed before death. Pluff! Everyone saw Li Qie's knee connecting with Hexiong's chin. The latter's head exploded into a mist of blood. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and casually slapped the pagoda back at Ming-chun. Ming-chun stopped his own pagoda and staggered backward while vomiting a mouthful of blood. The crowd didn't have enough time to process all the events before Li Qie killed Hexiong and wounded Ming-chun with a single knee and punch on top of several hundred elites. While they struggled to keep up, Tang Hexiong's headless body was falling to the ground. Li Qie turned around and glared at Ming-chun, who was holding his pagoda. The guy was frightened and instinctively walked backward. I have already spared you once during the rebellion, yet you still keep on pushing your luck. Death beckons you, Li Qie declared. Having said that, he did a simple whipping motion with his leg, devoid of any technique and grand Dao. Its speed caused the air to split open and left behind an afterimage. Strangely enough, this rather common kick left the ancestors in shambles. It was a sure kill, no way to escape even if one could make it to the horizon. Ming Chun was astounded by the might of this attack, but he knew that escaping wasn't an option. He had to face it head-on. He roared and the divine rings around him soared to the sky to create his own realm, opening a Tao order. Boom! All of his true energy gathered on the pagoda. It rushed forward to meet the incoming kick while issuing wind-breaking howls. 9 true dragons appeared and aided the pagoda, pulling the treasure and the newly formed realm to meet the attack. This was his stronger technique, 9 dragon protectors. The pagoda would borrow the might of these dragons. Their auras ravaged the world while their fangs seemingly aimed to tear everything to pieces. These beasts were wondrously powerful, more than enough to tear out the fabric of reality. Bam! The kick approached with enough force to beat the world back to the origin. Rah! The 9 dragons were instantly turned to dust. The space around them was buried into oblivion. The pagoda was next to be struck. It completely disintegrated. The pieces started falling down. Bam! The remnant power from the kick came from Ma Ming Chun. Ah! His body instantly got split in two and his blood poured down like the rain. Splash! The 2 halves fell into the lake. His blood slowly created a red puddle. The crowd lost their mind upon seeing this. Killing Tang Hexiong with 1 knee was impressive enough, but 1 vertical kick to defeat Ming Chuan's treasure then split him in 2? An Eternal had just failed to stop a single move from Li Qie. This story could scare people to death. The world became silent. The weak-minded felt their legs giving in so they dropped to the ground. Some even soiled their pants. An Eternal was proven utterly inadequate. Who else in the world could match him? The faint-hearted members of the crowd vomited their stomach juice, legs still trembling. That's unreal. Even some of the ancestors were horrified. They realized that this was a being capable of annihilating a sect with a single move. Chapter 25:14. The puddle of blood spread wider as Ming Chuan's 2 halves sank to the bottom. He's dead. An ancestor dropped on the ground and murmured. Jian Yao and the Saber Saint were stunned too, especially the latter. He had tasted Li Qie's power earlier and felt suffocated. Though they were already aware that Ming Chun wouldn't be able to take on Li Qie, for him to die to a single kick was something they never expected. The Saber Saint felt cold all over and needed to compose himself. Li Qie didn't only show mercy earlier. The guy was being extremely charitable towards him. Ming Chun was a real Eternal, far more powerful than him. If Li Qie wanted to kill him, the guy could do so in a split second and he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Cold sweat started to run. He had just been to hell and back without knowing it. His life was dependent on a single whim of Li Qie earlier. Jian Yao was slightly pale. Her Tao heart has always been tough, allowing her to stay calm regardless of the situation. However, his dominating power made her hair stand on end. She remembered how he always referred to people as ants. Prior to this, she felt that he was still being arrogant. Now, it seemed that this was the truth. Even her powerful sect only consisted of ants in his eyes. It would be too simple for him to destroy them. She began contemplating his seemingly preposterous acts in the past resulting in him losing the throne. What was the reason for this? He was more than capable to rule the world. She came up with a ridiculous answer, that he was just playing around. All of this was to cure his boredom. All of 9 secrets and its inhabitants were only puppets. When he was in a bad mood, he would play around with them. Otherwise, he would ignore or destroy everything. It was the same as watching an ant nest. It could be entertaining or he could just throw a torch down and burn all the ants to ashes. Jian Yao had a deeper understanding of this matter than anyone else and it left her horrified. This was a being who could easily destroy all of 9 secrets. She needed to take a deep breath to calm down. Splash! The lake splashed, causing everyone to look over. It's Ma Ming Chun! A spectator shouted. Sure enough, Ma Ming Chuan's 2 halves have come together again without any visible scar. An Eternal was strong enough to survive the dismemberment. Of course, he still paid a heavy price. He was trembling all over, completely white. Just getting up again required all of his strength. Fixing his body and stabilizing his wounds required an inordinate amount of true energy. Oh, not bad. Li Qie smiled lightly after seeing the guy. This development was no big deal to him. Ming Chun calmed his emotions and his trembling body. He found himself utterly exhausted. Still alive at least. The spectators heaved a sigh of relief, finding this to be a cause for celebration. In the past, it was amazing if someone could withstand a blow from him. Now, it was extraordinary for him to survive a move from the king. Yeah, he still made it past one move. The ancestors smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to be happy or wallow in despair. This gave a sliver of hope for the other masters. If Ma Ming-chun couldn't even handle one kick, true despair would swallow all of them. Li Qie asked with a smile. Will you kneel and surrender, try to run, or drown yourself? The acrimonious statement showed no mercy. Telling an eternal to drown himself? Of course, Li Qie could say whatever he wanted to right now and be justified in doing so. This was the privilege of having a bigger fist. All eyes were on Ming Chun, eagerly waiting for his choice. Some put themselves in his shoes and thought about their choices. In fact, they sympathized even if he chose to surrender or run due to the powerful enemy. This was perfectly normal. No one would mock his actions since they might already be on their knees to beg Li Qie for mercy already. One of us will die today. However, Ming Chun stood straight with a fierce glare, not losing the temperament of an eternal despite being quite feeble. He didn't beg for mercy or shaking with fear. Instead, he arched his chest proudly to face Li Qie, still as aggressive as before. This earned him the admiration of the crowd. An eternal was special indeed. Such courage and determination were beyond them. Oh, still got more moves to show? I'm waiting then to see how strong they are. Li Qie said with both hands behind his back. No one expected Ming Chun to still want to fight under these circumstances. They became quite curious about his hidden cards. Go! He shouted with a cry akin to sudden thunder during spring. The sound wave echoed across 9 linked mountains. Rustle! Figures popped up in each peak and mountain in this sect with waving banners. Perhaps more than 1 million men appeared in these high places in just a short time. The Central Legion. A spectator immediately saw the hint. I thought they took camp outside? Someone leaped up to a high vantage point and looked outside of 9 linked mountains. They saw the camp still there with patrolling soldiers. It's the empty city strategy. An older expert gently sighed and said, that camp is only a ruse. Looks like the soldiers have somehow managed to infiltrate the mountain range. Tang Hexiang came up with a good plan. Prior to this, Ming Chun had arrived furiously and demanded 9 linked mountains to hand over Li Qie. However, under the advice of Hexiang, he decided to camp outside. Now people finally realized that the entire camp was a farce. The two of them must have planned to bring their army inside. That's one of the strongest legions for you, marching so silently. No wonder why so many lineages are afraid of them. A commenter said with surprise. Perhaps 9 linked mountains didn't care about the intruders, but it was indeed impressive for them to sneak in like this. Are they forming a formation? An expert could see an array forming with the soldiers being on top of the various peaks all around the mountain range. Chapter 25:15. The soldiers from Central Legion have taken up the peaks and started moving around. They were wearing regular clothing instead of armor plates, but their ferocious aura remained, evident of their battle experience. The entire sect was engulfed in a ferocious and murderous aura. It's a curse incantation. An ancestor murmured. Ming Chun wants to throw his entire legion into the mix. Is it worth it? Take my chaos and spawn the evilest curse. Ming Chun began chanting. Buzz. His body became indistinct, almost like snow melting into water. He was fusing with space and turned into an ancient symbol. Take my chaos and spawn the evilest curse. The soldiers began chanting in unison. Their voice lingered on the horizon. What is going on? The youths didn't know what was happening. The army chose to chant instead of attacking the king. It's the god-slaying malediction. An older expert shuddered and took a deep breath. That's the secret move of this legion. Is it strong? A youth became curious. Strong is not enough to describe it. It's very scary, formless and undetectable. The older expert explained. This curse is cruel and virtually impossible to defend against because it comes from the heart. What do you mean? The youth couldn't imagine it just yet. Yes, from the heart. The expert elaborated. When your heart has darkness, this curse will come into being and corrode your entire body, including your true fate. Everyone has darkness in their heart. It's impossible to avoid this. It's that frightening? The youth gasped. Right, moreover, it is released by all the soldiers.
This formation connected their individual strength on top of borrowing the momentum of the land.
The stronger the area, the more powerful the curse on top of its innate potential. The expert glanced at the mountain range and said, "Well, I don't need to tell you that this place is one of the strongest lands in 9 secrets. Borrowing the momentum of this place will double the power of this curse. No one can escape." The disciple stammered. "Wouldn't such a terrifying curse be unbeatable?" "Nothing is unbeatable in this world." The expert shook his head. "As long as the victim is strong enough and has enough light in their heart, they'll be able to withstand the malediction. Absolute strength will crush anything, whether it be light or darkness. But all in all, this curse is very impressive. In the past, under the orders of Lucidity King, the Legion managed to destroy a powerful foe of his using this exact curse. Nothing good will come of this," an old man nearby said flatly. "If they meet a stronger foe, the entire Legion will be annihilated. Yes, that's why I said Ma Ming-chun is dragging the Legion down the mud with him. He's betting everything on this curse." The old expert agreed. The chants continued to echo across the mountain range. Impossibly stupid. Li Chia didn't bother trying to stop the chant. Buzz. The soldiers began to disappear, replaced by multiple symbols emitting an evil presence. "It's about to begin," a spectator said softly. "If they fail, the Central Legion will cease to exist altogether." Ming Chun is too selfish, implicating the Legion for a personal feud. A disciple couldn't believe it. "Well, this Legion is pretty much the Ma clan's personal army at this point." Another master said, "Back during the rebellion, the soldiers that were loyal to the king have been subdued. He's in total control right now, so he can make this crazy gamble." People glanced at each other after seeing this. Everyone knew that the Central Legion didn't belong to a single clan or power. Definitely not the Ma. It belonged to War Saint Dynasty, and in a sense the entire system. Its responsibility was protecting the system. But now, Ming Chun chose to use them with no regard for others. The entire sect was now covered with an ocean of ancient symbols in the sky. Their evil strands pricked the spectators like needles. "That's scary." The crowd quickly retreated after sensing this malevolent aura. Finally, the symbols melted along with the aerial space of the mountain range. Space turned into a thick, black liquid. There was no escaping this tide of darkness. It immediately flowed towards Li Chia and trapped him. Buzz. This liquid form curse drilled into his body, resulting in a shocking scene. Li Chia's heart area suddenly turned ashen. This was akin to a piece of paper being burned. The form was still there but only ashes remain. This evil curse surged after the successful infiltration and began spreading all over his body. "He's cussed now," someone shouted after spotting the color change as if he was on fire. "Will he be able to withstand it?" Another shuddered. "I don't know, this is the first time I've seen it." An older expert shook his head and put on a serious expression. But the victim didn't care at all. He watched the curse spreading through his body and shook his head. "This curse is like the screaming of a 3-year-old child, not worth mentioning. I don't even need to gather energy. Just having a bright Tao heart is enough." Buzz. A strand of light of the holy affinity emanated from his heart. It was as white as snow and impossible to violate. People couldn't help but feel reverence. More strands came out and blossomed like sacred lotus flowers, culminating in the opening of a holy world. Sizzling noises came about. The evil curse couldn't handle the holy light at all and was refined to ashes. Li Chia's body recovered and the corrosive grayness disappeared. The holy light didn't stop there. It billowed like a flood and aimed straight for the dark tide. Zzz. The burning refinement continued. The dark tide was being turned into smoke. Chapter 25:16. The holy brilliance swept through the darkness of the realms. The evil was refined with no place to hide. Buzz. The curse turned to wafting smoke and dispersed with the wind. Li Chia's light became increasingly denser. In the end, he became a sacred existence looming above the insignificant and feeble darkness. Resistance was futile. Everyone found that he had become a saint,
feeling the urge to prostrate before him while the darkness in their heart had no place to hide. They felt inadequate in comparison to this holy being.
Is this a merit law for sanctification? The experts washed by the holy light looked up. Their sin and darkness were being swept away by the flowing light. Many of the excited crowd were more than willing to join Li Qie, completely converted. No, this isn't a merit law. The older experts spoke more softly than before. They didn't wish to disturb Li Qie, acting as if being rowdy right now would be a great sin. This is the Tao heart of a saint, giving birth to an all-penetrating light. Another master whispered. The crowd started contemplating in a daze. One older man took a deep breath and asked himself, just what the heck is this Tao heart? A while ago, Li Qie became a devil with a single thought. Now he was full of light? It looked as if he could easily transform into anything. For the rest of the world, becoming a devil or a saint required untold hardships and tribulations, unlike Li Qie. Just what kind of terrible Tao heart was capable of this feat? Buzz! He stopped emitting holy light. The remnant brilliance began to fall into the world, illuminating every nook and corner. Where could the darkness hide before this omnipresent holiness? Since he stopped exuding light, his holy power was no longer as majestic but became softer and gentle. Strangely enough, this transformation didn't result in a weakening of might. It made his holy power become even more unfathomable. The light was no longer as present and animated as before, but it had fallen into every inch of the land and fused with it. The world became part of his. The crowd was naturally affected as light lit up in their heart. They dropped on the knees and finally began prostrating. The ancestors were scared out of their mind. Li Qie didn't need to move a single finger and could still force masters into submission. They knew that he was more than capable of converting someone completely into his follower. Pop! The final strand of the evil curse was finally refined, so the soldiers from the Legion materialized again, popping up all over the peaks. Unfortunately, a series of faint crumble noises ensued, followed by the final screams of their army. The soldiers began to shatter and disintegrated into bloody mists. The survivors watched their friends die before their very eyes and bellowed. Their wails of torment assaulted 9 linked mountains to the dismay of the listeners. Regardless of how they screamed and ran, destruction was inevitable. The backlash of the curse made them explode like beans being crushed. When their curse failed to kill Li Qie, this power would come back straight for them. It didn't take long before the entire legion fell. Mists of blood lingered in the air and became quite thick. The trees and leaves were covered in drops of blood from the agglutination of the mists. Next came a rain of blood that stained the mountain streams. The thick stench of blood made people shudder. It didn't take long before some started to vomit. This was an army of 1 million elites. All were dead now in a split second, no longer existing in this world. No! Ma Mingchun screamed painfully at this sight. He woke up from the rage of vengeance and realized the gravity of the situation. He has been the central commander for a long time. So many soldiers have walked on the battlefields with him. Their familiar faces were engraved in his heart. Not one of them was lucky enough to survive this event. The whole thing mercilessly pricked his heart. Furthermore, the elites of his clan were part of the Legion too. They trusted him with their lives only to die without a grave. He became cognizant of the crazy selfishness of his action, resulting in this cruel end. The guy was still alive because Li Qie had pointed one finger at him, stabilizing the curse. All eyes were on him. The crowd began to think about the implications as well. One of the most famous and strongest legions in 9 secrets was gone now because of Ma Mingchun's desire for revenge. The prestigious legion turned to smoke, turning Ma Mingchun into an unforgivable sinner in military history. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. He had no chance of redoing the past and changing his decision. What a crime! One ancestor sentimentally said, destroying a legion for his selfish desire. History will not be kind to him. Of course, most also thought that he had brought it upon himself, so they didn't quite sympathize. Chapter 25:17. Ma Mingchun dropped to his knees and wept quietly. He had lost his only son and now, all of his brothers that have accompanied him through life and death on the battlefields. They trusted him with their lives, but he had failed them. Back outside the Bing Qi, he gave a single command and these men instantly changed allegiance. Today,
Still one command of his and they were willing to fight the king to the very end.
The first was justifiable since it affected the future of the legion. However, fighting the king was the result of a personal vendetta. Now, his brothers have died because of him, turned into bloody mists. There were no corpses to bury. Ming Chun no longer had the face to see them, ashamed from letting them down and from letting their families down. One might be able to survive an act of God, but not a self-brought calamity. Li Qie said insipidly. Kill me if you dare. The man was full of tears and screamed at Li Qie. His hair had turned white. He wanted death since it would be salvation. Living was too painful right now. You think I would spare you after reaching this point? Li Qie smiled. Although I do want to see you suffer for a lifetime, I'm not in the mood to wait. No mercy to those who deserve death. With that, he raised his finger, showing a gray energy floating by the tip. Clearly the evil curse from earlier. He shot it straight for Ming Chuan's heart. Ah!
The man bellowed, his face twisting with pain.
However, he didn't roll on the ground but stood proudly while suffering. This pain served as atonement and lessened his guilt. Buzz. The buzzing was quiet but loud enough not to be drowned out by the screams. His chest ignited into a fire and eventually turned ashen. This began to spread all over his body. Ah! The shrill screams continued. Everyone could hear it. The thing meant to kill Li Qie had targeted Ming Chun instead. His cries still didn't earn him the sympathy of the crowd. This pain wasn't much compared to the death of the entire legion. He was the one who created this curse, so why should people feel sorry for him? Ah, finally, his true fate has been burned completely, resulting in death.
The evil curse burned his body into ashes scattering to the wind. It was as if he had never existed. The world came to a silent still. All became peaceful with reticent breathing from the crowd, for they were astonished and speechless. Li Qie gently flicked his finger and a holy light flashed. Pop! The evil curse that had ended Ma Ming Chun also became refined and destroyed. Li Qie sat back down on his throne. His holy light had dispersed completely. He casually rested his legs on the golden table, as nonchalant as ever.
He became an ordinary-looking person again.
No, actually, he was back to being the perverted and useless king, at least in appearance.
However, who would dare look down on him right now? In fact, when people looked up to steal glimpses, they tried to be as quiet as possible, as if disturbing him was a great offense. Jian Yao wasn't surprised at this outcome. Everything has been determined. Ma Mingchuan's resistance was simply futile. Anyone else got something to say? Li Qie lazily asked. Given his current lackadaisical and sleepy appearance, no one would believe that this dispirited man was the one who killed Tang Hexiong, Ma Ming Chun, and an entire legion. Yes, a useless king fitted his current image much more. No one dared to utter the word no. Existences like them were insignificant insects. Just one stomp of his would crush them in totality. In that case, start kneeling. Li Qie glanced at the crowd and said. This made them exchange glances. Many people actually wanted to kneel, but being the first to do so was a bit embarrassing. Long live the king. Jian Yao broke the hesitation by bowing her head. Her clear voice comforted the crowd. Though she got on her knees to kowtow, she was still a perfect fairy, a visual feast. Long live the king. Everyone quickly prostrated to show their submission. Even Jian Yao had shown her allegiance, so why should they bother maintaining their face? They paled in comparison to her prestige and status anyway. They kneeled with bated breath, waiting for him to make a decision. Previously during his coronation, some of them have come to the imperial palace to greet him. Of course, they weren't actually convinced by him and did so out of fear of Sun Lunging and Silver Secret Legion. This was no longer the case today. This showing of reverence was all due to the king himself. Furthermore, they trembled with fear, afraid of the king's fury. This might end with a massacre and the end of their sections. They felt as if they have returned to Lucidity King's era. No, even worse. The whole thing felt like a dream. When the king was chased out of his throne, so many people looked down on him, calling him a piece of trash. Today, they prostrated, afraid of invoking his wrath and punishment. This sudden change seemed surreal and unbelievable. This is the feeling of being shown disdain. Li Qie looked at them and chuckled. I gave you all a chance to be independent, an era of self-rule, but all of you didn't cherish it. It looks like your fate is to be ruled by others. This was a cruel slap on everyone's face. causing them to feel hot. Of course, they didn't show any anger, any were actually thanking heaven that the king wasn't angry.
"Rise, I pardon your crimes."
Li Chia waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your benevolence." The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and realized how much they were sweating during the wait.
That wave of his hand could have made heads roll on the ground.
Moreover, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The lack of punishment made the crowd ecstatic. Some on the ground even kowtowed several more times to show their gratitude for this imperial kindness. Chapter 25:18. Trepidation remained after the crowd stood up. They kept their head lowered, hands hanging by the waist. Everyone was afraid of provoking him. He ignored them and said, "Since we're done here, I can finish my own business." He took out a treasure box taken from the stone forest. Some of the crowd has seen it before during that process, but no one knew what was inside. "What is that?" a participant from that event asked. Even Jian Yao and the Saber Saint held their breath, wanting to know what was inside as well as his own business. Jian Yao found the whole thing perplexing. Remember, he casually handed the 9 secrets over to Lu Chuqing. Given the circumstances, Li Chia didn't come to kill Ma Mingchun and the Legion. Not for the 9 secrets either. All 3 weren't worth a trip from him. Doing them was only out of convenience.
Perhaps this particular business of his was his actual goal in coming to this place, something worthwhile.
Something as precious as the 9 secrets weren't worth his time, but this matter or thing was. It must be something earth-shattering. Though she has seen numerous treasures and had plenty of experiences, she still wanted to see what Li Chia was here for. When he opened the box, a reflection flashed like undulating waves as if it contained jade water. "All right, let's begin." He smiled and poured the water out. Splash. Sure enough, everyone saw that it was extremely clear water once he flipped the box upside down. Everyone became surprised. In the beginning, they thought that it contained a peerless treasure, not just this clear liquid. Strange enough, this liquid had something about it.
It exuded an immortal mist so as it fell down to the lake. It looked like the flowing current of a paradisiacal spring.
Perhaps an immortal realm had a crack, allowing this water to ooze down to the mortal world. This stream of water seemed especially tiny compared to the Great Lake, akin to a drop of water in an ocean. Nothing really came of it in the beginning, but after a long while, changes to the lake occurred.
"The water is becoming clear."
The first person to notice told everyone. The crowd was still wondering what the water was. They looked over after hearing the guy. Sure enough, the water in the lake was changing at a rapid rate. Prior to this, it had a golden color just like molten gold, dazzling and beautiful. After the clear liquid started pouring down, the lake turned clear at the dropping point. This clear shade began to spread at an incredible pace. The water of the lake looked just like the liquid in the treasure box now. Remember, this lake was massive and would require an incalculable amount of clear liquid to fill it up. Strange enough, just the tiny stream from the box was enough to fuse with the entire lake. No, not just this one, the other 8 are becoming clear too. Someone spotted this change first. It seemed that the 9 lakes were connected, so the clear liquid spread from the golden lake to the rest. They initially had different colors, and today, this difference was amplified even more. This was no longer the case. The world had a wrong understanding of this legend. Jian Yao immediately realized something and murmured. She found that for millions of years now, the sages and geniuses have misunderstood this phenomenon. People leaped to the sky and saw the receding colors replaced by clearness. The scene was magnificent and stunned them. What is going on? This question popped up in various groups. One ancestor emotionally said, "This is the first time I've seen the lake changing color like this." No. He suddenly had an epiphany. The lake changing color doesn't refer to their individual shade becoming amplified. This is the real change, this clear liquid. We have misunderstood it all along. The experts nearby were taken aback after hearing this conjecture. Everyone came today and thought that the lakes were changing color as planned, since this has always been the case in the past. The ancestors' speculation said otherwise. A while later, the lakes have finally changed to the clear shade.
So this is the real thing?
An old man took a deep breath. The common belief of this phenomenon has been shattered today to the astonishment of the crowd. "Yeah, I think this is it." An aged member of a clan struggled to calm down. People exchanged glances without speaking, still unable to digest this new change in belief. Not only were they wrong, but the geniuses and sages from the past were mistaken as well. This included true emperors and top prodigies. So ridiculous. Many smiled wryly. Well, if this is the real color, what secrets are hidden behind it? Another reacted. People said that during the color-changing process, one could find the profundities of the Grand Tao, even the 9 secrets. But that pertained to the previous misconception of the lakes. If this was the real phenomenon, what was hidden behind it? Chapter 25:19. The crowd has come to understand that what was previously understood as the lake's changing color proved to be wrong. What Li Qie had done right now was the real phenomenon. Just what secrets and mysteries were hidden in this place. Thus, the crowd anticipated with excitement while staring at the clear water. If it wasn't for His Majesty today, the world will continue on the wrong path for generations to come. An elder said sentimentally. That one stream of clear liquid has changed all the lakes. Finally, the splash stopped since the box was now empty. The original shades of the various lakes were nowhere to be found. From a distance, one could almost see the bottom of the lakes. They almost served like mirrors, seemingly made from 9 pure crystals. The surface also had thin water vapor condensing into a mist, wafting in a transcending manner. It didn't take long before people started thinking that the place was a land of immortals. As they peered into the bottom of the lakes, they felt as if there was a different world beneath, a better one. The 9 lakes looked like entrances. That's why this immortal mist would ooze out on the surface. Is this a portal to an immortal realm? Someone murmured while staring at the scintillating lights. Everyone held their breath, eagerly waiting to see the secrets of the lakes. This thing has been buried for too long. It's time for it to see the sun again. Li Qie smiled. While the crowd was still astounded, he drilled his palm into the lake, seemingly wanting to reach its deepest part. It penetrated the bottom and reached the other world. The crowd instantly felt the world spinning around and that they have become weightless, losing the sense of gravity and stabilization. The earth beneath them seemed to be shrinking and turning soft. However, this sensation came and went quickly. Everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. The chaotic loss of control disappeared. They looked down and saw that the ground was still the same as ever. Not an inch was missing. The tangibility of the physical realm beneath them remained, but they somehow felt that something in 9 linked mountains has been taken away. Of course, none could sense the presence of this particular thing, but after it was gone, they felt that this place seemed to be missing a little something. In a different location in the sect, South Peak Woodcutter sighed and said, "Yearned by all for ages, yet none could take it. Emperor Zhang and Jiao Ning both failed, but he got it so easily with a single reach. This power is unbeatable. No one in Immortal can stop him either." The old man knew that the item was very important for 9 linked mountains, but all he could do was watch. He hoped that it would eventually be returned in the future. Now the focus shifted towards Li Qie. People saw him holding something in his hand. It was a rope made from the most ordinary hemp in the mortal world. The entire thing looked old and red, but the red had shades of black, perhaps from being used countless times. It had 9 thumb-sized bells, seemingly made from old bronze. The material itself probably wasn't good, or maybe too much time had passed, so they have lost the initial luster and were full of spots, even green rust. Everyone was surprised to see this rope. They assumed it would be a peerless item, perhaps an extremely heaven-defying ancestral artifact. They already imagined the scene of him being unstoppable after obtaining the great artifact, sweeping through the realms and the ages to come. However, this rope possessed no destructive intent or amazing divinity. Someone tell me what's precious about that rope? What does it do? Someone regained their wits and quietly asked. The old Li Qie would have met a barrage of derision and scorn. They would say that the rope wasn't worth a single coin. However, people still felt as if this rope was the greatest treasure in existence despite its meager appearance. To be frank, even if he was holding a regular blade of grass, people would still think that it was an immortal vegetation. After all, he was someone who could casually gift the 9 secrets away. Unfortunately, no one could decipher anything about the item. 9 Immortals Rope. Jian Yao stared intensely in disbelief before coming up with a name unlike the rest of the crowd. She wasn't too confident when saying this title, still full of skepticism. Li Qie looked over at her and chuckled. "Little girl, you have many flaws, but knowledge is not one of them. You certainly know more than many old geezers. Isn't it just a legend? She didn't mind the criticism from him, only caring about the confirmation. Of course, this could already be considered generous praise from Li Qie. She felt that this ordinary rope was too different compared to its legends. Li Qie casually played with the rope and laughed. A legend doesn't exist, in a strict sense. So is it still one? She said. It's a rumor started by a villager. According to the text, the villager saw 9 immortals plucking hemp in order to create this rope as a present, hence its name. She read it in a scroll before during her youth, just casual reading. This anecdote wasn't really qualified to be considered a tale. It was too simple, almost like a child's bedtime story with no hidden layers of intricacies. No one would take it seriously. Chapter 25-20. The name of the rope wasn't familiar to the crowd at all. The experts present haven't heard of this weapon previously. Same with the tale mentioned by Qin Jianyao. Few would waste their time reading for entertainment. The sects would prefer that they spend their time training instead of idle reading. Thus, no one really believed the tale of immortals weaving the rope. Perhaps the villager only started this story to put their children to bed. Who would bother memorizing this boring story? Li Qie smiled after hearing the story. Who knows if the 9 mortals and the villager are real, but this rope certainly is. The world was just too arrogant and foolish, always confident in their own knowledge. Jianyao tilted her head and pondered. The villager, like Li Qie had said, the rope was real and the 9 immortals might not be, but what about the villager in the story? This person was the one who started the rumors. If this was the case, the person should know about the existence of the rope but came up with a crude story for future generations. But why? She was actually interested in the answer, finding that it was worthwhile. She was excellent in this manner. Not a woman with big breasts and small brains. On the contrary, she had read plenty of books and had a vast knowledge. Though she didn't travel the world like the Saber Saint, what she knew in her mind far exceeded his. Almost forgot, we have a bet going on right now. You have lost. Li Qie put away the rope and got up to the sky. He smiled while staring at Bing Qi Hanyu. The crowd also stared at her, then exchanged glances with each other. They remembered about the bet and how she had lost. Initially, they thought that even in the case of losing, she could always renege since her clan was strong enough to do so. They did it once for the marriage pact. But now, the king has proven to be a terrifying existence. Reneging was out of the question. Even suicidal on top of dragging her clan down. Just one mistake, what a shame, or the Bing Qi would be flying high right now too. An old man took a deep breath and said, I guess ultimately, it's best to keep one's promise. The 5 powers all had a marriage pact with the king, but only Lu Chuqing carried it out. That's why she had his full favor right now and got the 9 secrets. Everyone could see that her status far exceeded Qin Jianyao at the moment. The latter was famous as a fairy, virtually peerless in 9 secrets. But now, Lu Chuqing was on a higher level. Who knows if Jianyao would even win the king's favor in the future? Bing Qi Hanyu turned pale, not just from losing the bet but because Li Qie's abilities far exceeded their expectations. They assumed they were above this useless person and she herself had shown contempt towards him. But now, it turned out that they were mere ants in front of him, perhaps even inferior to ants. The worst part was her engagement with Myriad Formation Kingdom. Though they have yet to carry out the wedding, she and the emperor were essentially husband and wife. Losing this bet didn't only affect herself but also her clan and Myriad Formation Kingdom. The 2 old men to her left and right were shaken to the core but they still blocked in front of her. Want to play dirty now? Li Qie smirked. She took a deep breath. Her eyes became serious as she straightened her back. This accentuated her full rounded breasts even more, causing people to go crazy. I will keep my words without regrets. Hanyu said sonorously while stepping forward. I'm standing right here. Kill me if you want to. She was ready for death at this moment, closing her eyes and raising her head to make her neck more accessible. Her white snow neck was as pretty as a swan's, causing others to think that cutting off her head was so cruel. No one would be able to do it. Who says I want to kill you? He grinned. The girl opened her eyes, not happy after hearing this. She felt fear because death wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Her peaceful state of mind disappeared, replaced by dread. You tell me.
His smile widened as he looked at her up and down as if imagining her naked. Teaching an extraordinary beauty should be quite fun. The crowd shuddered and their minds started wandering about the various possibilities. Of course, no one dared to utter a word. Even if some wanted to play the hero, they didn't have enough strength to do so. You! She was shaken, feeling that she was helpless on a platter and he could do whatever he wanted. No! The two old men once again blocked in front of her. They were frightened because given Li Qi's nature, who knows what would happen once she falls into his hands. At that point, not only would she suffer but their clan would be humiliated as well. Myriad Formation Kingdom and the Emperor wouldn't be spared either. Li Qi smiled while looking at the old men. You two want to fight me? This nonchalant response froze the old men. Though they were powerful true gods, they were completely helpless against him, akin to grasshoppers going against a carriage. Ma Ming-chun himself almost died from a single kick. They wouldn't be able to stop a single move from him. Of course, they had no other choice due to the terrible consequences of her captivity. You need to walk over our corpses to get to her. One of them gritted their teeth. So be it, I've killed an entire legion today already, what's two more? Li Qi didn't care at all. Uncle Feng, leave, let me shoulder this. She looked feeble and desperate because resistance was futile. The two old men would only be suiciding. Lady, you go first, we'll buy time for you. They refused and rather used their lives to delay the inevitable. Chapter 25-21. Die. They rushed forward together. One with a saber while the other used an iron chain. Clank. The saber issued its hymn and came horizontally in the form of endless waves, wanting to drown Li Qi. Clank. The iron chain was thrown towards him with enough power to imprison a nebula. The entire area was instantly sealed. The two men chose to use their strongest attack, no longer giving a damn about anything else. If they were facing anyone else, perhaps this combo would be able to buy valuable time for Bingqi Hanyu to start running. Unfortunately, they were facing Li Qi, so their frightening combo looked insignificant. He didn't bat an eye and casually raised a finger. Boom! The long saber crumbled, the same with the iron chains. Poof! Poof! The two old men didn't have a chance to run and instantly turned to bloody mists scattering to the wind. The crowd still hasn't gotten used to his power. These old men were relatively famous in the Bingqi as experts, but they couldn't handle a single finger strike from him. Of course, they have expected this result. Nevertheless, expecting and actually witnessing were two different things. This still shocked them all the same. When he took down Ma Ming-chun with one kick, they were also astonished. However, for the majority of the crowd, an eternal was too far above them. Strangely enough, it didn't have the same effect because they couldn't relate to the power level. These two old men were different. They were similar and evenly matched to some of the ancestors or the masters of the geniuses present. This meant that his one-finger strike could also easily crush them to oblivion. This painted a better picture for their mind, so they trembled with fear. Just imagining a being so far superior left some ancestors horrified. This feeling of helplessness and vulnerability permeated the spectators. They didn't dare to do anything but watch the bloody mists being blown away by the winds. No one can save you. They'll only be coming to their death. Li Qi chuckled and reached for Hanyu. One could see the fear deep in her eyes, but she didn't try to run. Losing meant accepting the responsibility, and running was useless anyway. She knew this full well. She didn't try to stop his grasp, so she stood still, accepting her fate. Clank. The moment they made contact, a sword hymn resounded. Its glint flashed as the slash crossed through the myriad realms. This vast edge could cut through the stars and the six Tao, sweeping through all obstacles with a grand momentum and cutting out a new chaos. The aura of a true emperor surged like a flood with continuous detonations, more than enough to crush the gods and devils in all worlds. This imperial divinity was imperious, causing living beings to tremble with fear. A true emperor! Someone shouted in horror and gazed at the incoming slash. 8 Formation True Emperor. The last came from the distant Myriad Formation Kingdom and instantly made it here. Only one emperor was around in that kingdom right now. 8 Formation. It's clear that he wanted to save Bingqi Hanyu. The slash was still mighty despite the long travel. This emperor's slash was brilliant since it contained a massive sword momentum. It aimed straight for Li Qi's neck, wanting to decapitate him. However,
Li Jie casually retaliated with a regular simple punch. Boom! It looked ordinary enough, yet it carried an apocalyptic force. The slash instantly shattered into bright particles and scattered all over the sky, resulting in a rain of sword energy. The imperial aura was also taken down, unable to withstand the invincible punch. 8 Formation True Emperor's slash seemed feeble versus Li Jie's punch. He's invincible. Though people expected this result, they didn't think Li Jie would dominate the first exchange so thoroughly. All eyes turn towards Myriad Formation Kingdom, wondering if the Emperor will come out to save Bingqi Hanyu since their status has been confirmed. Looks like he does care about you. Unfortunately, nothing will come of it. Li Jie smiled and gazed towards Myriad Formation Kingdom. I welcome all challenges. I'll be waiting at Great Desolate Mountain. Come out and fight. With that, he turned and left, while the crowd shuddered from this declaration of war. Alas, the Emperor was still in a cultivation session. Of course, no one was surprised at this declaration. 8 Formation True Emperor had sieged the imperial city before, chasing the king away from his throne. At the same time, he also took the king's fiancée. For both personal and political reasons, the king and the emperor will have a fight to the death. The reticent crowd heaved a sigh of relief after Li Jie was gone. They felt much better since with him around, they didn't dare to open their mouth, always in a state of nervousness. The outcome is settled, everyone needs to start praying. Qin Zhenyao sighed, knowing that even though she was a special girl, she still wouldn't be able to enter Li Jie's sight after missing her chance.
Earning his favor now was harder than reaching for the heavens.
What she needed to do now was carefully report to her ancestors about everything that had happened here, hoping that they could make a rational decision. Otherwise, even a sect as powerful as theirs could turn to ashes. No one can stop him now. The Saber Saints smiled wryly. Among the 5 great powers, Waterfront Pavilion was the luckiest thanks to Lu Chuqing. Otherwise, they would be in the same shoes as the Bingqi clan. He shook his head and left. It was time for them to back off. They have earned Li Jie's grace, so it was time to be smart. The anxious crowd didn't know what to do or where to go. There was a competition for the throne previously, but now the king had soared to the sky. The entire system trembled before him. Its inhabitants were at a complete loss. Chapter 25-22. The shocking fight left everyone in 9 linked mountains frightened. The useless king was actually a hidden master, easily killing an eternal like Ma Mingchun along with an entire legion. Those who have laughed at him before or the sects that have participated in the coup were nervous, thinking that payback was due. If the king cared for the past, so many heads would start rolling on the ground, numerous sects would face their doom. Just think about it, one kick from him was enough to turn Ma Mingchun into 2 halves. This terrifying existence could easily take down anyone. Because of this, people were scared out of their mind. Those who have offended him wanted nothing more than to prostrate and beg for mercy and forgiveness. Most remained quiet after the battle, not daring to comment on the king. Will 8 Formation True Emperor accept the challenge? Nevertheless, people still discussed in private quarters with their friends and seniors. This issue took contemplation. In the past, a unanimous answer would be given, that someone like 8 Formation wouldn't give a damn about the king. Accepting it was no problem. This was no longer the case. In fact, people didn't have much confidence in the emperor any longer. Well, he's still a true emperor, so he should come. A senior quietly said, albeit with uncertainty. But the king is too strong. The junior was afraid because the king's deeds have left behind a terrible shadow in his mind, perhaps for a lifetime. In the past, these youths worshipped 8 Formation True Emperor. They considered him to be a peerless genius, a great role model. That's why they also thought that the emperor made a perfect match with Bingqi Hanyu, a talented broom and a beautiful bride. Strangely enough, they didn't worship the king the same way. Instead of admiration, they felt nothing but fear for him, similar to Lucidity King. He had surpassed the level of admiration. Someone this terrifying only instilled trepidation into the crowd. He has to. An ancestor looked over at Myriad Kingdom Formation and said, if he doesn't, he'll stagnate forever and won't become a majestic emperor. Why is that? A junior asked curiously. A hot devil. The ancestor explained. He'll forever be in the shadows of the king if he doesn't come. Yes. Another senior nodded. Princess Hanyu has been captured by the king, so the emperor has no excuses to not fight since they are married on paper. His Tao heart will be forever haunted by this mental devil. He won't be able to get past it if he doesn't come. I don't think the emperor can handle that horrifying king. The junior lowered his volume. Everyone stopped talking, so the atmosphere became heavy. Ultimately, the king wasn't as strong as Ma Ming-chun. Even if his supreme ancestor came along, it wouldn't amount to anything.
Well, we will just have to see how much of that formation the emperor has grasped. The ancestor pondered for a bit before replying. If he can exert its full power with the protection of his supreme ancestor, then there might be a chance.
Otherwise, the probability of winning is negligible. Unfortunately, he has no choice but to come and fight. The youths who once admired the emperor shuddered after hearing this and didn't know how to feel. What if the emperor just surrenders to the king? Another youth had a bold thought. The seniors glanced at each other.
One of them smiled wryly and shook his head. I'm afraid that's impossible.
The emperor and the king are fire and water right now since the coup. Will the king forgive the emperor? No. Plus, a true emperor will not submit to an enemy. The ancestor explained. The junior sighed, disappointed upon hearing this. Li Jie has brought Bingqi Hanyu back to his stone hall in Great Desolate Mountain. He threw her on the bed before sealing space. What do you want? The pale girl quickly retreated, but the area has been sealed, so she was stopped by the edge. Her black hair was a mess. Same with her disorderly dress. A touch of white skin could be seen, only making the beauty even sexier and more seductive. Li Jie took a good look before smiling. You tell me, what is the fate of a lamb after being cornered by a wolf? She trembled with horror, but there was nowhere to run. I've lost, just kill me. Her voice was shaking. As the princess of the Bingqi, she has always been pampered as a golden daughter, getting whatever she wanted. Fear wasn't a familiar emotion until this very moment. She found herself to be completely insignificant. You said I could do whatever I wanted, and I certainly don't want to kill you. He smirked. Don't worry, I'm quite good at teaching women, you won't want to leave afterward. The girl's legs grew weak as she wished to be as far away from this place as possible. He looked like a devil in her eyes now, one that would bring her down the pits of darkness with no chance at redemption. No. The girl still wanted to run, but Li Jie immediately grabbed her, pushing her against the wall. It's impossible to run from me. He chuckled. Remember, a gambler needs to be prepared to pay the price. When you bet everything on the line, you should have been ready to become someone else's toy. What do you want? She felt danger, for they were next to each other, though he hasn't done anything yet. And he didn't need to do anything. Just his aura alone made her feel helpless, unable to move. She could feel his invasive breath now, losing her courage to resist this dangerous man. You tell me. His eyes fell on her plump breasts. She felt as if she was standing naked before him with no place to hide. His gaze seemed to be caressing her all over, carefully enjoying her snow-white flesh, even the forbidden locations. She thought about covering herself, but a sense of futility overwhelmed her. She lost the courage to resist. The only thing she could do was cry out. Don't do this. She knew what he wanted to do. An abyss of damnation awaited her. There was no coming back. Chapter 25-23. Li Jie's overwhelming aura pervaded the area, and Hanyu felt she had no place to hide. It seeped into her very being, every inch of her body. She felt weak and utterly helpless. When his breath touched her neck, the heat invaded her and spread all over. He had gripped her mind, disallowing her from refusing him. During her formative years, those around her have always been respectful. Such insolence was out of the question. She has never been so close with the opposite sex, so this entire ordeal left her in shambles. I need to enjoy a demoness like you, to not waste the opportunity. Li Jie gently flicked his finger. Pop. The buttons on her dress broke, one by one. The entire process was especially slow, starting from the top. Her dress began to drape off of her shoulders. This great beauty naturally had skin as fair as jade, especially tempting and comfortable to the touch. No, the girl tried to pull up her dress, but Li Jie grabbed both of her wrists, holding her hands above her head and against the wall. No, just kill me. Tears filled her eyes. It won't end that easy.
He smiled in a gentle manner, but this gentle smile was full of danger and ruthlessness, akin to that of a tyrant. His fingers traced down her soft skin following the slipping of the dress. It was quite elegant yet domineering, leaving no room for refusal and resistance. "Kill me!" She started sobbing. "No, you will enjoy the feeling of being taught. You will become the happiest woman from pleasure." He smiled. "Being taught by me will be the apex of your life, the greatest of pleasure. From now on, you won't be able to control yourself from loving the experience of squirming from pleasure beneath me and letting me do as I please." "No!" His voice rang next to her ear, full of temptation and masculinity. His breath by her ear made her sensitive, causing her to tremble. Tears began streaming down her seductive face. "Look at me." It was an inviolable order. She instinctively looked up at him, teary-eyed, and fell into silence. This old man was showing a rare expression, domineering and oppressive like a supreme, forcing anyone to submit before him. His gaze immediately captivated her heart and imprisoned her mind. It was a bottomless abyss, no coming back out once fallen inside. He was the invincible master of this world. The gods prostrated before his thrones. The myriad existences were under his whim. This was the most powerful man in the world, capable of conquering everything. A girl like her could only submit before this absolute power. She was lost before she knew it. Her dress was down by her ankles now, revealing her full figure. Ample perfection, plump and round with the beautiful pink spots. Others couldn't help but take their time enjoying them. So Li Qia's hands started touching them. "No!" She still had a sliver of reasoning and mustered power out of nowhere to stop him. Unfortunately, his domineering aura erupted again with flashing lights in his eyes. "No!" Her voice became softer, almost like a moan. Under around a kneading and ravaging, her soft bosoms became hard. She suddenly found her mind to be leaving her body, the latter no longer under her control. It didn't take long before he raised her up against the wall in a rough manner. Meanwhile, Nine-Linked Mountains was still overwhelmed by Li Qia's authority. Everyone kept their mouth shut. His invincibility has taken over. He became a supreme that robbed everyone of their breath. Clank! Suddenly, a sword hymn shook the world. The sword light formed its own world and illuminated the realms. One sword finally flew the long distance and pinned itself inside Nine-Linked Mountains. Everyone could tell that it came from Myriad Formation Kingdom. 8 Formation True Emperor. The crowd realized the person behind this and instantly looked around. "The Emperor is coming, he's really coming." Murmurs sounded. Clank! 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 Countless divine swords rushed out of the kingdom. They had all shapes and forms, ancient ones full of stains and spots. Some pulsed with divinity and fury. They formed a net, seemingly wanting to pierce the entire world until total demise. Boom! They emitted blinding radiance and murderous intent. Everyone in Nine Secrets could sense this. Such fury, the spectators felt a chill after the bloodthirsty eruption. Next, these swords rushed like the tides towards Nine-Linked Mountains with extreme speed. This resulted in a magnificent scene of countless swords converging and blotting out the sky. It wasn't only aiming at Great Desolate Mountain. They eventually scattered on the various peaks in this sect. Moreover, after this first wave, another loud explosion occurred back in Myriad Formation Kingdom. Exuberant light oozed out like the opening of a treasure chest. Another wave of sword rushed to the air. It didn't take long before this realm was filled with lights and hymns of swords. More waves came in a never-ending manner, causing the crowd to gasp. It looked like a rain of swords above Nine-Linked Mountains. They kept on falling down and pinning themselves on the ground. A terrorizing sword intent engulfed the sect. These energies penetrated deep into the bones in every location. Chapter 25-24. The sword energies made Nine-Linked Mountains look like a world of blades. Swords existed as far as the eye can see, pinning on the various peaks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there was one sword in every step, the same with their frightening aura. The torrential atmosphere actually made the nearby cultivators' swords resonate as well. Some started shaking and wanting to leave their sheath without the permission of their masters. They wished to fuse into the world of swords and reach a state of harmonization. The inordinate number of swords naturally wowed the crowd.
8 formation true emperor is not messing around now, looks like he wishes to go to the very end. Even if it means mutual destruction. One old expert murmured. Not just him, the entire kingdom has let caution go with the wind. An ancestor quietly remarked. Remember, 9 linked mountains has never participated in the worldly struggles, but its power was unfathomable. Even Lucidity King needed to give this sect face. Now, the emperor and his sword have turned the place into a battlefield. It meant that he no longer cared about 9 linked mountains or keeping up a courteous appearance. It didn't only represent his personal stance but also his kingdom's. He wouldn't have done so without their full support. He must be furious. A spectator murmured. Don't forget, Princess Hanyu is captured right now, and given the king's characters, what do you think he'll do? His friend chimed in. This stifled the current conversation since everyone started imagining. What kind of person was the king? Perverted, absurd, and tyrannical. A guy who would do anything. And when a beauty like Bingqi Hanyu had fallen into his grasp. Moreover, he had publicly stated his intention of educating her in the past. The outcome was obvious. I'm afraid no men can quell this fury, let alone a true emperor. People said after thinking it through. Then let's wait and see. An elder said, being too resolute will end with casualties on both sides. No chance for backing off. Nevertheless, success is the only way to vent. Conflicts are just part of life. I can at least sympathize with his choice. Unfortunately, failing will result in the destruction of his kingdom. The efforts of his ancestors will turn to ashes. He'll be a sinner who won't be able to face the ancestors. If we're really talking about being rational and logical, is it worth it to drag an entire kingdom down over a woman? Billions of citizens.
Yet for a man, to do otherwise would be to suffer for an entire lifetime.
The elder's analysis captivated the crowd. They felt as if their heart was being clutched tightly. The king is fierce and brutal indeed. Only more than Lucidity King, not less. A commenter kept his voice at a low volume.
Everyone has learned of his methods now. Massacring a legion without batting an eye.
This was indeed just as impressive as the previous king. The ancestor gently shook his head. It's not the king's fault. This is just the cruelty of a political struggle. Completely inevitable the moment the Bingqi swapped their princess and 8 formation true emperor attacked the imperial city, a part of karma.
Look at the princess of Waterfront instead. Adored by the king and even given the 9 secrets.
Everyone became envious after the topic changed to Princess Lu Xueqi. Just think about it. Calm Lotus was an incredible sect, yet they only had 2 secrets. Now, Xueqi alone had 9. No one could match this in the entire system. Will Her Highness become a second true Emperor Jiuning? Someone wondered.
Rumor has it that this emperor had access to all 9. A brilliant being that was comparable to Emperor Zhang.
Someone like Lucidity King also viewed her as his pride. From this, one could imagine how great she was. Hard to say. An ancestor replied, it really doesn't matter whether she becomes a true emperor in the future since her current status is already prestigious beyond words. Even Fairy Qin isn't on the same level. He sighed after saying this. Many were referring to Xueqi as Her Highness now. Everyone could see that once the king takes back his throne, she was the only one qualified to be queen. This spot has pretty much been determined. His Majesty truly dotes on her, she's so lucky. A few pretty cultivators became envious. When they wanted to learn the powerful merit laws from their sect, they needed to ace the examinations and trials. As for the 9 secrets, that's something they never dared to think about. Not to mention that their sects didn't have it. Even if they did, not just anyone can have access. Now, Xueqi was around their age, yet she had all 9 words. Luckies. A senior didn't like this comment and glared at the girls. This has nothing to do with luck. She planted the seeds and now, it is time for her to harvest. When the king had a rotten reputation, did anyone give a damn about him? Did anyone want to serve him and face ridicules and disdain? Only Her Highness chose to do so. Could any of you have made this choice? The young girls became silent after hearing this. Indeed, this wasn't something they would have done. In their eyes, the king in the past was only a perverted and useless ruler.
They would have nothing but disdain for the king, let alone serving him.
Nothing comes free in this life. The senior continued. Only by paying the price would one gain something. Unfortunately, even the seniors failed to see this. If they were aware of all the possibilities, the present would be completely different. One could only lament their lack of vision. No wonder why the king looked down on them and called them ants. Boom! Another explosion detonated in Myriad Formation Kingdom and disrupted the conversations. Divine lights oozed out in that realm as if they were opening numerous treasuries and all of their hidden cards. This majestic power surged to the sky, seemingly awakening the great sages of the kingdom consisting of mighty Eternals and brilliant true emperors. They released their abilities in full. Of course, it was only the kingdom's foundation being activated, not that these beings were actually coming back to life. These were the powers stemming from previous blessings and augmentations. Get in line, arrange the banners and laws for full derivation and transformation. Chants resounded in the kingdom, not from the disciples but from the remnant voices of the great beings. The old blessings made the sky colorful as if these beings were returning. The kingdom became brimming with power, almost turning into a massive behemoth. They are revealing their true power. The experts in 9 linked mountains became astonished. They're not messing around, that's the power of an entire kingdom. Another said. A kingdom revealing their ace cards could only be described as frightening. There was no doubt that 8 Formation True Emperor wanted to fight to the death against the king, not caring about the consequences. Chapter 25-25. The crowd was naturally moved by the impressive scene in Myriad Formation. Buzz. Clear outlines and divine halos emerged. They expanded through the realms and create bridges, making the kingdom look like a city of heavens. An immense aura took form, making everyone feel as if an ultimate power was gathering on this kingdom. In this blink of an eye, the grand Tao power of 9 secrets seemed to be under Myriad Formation's control. The kingdom became shrouded with mist and fog, turning into a scene of paradise. Their national formation, I can't believe they have activated it. An older expert became startled. Incredible. It'll give plenty of blessings for the emperor. All eyes were on Myriad Formation. Is this one of the 3 great formations? Another asked. Myriad Formation Kingdom was known to have 3 great formations created by their founding emperor. Rumor has it that they were shockingly powerful. Some said that their strongest formation was actually the kingdom itself. The entire land used to be a naturally formed formation. Later on, Myriad Formation True Emperor started the kingdom and only slightly augmented the land, turning it into a peerless formation. By using the momentum and geography of the land, people believed that once activated, this kingdom could borrow the strength of 9 secret system. Because of this, some speculated that breaking this national formation would be exceedingly difficult. Their ancestors even proclaimed that no one could take their formation down. Supporting this national formation and the momentum of the land required massive resources. The kingdom would never do it outside of an existential crisis, so the crowd was quite surprised. Buzz. Wisps of light appeared all around 9 secrets starting from Myriad Formation Kingdom and spread to the rest. These bright runes seemed to be pulling the power of the system into Myriad Formation. This resulted in the kingdom becoming even more mighty with a terrifying aura. 8 Formation True Emperor isn't confident, so he needs to use his kingdom and borrow the power of the system. Everyone understood right away. This was meant to grant an insane boost to the emperor's own power so that he could be at the same level as Xueqi. Well, who can be confident going against the king right now? One ancestor said. Not to mention 8 Formation True Emperor, even Lucidity King might need to think twice. Everyone let out an awkward smile since they have seen Xueqi's abilities, allowing him to treat Eternals like insects. Doesn't the emperor understand the immortal slaying ancient formation? I thought this formation is heaven-defying? A youth said. Prior to this, people have been singing praises of this formation, so the youths felt nothing but respect and awe towards it. That's in the past, but it's not enough right now. No one expected for the king to be such a monster. An older master smiled wryly. Everyone thought that once the emperor had control of this formation, no one in the younger generation would be his match. Even older Eternals would feel some qualms going against it. This would stabilize the emperor's reign. But the king shattered everyone's confidence. The emperor and his formation weren't enough. I mean, isn't it obvious? Ma Ming-chun is the real deal, a tough Eternal. I'm not denying that 8 Formation True Emperor is a brilliant youth, but a 2 Palace Emperor has limits and not on the same level as an Eternal. Even with his formation, he'll only be able to fight against an Eternal at best, one that isn't as strong as Ma Ming-chun. So, How is he going to fight against the king? The ancestor paused and looked towards Myriad Formation Kingdom. In order to have a real match, the emperor needs to use the resources and foundation of his kingdom to borrow the power of the system that will give him a sliver of hope. Anything less is a suicidal endeavor. The reversal of roles left everyone speechless. It wasn't long ago that everyone thought of the emperor as an incredible genius. But now, the king has become an unsurpassable and oppressive mountain. Even the emperor paled in comparison. How exciting! A leisure voice interrupted the anticipating spectators. People looked back and saw Li Qie coming out of his stone hall. He stood on top of his peak to look at Myriad Formation Kingdom. Lu Chuqing and Bingqi Hanyu followed behind him. Hanyu looked quite obedient with spring in her face. The already beautiful woman became even more seductive and tender. The crowd glanced at each other. Despite not knowing what had happened, they still had a pretty good guess. Some sighed and lamented, sympathizing with the emperor for being so furious. He probably had a good guess too. His Majesty is coming. A whisper sounded. The experts in 9-linked mountains got on their knees without needing to be reminded, aware that just a single thought of the king could make their heads roll on the ground. Okay, just watch the show, no need to be so serious. Do as you please. Li Qie waved his sleeve. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. Some felt all kinds of emotions, but there was nothing they could do about it. Bingqi Hanyu and Chuqing took out a chair and table, then began to serve him. Hanyu, who was arrogant and spoiled, looked just like a maid now. A bit interesting. He sat down on his chair and smiled, his eyes glancing at the kingdom. Hanyu also looked over, only to sigh softly. She looked away and remained quiet. Boom! An explosion caused the kingdom to shake. A being emerged inside the boundless radiance, looking just like a dominating god with a surging imperial aura. 8 Formation True Emperor. The crowd whispered his title. Some then stole glimpses at Li Qie. This emperor was the one who chased Li Qie from his throne, turning him into a fleeing dog without a master. But now, the king showed his invincibility. Even the untouchable emperor needed to act with full caution. Rumble! Beams of light began shooting at the emperor. The power of both the national formation and the system poured into his very being. He resonated with the Grand Tao and initiated numerous Tao laws. Each law was as big as a waterfall pushing down on the firmaments. Chapter 25-26. Boom! As the Tao laws coiled around the emperor, his imperial aura surged rapidly as if his cultivation took several big realms higher. His eyes pulsed with a golden light, with the ability to refine the world and destroy the ages. Perhaps he could even sever the flow of time with a single wave. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing his current state. He was already strong enough normally, but now, under the immense blessings, he became even more domineering, seemingly invincible. The crushing laws around him continued to change, turning into the various celestials and living beings. The laws eventually disappeared, replaced by a majestic world shouldered by the emperor. 9 Secret System. Someone took a careful look at this blinding world and instantly knew what it was. Yes, you're right. Others agreed. The emperor was shouldering the entire system, allowing him to wield its power as well. An immortal haze slowly spread out from this world, shrouding the emperor in a mysterious manner. He seemed to have just walked out of a land of immortals. Each step carried this land's aura and presence. Each step began to turn the ground beneath him into something magical. The crowd glanced at each other. They could sense his mighty power right now. There was no doubt that he had surpassed a 2-palace emperor, perhaps even a 3-palace one. This is still 9 secrets. He grew up in this land and searched for its mysteries. That's why he has the home court advantage, not surprising at all. An ancestor elaborated. All cultivators had home court advantage outside of those without a system. Of course, they were too weak to matter. As for 2 cultivators on the same level, having the home court advantage meant absolutely dominating the enemy. Moreover, the stronger one's cultivation, the more apparent this advantage became. Needless to say, about a true emperor, one would have massive advantages within his system, even more so when compared to an eternal from the same system. After all, an emperor had a more thorough understanding of the system's profundity, so they could control more of its power. This was another difference between a true emperor and a true god. 8 Formation True Emperor was born with impeccable talents and had started learning about 9 Secret System and its laws since youth. He was close to the Dao land here, especially inside his own kingdom, able to gather its power at whim. People glanced over at Li Qia, wondering about his advantages since no one has seen him at full force. How does it compare to His Majesty? The excited youths wondered since 8 Formation True Emperor was impressing them after seeing his unmatched form. After all, he has been their role model in 9 secrets for a long period. Deep down in their heart, they still hoped that he would be strong enough for a successful counter. On the other hand, many didn't want to approve of Li Qia. The guy appeared overnight and became the king. Plus, he had a terrible reputation, whether true or not, so they naturally were prejudiced against him. That's why some of the crowd craved for 8 Formation True Emperor's victory. Of course, they kept it inside because if a tyrant like Li Qia were to find out, he might decapitate them. Maybe there's a chance. Some younger friends commented. However, unlike the optimistic youths, the older cultivators had a solemn expression since they have seen Li Qia in action before. The guy was simply unfathomable and brutal. His power level remained unknown. In fact, some believed that he was definitely stronger than the late king, Lucidity. If that's the case, not to mention 8 Formation True Emperor, the entire system would be trembling beneath his reign. No one was spared from anxiety during this period. The 5 great powers and the rest, even the 5 supreme ancestors, they all listened to him and obeyed all of his orders. How frightening would it be if the king was actually stronger than Lucidity? No one in the system would be able to oppose him then. Clank. The emperor continued on his path. The swords resonated with each step. Divine swords appeared with unique markings and totems. One had a roaring true dragon, another had a soaring phoenix, one more had howling heavenly dog. These visual phenomena painted the opening of a primal world. These divine and ferocious beasts accompanied the emperor. With his slight movements, the swords also flew across the sky. It looked like he was riding a sea of swords across the realms. Quite a magnificent scene. The first-time viewers were in awe. This is how a true emperor travel? Each step of his encompassed a great distance. Though the kingdom was extremely far from 9 linked, it was no problem for him. He's almost there. Someone murmured as the emperor got closer to the mountains. At the same time, people started to leave since they didn't want to be dragged into the inevitable fight between the king and the emperor. Some glanced over at Li Qia, wanting to see his expression. Unfortunately, he was as leisurely as ever with the 2 girls serving him tea despite the emperor's incredible momentum. He looked as if he was enjoying the sceneries. So unreal. Even the ones annoyed at him still had to admit that this guy was too fierce. The emperor finally made it into 9 linked mountains. The swords behind him issued continuous hums. Clank. The blades pinned on the various peaks also resonated back. Millions of swords started a melody in unison. Cultivators lost control of their swords as well during this resonating process. Coordinate lines appeared around the mountain range. Under the urging of the swords, a terrible formation took form. Clank. One final hymn tore apart the land. The peaks suddenly disappeared and turned into gigantic swords. In fact, the mountain range itself looked like one sword resting on the world. Chapter 25-27. Everything became hazy since the mountain range was engulfed by a great sword formation, full of sharp intents. Just one sword wave emanating from this formation could eradicate the stars, making them dissipate like specks of dust. A biting aura permeated as if anything inside the sword formation would instantly be rendered into mists of blood. Nothing would be left behind. Origin Sword Formation, one of the 3 great formations. The strongest one of the swords. An ancestor murmured. The crowd finally realized why the emperor sent down those swords earlier onto 9 linked. It was in preparation for this formation. Everyone held their breath and wondered about a potential miracle. His kingdom was known for their expertise in formation. Now, the emperor and his entire land have prepared this ultimate sword formation. Clank. The emperor stopped before Great Desolate Mountain. His eyes flashing like lightning and fell upon Bing Chi Hanyu, who was standing calmly next to the king. His glance then turned towards Li Qia and shot out a blinding glint of the sword, akin to the explosion of an entire world. A massive invincible aura erupted. A meeting between enemies would incite fury. However, the emperor kept his cool and benevolence, not shouting just yet. Li Qia. He called out Li Qia by his name with a voice as firm as a rock and as smooth as an unsheathing sword. Each word was filled with aggression. Everyone held their breath, watching the meeting between the two kings. No one wanted to miss this colorful event. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. This was actually the second meeting between the two. The first one was when 8 Formation True Emperor led the 6 legions to siege the imperial city. At that point, the king was considered to be useless and weak. The outcome of that event was too obvious. The abandoned king was chased out of his throne. 8 Formation True Emperor became even more famous after the fact and seemed to be on the verge of replacing the king. This was no longer the case. The king turned out to be untouchable. Everyone seemed insignificant before him. Even the emperor needed to prepare meticulously before this meeting. The worst part of all was that his fiancée has fallen into the king's grasp. Li Qia didn't mind the rude address and put down his teacup. He yawned. That was a long preparation, how boring. The crowd froze in response. The emperor had numerous blessings and looked to be invincible right now, yet the king still didn't give a damn, clearly not taking the emperor serious at all. This only made the crowd think about his immense power. That's the only way he could be so relaxed right now. The emperor had a serious expression. He coldly uttered, "I'm here to take away Princess Hanyu." With that, his eyes shot out enough radiance to lacerate the world. He clearly showed his determination with this attitude. Commendable courage. Li Qia still seemed disinterested and waved his sleeve. Well, before we even get into whether you're strong enough to take her away, let's ask her if she wants to leave with you first. The spectating youths felt indignation for the emperor since the king was showing nothing but contempt and disrespect. The emperor turned towards Hanyu. His eyes became gentler. "Princess, will you leave with me?" he said in a gentlemanly manner. His action temperament befitted his status as a true emperor. She sighed and shook her head. "Young noble Tianji, this is all my fault, so I should be the one to end this. Your future is bright. Drop the animosity and leave this place. The vast world is for you to explore." Her soft words carried good intentions since she knew full well that no one could take on Li Qia. Only death awaited his foes. Resistance was futile, so she chose to submit. This answer heralded confusion. The crowd started to clamor and glanced at each other. Everyone knew that Princess Hanyu and 8 Formation True Emperor was a match made in heaven, perfect for each other, perfect in the eyes of the spectators. Moreover, she had toiled to gather followers and build up momentum for him in the past. Yes, it could be said that she had given full effort to help him become the next king. So, many viewed her as a virtuous wife, beautiful, capable, a qualified queen. But now, everything has changed so quickly in just one night. She has chosen to follow the king. This left the crowd speechless. Just what the hell had happened? They started imagining different scenarios. The emperor's expression shifted as he trembled slightly. Of course, someone at his level could quickly regain his composure. "Princess, don't worry, I will save you. I don't care what had happened since you were captured because of me. I have the responsibility to take you back." He took a deep breath and said. Some gave him a thumbs up in admiration. This was indeed a very manly answer, full of responsibility. She shook her head again. "Young noble Tianji, you still don't understand. You are not His Majesty's match. Opposing His Majesty will only bring ruins, not only to Myriad Formation Kingdom but also to the Bingqi clan." The response this time was as clear as can be, and certainly wasn't easy on the ears. Nevertheless, she was speaking the truth. This had escalated beyond personal pride and feud. It could bring about a calamity to their kingdom and clan. Some didn't quite understand her choice because in their mind, the emperor took great risks just to come and rescue her. The emperor took one more breath to calm down and decisively looked away from Bingqi Hanyu. Clank! With a resounding sword hymn, his gaze turned into a terrifying divine sword, wishing to decapitate Li Qia. He exuded a terrifying murderous intent, turning into a god of death, killing all who stand before him without any mercy. "I will have your head today and take away Princess Hanyu even if it's the last thing I do." He made a solemn and resolute declaration, representing his unswerving will. Hanyu gave up trying to persuade him for she knew it was too late. This battle was inevitable now. Chapter 25-28. The official challenge only needed Li Qiye's confirmation now. The crowd watched with bated breath, waiting for this incredible fight. Many were bullish about the king because of his impressive showings in the past. The emperor was certainly strong and peerless in the young generation, especially in his current state. This was enough to fight an eternal, but people weren't optimistic about his chances, not after seeing what happened to Ma Ming-chun. The emperor might be strong with his newfound power but still shouldn't be at the same level as the king.
A fight it is,
Li Qiye lazily said, but 1 second, this godforsaken place is so cold, someone as delicate as me can't handle it. Look at how my legs are shaking, almost losing feeling in them and can't stand up. Just wait a bit. The crowd smiled wryly after hearing this. This person could take down Eternals like eating a meal, yet he couldn't handle this temperature? Who would believe this crap?
I'll warm them up, Your Majesty,
Hongyu said softly. When someone seductive like her acted in this gentle manner, the effect became several magnitudes greater.
She prepared a hot basin and kneeled down before him, taking off his shoes and carefully washing his feet in a meticulous manner, akin to a maid serving her master.
That's good. He lazily leaned back to enjoy her service. The speechless spectators felt as if their heart was being squeezed. Hongyu, the successor and princess of the Bing Qi. Numerous people wanted to court her, but they weren't qualified due to her prestigious status and beauty. The young ones viewed her as a goddess, feeling inadequate in her presence. Now, she was kneeling and washing Li Qiye's feet while being as careful as possible. This naturally shocked the crowd. That's why some of the youths had trouble breathing. Some even became heartbroken. A few started stealing glances at the emperor since she was his fiancée. This was truly humiliating, impossible to accept.
Nevertheless, he stood there with a cold expression.
No one could read his emotions.
Let me warm you up.
Hongyu took her time to finish the task, then dried his feet. Next, she lifted his feet and covered them with her outer garment, sandwiching them inside her deep valley. Her collar has been unbuttoned, revealing her well-rounded and snow-white breasts. His feet were inside now as she lifted up her breasts, doing her best to snuggle his feet with them. Eyes widened at this sight. This prestigious princess was lowering her status to this level? The crowd became frozen. Just what kind of man could conquer this proud woman and make her willingly serve him like this? The king's domineering style seemed to have conquered her completely. The crowd shuddered after realizing this. The experts knew that conquering a talented and prideful girl like Hongyu wasn't that easy. One needed true charisma and matchless strength in order to win her heart until she was willing to do anything. As a princess, the men she has met were all prestigious prodigies and powerful characters. Only the strongest could actually win her over like this. The emperor's expression became ugly after seeing this, but he quickly restrained his anger. Your Majesty, do you feel warm now? Her eyes rippled like the autumn waves, glistening in a dazzling manner. This combined with her seductive smile made people hot and bothered, wanting to do nothing other than ravaging her. They salivated at this romantic act, becoming quite envious. Unfortunately, Li Qiye was the only character qualified to enjoy this. Much better, I can actually do things now, he lazily said. She attentively put his shoes on while the crowd fantasized about how soft they must have been. Unfortunately, fantasizing was the only thing they could do. All right, feeling pretty good today. Li Qiye stood up after she got on his shoes and started stretching. She then patted his shoulders and grabbed his hand, placing it on her chest. She said softly, I pray for your success. Of course I will be unbeatable and triumphant. Li Qiye laughed and boisterously declared. She turned red and hot, thinking about his ferocity and prior roughness. This made her go weak and inadvertently wet. She became embarrassed and retreated to the back, keeping her head lowered. The spectators had nothing to say while looking at the lazy Li Qiye, tasting different emotions inside. Bitterness, sour, and spiciness. All in all, it wasn't a good feeling. Prior to this, many looked down on the king for various reasons, especially the young geniuses. They thought that he only relied on riding Lucidity King's coattail. This was a stark contrast compared to Bing Qi Hanyu with plenty of suitors. People toiled and worked just to win a smile from her. Unfortunately, Even the king or young lord of a sect still couldn't obtain reciprocation. But now, this princess acted as a servant before the once useless king, willing to do and suffer anything for him. This was a tough blow for the spectators. The male geniuses shuddered, feeling as if their heart has been stabbed by a sharp knife. This was extremely painful and virtually unforgivable. Because of this, the crowd glanced over at 8 Formation True Emperor. They themselves were very disturbed and pained right now. He should be much worse. No man could accept their fiancé acting like this before the rest of the world. All right, how do you want to do this? Xueqi floated to the sky and still looked as disinterested as ever.
Chapter 25-29. The emperor had a chilling expression and determined gaze flashing with fatal intent just like blades.
Some were actually admiring him right now. Anyone else suffering this humiliating event would have crumbled already and wouldn't want to stay here any longer. The emperor, on the other hand, stood there still eager to fight, seemingly unperturbed. Anyone else would have their morale plummeting, if not a total collapse. Their will to fight would lessen as a result as well, but not the emperor. This was indeed a rare, admirable trait.
There was a reason why he became a true emperor.
He earned a lot of sympathy from the crowd because of Bing Chi Hanyu. His fiancée has left him for the king. This was an embarrassing matter, a great blow for any man. Some of the older experts gently sighed. The fight has become even more inevitable.
The king was still as ridiculous as before with the exception of his immense strength.
There was nothing he wouldn't do. They realized that opposing a tyrant like this was the same as becoming enemies with a devil. The guy could always stomp on the opponent's pride, letting them taste a fate worse than death. They felt that it might have been better if Lucidity King was still in charge. At the very least, the guy was only imperious and dictatorial. On the other hand, the new king was unpredictable and potentially licentious as well. People started missing Lucidity King for his good qualities. The emperor stared straight at Xueqi and declared, "We'll go to the death today. One of us will go down."
Xueqi shook his head.
"No, the only one dying is you, and this has been decided the moment you tried to reach for the throne. You should be thanking the wind geyser from God's step. If it wasn't for him, I'm sure the imperial city would have turned into a bloodbath. Corpses would pile up higher than the walls. Unfortunately, the geyser decided to do a good deed for karma." The crowd finally caught on. Back on that day, the king was all alone, so everyone thought he wanted to die with his kingdom. No one expected that a rescuer would come and take him away from the crutch of 8 Formation True Emperor. It turned out that this person was Wind God, one of the 5 supreme ancestors. Nevertheless, they shuddered at this point, knowing that the king was ready for a massacre, killing all of the invaders. They could indeed imagine the scene of blood and bones filling up the imperial palace.
The sanguine stench seemed to be lingering by the tip of the nose.
Plus, they knew that he wasn't just bragging. The entire system could have changed in one day if it wasn't for Wind God. The 6 legions, the Bing Chi, and myriad Formation Kingdom could have been wiped out. We'll see about that. The emperor wasn't afraid. Very well, people don't give up until the very end when it is too late for regrets. Xueqi casually smiled and waved his hand. "Go first so that you can at least have a chance to struggle." The emperor's eyes lit up like the explosions of the stars in a frightening manner.
"Fine, to the death!"
the emperor shouted.
Clank!
Clank! It seemed as if countless swords have left their sheath and surged to the sky of 9 linked mountains. Buzz! A boundless sword domain initiated where the Tao of the sword reigned supreme. In this domain, swords were the rulers, but the emperor was the ruler of the swords. Because of this, the emperor became the ultimate and only existence. Wait! There was another being in this domain, Xueqi. At the tallest location of this domain was a stately entrance with a flashing source. The emperor was standing at the end of this realm, above all else, and wielding this source. Origin Sword Formation, the strongest sword formation of his kingdom. Someone murmured. It came from Myriad Formation True Emperor. Rumor has it that it had taken down another emperor before with its peerless power. Clank! Curtains of swords appeared, eventually lining up into walls.
This culminated into the thickest layer of swords spanning for millions of miles in this domain in front of the emperor. One would need to spend great effort in order to break one layer of this formation. Taking the entire thing down would be prohibitively difficult. At the same time,
the spatial area around him became ethereal. The Emperor seemed to have left this dimension and entered the great entrance above this domain. Nevertheless, the formation was still as strong as ever. This meant that while inside this domain, one wouldn't be able to find the Emperor, yet he could still wield its awesome and destructive power. How do you beat this? The crowd had no idea on how to defeat this formation. There was no escaping for the opponent, yet they couldn't target the Emperor either. What must we do to break this origin sword formation? A young genius became puzzled and asked quietly.
I don't know. His senior shook his head and put on a serious expression. I heard it has killed a true emperor before. Breaking it will be hard, very hard.
It's not impossible. Breaking the eye of the formation will break the whole thing. The controller serves as the eye. Just find that person and it'll be there. An ancestor jumped in. This made the group exchange glances at each other. 8 formation true emperor has disappeared from the formation. How is anyone going to find him? The variations and transformations of this formation are too profound. Breaking it completely is harder than reaching heaven itself. I think it's wiser to try and force one's way out. Another expert stated his opinion. All eyes were on Lichia now. They wanted to see what this mighty king would do to deal with this formation. Die! The emperor's voice sounded from above the sky vault. He resembled the supreme ruler of this area now. Clank! Rains of swords poured down from above, more than enough to make mincemeat out of anyone inside in the blink of an eye. People shuddered at this sight. If they were in this formation, they might instantly fall to this first wave. Calling this little art a formation is shameful. The smiling Lichia had no intention of dodging as he watched the barrages of swords heading straight for him. Chapter 25-30. Lichia stood there calmly against the torrential downpour of swords, treating it like a drizzle. Clank! The swords aimed at him in an orderly fashion, wishing to blow him into smithereens. They were inches from him, yet he still wore a smile on his face. In this split second, he gently shot out something. The world quaked and space became crushed along with all of the swords. They seemed fragile and collapsed into specks of dust, resulting in a rain of golden powders. One could hear their falling clatters. So strong! The crowd gasped at the dominating sight. He destroyed countless swords with such ease. They glanced at each other, thinking that the king's power had no worldly bounds, far superior to any other affinity. Clank! A gigantic sword materialized within the domain. The mountain range also lit up with bright rays from every peak. These sword energies exuded a divine presence and immense force. The rays eventually gathered on the great sword. It didn't take long before what seems to be all the lights in the world has accumulated on its blade in a blinding manner. The sword itself seemed to be giving birth to a world. Clank! A world-tearing resonation crossed the air. The ground started cracking in multiple places. The spatial area nearby shattered as well. This resonation alone could instantly turn a true god into nothingness. Its powerful sword energy could take down devils and fiends. Quite an incredible power. Clank! Another resonation resounded. The sound turned into a murderous vertical slash with an unstoppable sharpness. It had locked onto Lichia and would find him even if he was a billion miles away. There was no escaping. It was sharp enough to cut through the firmest defensive line in this world. Stars to pieces, the earth lacerated, yin-yang and the 5 elements were severed. Karma and cycles faced destruction. The gods would tremble before this murderous and bloodthirsty slash. One could easily imagine the gods being decapitated, their heads flying in the air. The spectators naturally shuddered, scared out of their mind. Weak! Lichia smirked and casually raised his hand to stop the slash. This naturally astounded the crowd, since not even the toughest defense might be able to block it. The strongest treasure of an ascender would still be cut into 2 halves. Lichia's frivolity stunned the crowd. Was he tired of living? Stopping this slash with one's bare hand was suicidal. Everyone could see the outcome. Blood would gush from his severed arm. Even his body might be separated. Clank! Unfortunately, nothing of that sort occurred. Lichia's hand firmly stopped the gigantic sword. It seemed to be the toughest metal in existence, untouched by the sharp blade. Only sparks came out of the impact point. What more could the crowd say? This person came out unscathed before a direct strike. His flesh seemed to be tougher than metal. They gasped in response. Not to mention Ascenders, 8 formation true Emperor himself wouldn't try to stop that slash with his flesh. Doing so would result in dismemberment. The spectators couldn't believe their own eyes. They wondered what his flesh was made of. I told you that I was only playing around with everyone earlier. To actually think that you can hurt me. Xueqi shook his head and twisted his hand. Crack! The gigantic sword got snapped like a dried branch despite wielding the power of 9 linked mountains. That slash just now consisted of 8 formation true Emperor's power, the force of the entire formation, and even a part of 9 secret systems' power. Alas, Xueqi still shocked the crowd by defeating it. My turn. He smiled, slowly making a fist. As the fist started forming, the crowd felt an intense pressure. Though it didn't carry a shocking or immense power, they still froze as if he had their heart in his grasp. The clearer the shape of the fist, the more people stopped breathing as if there was an invisible hand seizing their throat. Opening their mouth wide didn't get them any air either. They had the illusion that he had the entire world in his palm. It couldn't handle a single blow from him. Boom! He finally unleashed his apocalyptic punch. All back to dust, the only words that the crowd could use to describe this incredible technique. Go! The voice of the Emperor resounded. Clank! 81 great swords emerged instantly. They turned into the origin and slashed down in unison, creating a net of sword energy. This would last forever since they have created an independent cycle. They carried a supreme intent seemed to be that of nature itself, the power of a true ruler. No one could withstand this force while being inside this domain. Origin first strike, the formation's real moves are coming. A member of the crowd shouted with horror. Boom! Alas, this supreme power and ruler's intent still couldn't do anything before Xueqi's punch. Rumble! The 81 swords instantly collapsed along with their origin force. They only appeared to be supreme on the outside, not possessing real force and couldn't reach the apex. The first continued to break through space in an unrelenting manner. It pierced through the entire sword domain and reached the deepest location. The moment it made its way to the entrance in the sky, numerous layers of swords appeared to build the most resilient defense in the world, virtually impossible to penetrate. Unfortunately again, Xueqi's punch easily pierced through the multiple layers. They all shattered into golden powders and started scattering to the ground. This scene naturally shocked the crowd to the core. Chapter 25-31. The sword layers were inordinately thick and tough since it carried the power of the Emperor and the entire formation, resulting in a majestic force. Even an Eternal would require a powerful offensive artifact to break the layers, not like Xueqi with a single punch. The most terrifying part was that it continued to move on, seemingly unstoppable. Boom! There was no place to hide before its might. The hidden entrance was forced out in the open and destroyed. The entire sword domain crumbled, replaced by a black hole. The world seemed to have been torn asunder by this casual punch. Bam! 8 formation true Emperor also came out, stunned. He immediately took out 3 swords to stop the punch. The resulting impact shook the world. So many people got dizzy and started seeing stars, nearly falling to the ground. The 3 swords managed to stop the onslaught, but the Emperor still vomited blood and staggered several steps backward. His energy started running amok inside. No one expected this development. People knew that the king would be able to break the formation. It was just a question of how. Who would have thought that only 1 punch was necessary? No one did because they deemed it to be impossible. Remember, this formation had killed a true emperor before. Moreover, it was performed by 8 formation true emperor on top of using the resources of myriad formation kingdom. Its power was simply unimaginable. That fist destroyed the entire domain and the entire formation itself. People suddenly thought that not only the physical realm but even the temporal river could be destroyed. That's why they stood there, slack-jawed, and unable to calm down. They realized once again just how much they have underestimated the king's terrifying strength. Immortal slaying 3 swords. Someone interrupted the moment of confusion after seeing the emperor's swords. The crowd once again turned to look at the 3 ancient swords that have managed to stop the punch earlier. They were archaic and made from unknown materials that resemble a mix of jade and bronze in appearance, full of spots. They seemed to be stained with dried blood from an unknown age. The blood still emitted a terrible aura as if it belonged to an invincible being.
A true immortal. People shuddered after feeling the blood's murderous intent.
It still had such a terrible presence after so many years? Maybe these swords have indeed killed an immortal? But then again, that couldn't be possible because no one in the world has seen an immortal. This only showed that a frightening existence had fallen to these swords. They can form the immortal slaying ancient formation. An old expert murmured. Of course, some salivated while staring at the swords because of the formation's famous abilities. Wielding them meant wielding the formation. So many people coveted these amazing treasures. They also noticed the blood on the lips of the emperor. Xueqi nearly killed the emperor under his empowered state too. If it wasn't for the 3 swords, maybe the emperor would be a puddle of blood right now. Xueqi smiled after seeing them. Those swords are not bad. I want them. The world became quiet. This casual statement seemed to have determined the fate of the swords. Though the emperor was holding them, people felt as if they have already belonged to Xueqi. All right, hurry. I want to see how strong the formation will be under your control. Xueqi smiled leisurely, not caring about the ancient formation as if everything was under his control. The emperor had an unsightly expression. It didn't feel good being looked down in this manner. He was a true emperor empowered by his kingdom on top of possessing these 3 swords. No one in Imperial dared to look down on him right now, let alone a youth. Alas, Xueqi didn't give a damn, so he became infuriated. He restrained his anger and focused his gaze. From his eyes came a massive formation. The world became engulfed in the Tao of the sword. Everything turned into a supreme formation. The world was a formation and he was the world. Everyone could sense this transformation since he started exuding the orders of an array, seemingly fusing with heaven and earth to drive the profound formation. You do understand the trinity of formations, indeed qualified to be a true emperor. Unfortunately, too impatient and not enough polishing, inferior to that brat Waterwatch in this regard. Xueqi nodded and judged the emperor. No one knew what to say, unable to determine the amount of sarcasm in it. To the death. The emperor ignored the comment and stepped forward. His voice was full of confidence and bloodthirst. Everyone could see that the emperor was putting his life on the line. They took a deep breath, feeling a bit of admiration for the emperor. At this point, everyone could see that the king was invincible, more than enough to make everyone drown in despair. The emperor could be 10 times stronger and he still wouldn't be a match. Moreover, his fiancée was completely conquered by the king. This was unbearable for any man. In spite of it all, he still managed to maintain a mental state fit for battle. They also sympathized with his reckless idea because living was meaningless. Even if he could escape from the king and keep his life, he would forever be living under the king's shadow. The devil of the heart would devour the remainder of his life. He would be suffering in humiliation. Thus, instead of living like a coward, going out with a bang was much more heroic. At the very least, he would still be known as someone who had competed with the king before. People would sing songs about him. All right, you may choose how to depart from this world. Go all out now and don't disappoint me. After preparing this so-called supreme formation for so long, it would be too boring if it can't handle a single blow. Xueqi chuckled and said, staying true to his perpetual domineering style. The crowd has come to expect this behavior from him, no longer finding it arrogant and annoying. Chapter 25-32. The emperor's eyes turned cold with a blinding radiance, capable of shining even the 9 levels of hell. Don't be so confident. His thunderous roar was intimidating. He stood there like a supreme sovereign, robbing everyone of their breath. The 3 swords in front of him had a cold glint, causing everyone to shudder. Their flashing glimmers pricked harshly down to the bones. The crowd could already sense a murderous intent before an attack, as if the swords were next to their neck. Decapitation could be next. Go, I'm waiting to see your comprehension. Xueqi nonchalantly said. Very well. The emperor said. Clank. The 3 swords resonated at the same time. Everyone could hear their hymn and felt their hair standing on end because the sound went straight for their heart, seemingly originating from there. This was akin to a direct assault on the heart, creating a penetrating pain. Many staggered backward from this unpleasant feeling. Buzz. Space fluctuated, seemingly being cut apart. The three swords began to rotate around the emperor. At the same time, runes were surging out of the emperor.
In this blink of an eye, he seemed to have endless runes as they slowly covered him.
These runes were ancient and profound, each wielding considerable power. This was no different from the emergence of 3,000 worlds.
Clank!
The three swords have opened an ancient world filled with lights. It immediately stabilized and locked onto the runes around him, resulting in a massive formation. It instantly trapped Li Qie within. This domain had its own sun and moon with blood flowing everywhere. The stench was horrifying. Same with the murderous pressure. People didn't only shudder but would become nauseated as well. Strange sizzles could be heard. It seemed that if any existence in this world were to let down their guard even a little bit, the pressure could instantly turn them to blood. This was quite frightening.
Just the atmosphere of the formation alone was extremely fatal.
Boom! After the formation took form, the emperor gathered his vitality and became resplendent.
Rumble!
Myriad Formation Kingdom in the distant also exuded blinding lights. With the kingdom in the center, rays of light traveled to different places in 9 secrets and started sucking out power. These various forces from the system became pulsing rays and headed for the emperor. The rays eventually converged into a single pulse and shot straight for the emperor.
He opened his fate palaces and absorbed the incoming energy in full.
An inferno rushed out of his body and ravaged the sky. He turned into a sacred deity, pulsing with a blinding radiance, no longer belonging to the mortal world. He was no different from a being from above, wielding an ancient sword to deliver judgments. His battle abilities soared even greater than before. Just a wave had an apocalyptic might. The crowd took a deep breath. This heightened form of his was truly strong. Not many ancestors in 9 secrets could take him on now. Boom! He then jumped into the ancient formation and split into 3 copies. There were 3 of him now inside immortal slaying ancient formation. They were identical and had the same radiance. The split didn't make any of them weaker than the original. Which one is real? The spectators were confused to see 3 of him. They opened their heavenly gaze and tried to spot the real one. Unfortunately, they were disappointed to find that regardless of how careful they looked, they still couldn't notice anything. It's impossible to tell. Even the ancestors shook their head. Copies can't be this strong. Another murmured. Cultivators could create avatars and copies after reaching a certain level, but they were far inferior to the real body. Some copy didn't even possess 20% strength of the original.
One ancestor stared seriously at the formation. The emperor has entered a special state in this formation.
Even his copies are just as strong as the original. So now there are 3 of him, and they're all empowered too. This formation is incredible then. Another took a deep breath. This meant that the emperor's power had tripled. This combined with the murderous atmosphere in the formation made him much stronger than normal. Don't be surprised. An ancestor said, this formation has an amazing origin. Few in the history of Myriad Formation Kingdom have been able to learn it.
Clank!
The 3 emperors each had 1 sword. They raised it in front of them in an offensive stance, ready to attack. The swords exuded a flowing golden brilliance that spread to the emperors. They looked like 3 golden immortals with a transcending aura, a stark contrast to the murderous aura emanating from the swords. Die! The emperor roared and finally made his move, slashing vertically with his swords.
Clank!
The entire formation activated with a merciless sharpness, enough to kill an immortal. The spectators felt a sharp sting on their neck as if they were the ones being decapitated.
Come!
Li Qie laughed and casually punched again. The destructive punch was as unstoppable as before, destroying everything in its path. There was no taking back after releasing. Boom! It aimed straight for the 3 swords. The crowd watched with bated breath. This wasn't the first time the king used his bare hands against weapons.
The result was the swords being blown to the air. The emperor staggered several steps backward.
Chapter 2533. Even under the effects of the formation, the swords were still blown away and the emperor couldn't stand still against the force of the fist. He's bleeding. However, a keen-eyed spectator noticed something far in the formation. Everyone looked over at Li Qie. Sure enough, blood was dripping down his fist. It wasn't a serious wound, only a minor cut. Nevertheless, This still moved the crowd because his fist had always come out just fine in these exchanges. In fact, he easily broke the previous sword. This only proved how incredible these ancient swords were. The immortal slaying ancient swords are too sharp. Someone became startled and said,
"No, His Majesty's fist is the impressive thing here." An ancestor gently shook his head and put on a solemn expression. "Rumor has it that normal imperial weapons can't withstand this formation and will be severed. However, he used his flesh yet only a faint wound was left behind. It shows that his body is tougher than imperial weapons."
People shuddered after hearing this. These ancient swords could cut steel like mud yet failed to do significant damage to the king after a direct confrontation. Again, the second emperor attacked after the successful repel by Xueqi. The second slash aimed horizontally for his back, wanting to separate him into two halves. This all happened in the blink of an eye after the first impact. The second slash was almost there. These emperors worked quite well together and had no openings. Xueqi didn't bother turning around and casually unleashed a backward palm strike, simple without any variation. Nevertheless, it was extremely effective. The horizontal slash was instantly suppressed and fell to the ground. He took another step forward and released an explosive punch straight for the first emperor. There was no doubt that he had figured out the real body. Of course, due to the sheer speed of the events, the first emperor was still in the midst of being pushed back from the first punch and has yet to stabilize his stance. Boom! The punch broke the space in front as well as the emperor's chest plate. Keep in mind that the punch itself hasn't made contact just yet. Clank! The third emperor joined in with a massive wave of energy straight at the second punch. Its light was capable of illuminating the 9 realms. The wave was boundless, impossible to cross by any living existence. Drowning would be their fate. The punch actually seemed minuscule compared to the sword wave, almost like a drop of water in the ocean. Rumble! Unfortunately, this great ocean still couldn't stop the punch. It created a massive tsunami and flipped the ocean over. All of the sword lights instantly shattered, then the ocean itself. The third emperor also staggered backward, unable to withstand the annihilative fist. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. 8 formation true emperor was still the underdog despite being inside his formation, unable to go on the offensive. From start to finish, the king hasn't used a weapon yet he still had the upper hand. That's quite terrifying. Die! The first emperor calmed down and soared to the sky, unleashing the profundity from his sword. Suddenly, there were 1,000 emperors appearing above. Their swords clanked continuously and created an inescapable net. Kill him! The second and third emperor also split into countless copies and began the same onslaught. 3,000 emperors and their sword derived the mysteries of the Grand Tao. The invincible sword arts of the formation came down, instantly surrounding Xueqi. Sword waves came from the left and right, up and down. Xueqi simply raised his hand and created a bright formation of his own and instantly stopped the onslaught. Sword energies from all directions came slashing with rippling intents, more than enough to take down the celestials above. Just 3 were frightening enough, but 3,000 emperors? This was a sight to behold. Everything was engulfed by the frightening slashes inside the formation, waiting to be turned to blood. Damn! A few spectators murmured after seeing the inescapable sword energies. No, His Majesty is still the more impressive one. An expert said, 3,000 emperors still can't move him, that's insane. Everyone looked over towards Xueqi inside his barrier. Sure enough, the rampaging slashes couldn't break down his defense. If this is all you can do, it's time for death. Xueqi chuckled. Activate! The emperor roared after seeing the stalemate. 3,000 emperors fused together into one again. Clank! The 3 ancient swords also fused into just one. It became larger with an intensified murderous aura, resembling a scaffold ready to decapitate immortals. Boom! His vitality surged to the sky like a soaring dragon. It then coiled around him in a dazzling manner. The kingdom also became radiant. All of the light became one with the emperor. He grew larger. One step could annihilate the myriad Tao and the reincarnation cycles. Everyone could see his holiness. Behind him was a faint figure accompanied by an invincible aura belonging to an ancient progenitor. It filled the world and traveled across the river of time. The gods and emperors needed to retreat. All other beings would be suppressed. A progenitor! The crowd screamed after sensing this terrible aura. A progenitor is here? People dropped to the ground, trembling with fear. That's not possible. This is just the power of 9 secret system. A solemn ancestor explained. You're going down. The emperor delivered a vertical slash. Everyone felt as if he was a progenitor at this moment. The power of a progenitor. People shuddered. The weak members of the crowd twitched on the ground, losing control of their body. Chapter 25-34. Clank. The power of a progenitor empowered the slash, allowing it to destroy the ages and any immortal. The swords released strands of light. Each seemed to be materializing into physical form, full of murderous intent. These bright rays were fatal, aiming straight for the throat. This slash would remove any immortal in the world. The sword has finally revealed its true form and terrifying power. This primordial beast has shown its real fangs. The emperor didn't exert its true power earlier. He needed to be at this level before being capable of delivering this slash. The crowd's expression darkened, petrified by this murderous aura. Some dropped straight to the ground. Good. Xueqi smiled and casually raised his right hand in retaliation. Clank. Another sword hymn could be heard.
It wasn't as sharp and clear as the one from the immortal slaying sword, but rather forceful with a deeper pitch similar to a large bell.
A bronze sword appeared. It was as massive as a mountain, lying horizontally in the sky and crushing the stars above. Its size actually didn't matter, only its incalculable weight. Surely the heaviest item in existence. Whoosh!
It flew out and slashed at the other sword with pure strength.
There was no murderous aura nor technique, just an immaculate power that could crush everything.
Because of its unimaginable weight, the moment it took action, the spatial area nearby got crushed and became a terrible void after loud cracking noises.
Perhaps it weighed 1,000 times more than 3 immortals. Just imagine the force behind such weight. The most amazing slash wouldn't amount to much when facing its might. Bam! A contest of a peerless formation versus a heavy sword. Unfortunately, the formation seemed feeble in comparison, like an ant being crushed by a mountain. Fiery sparks scattered before the immortal slaying sword was blown flying. Even the figure behind the emperor suffered the same fate. The heavy sword didn't stop there. Its shockwave still continued forward through everything. Boom! The weight of the strike seemed to be on the back end and has just now reached the front to hit 8 formation true emperor. Ah!
He bellowed miserably before turning into a mist of blood.
Since the start with his ultimate slash till his death only took the blink of an eye. The spectators didn't even have the time to breathe before everything ended. Boom! The formation collapsed, leaving behind the 3 floating swords. Just a while ago, the emperor had the immortal slaying formation on top of blessings from his kingdom and the power of 9 secrets. Alas, just a single slash still took him down. The guy didn't even have the chance to try and run. The spectators regained their wits and trembled in fear. The king didn't need to use any invincible art. Just this bronze sword alone could make him invincible. One slash from it could take down a kingdom or lineage. 1,000,000 miles of land would sink to the core. Hidden powers and resources? Ancestors? True gods? All to ashes. The 3 immortal swords were still floating, unharmed by the contact earlier with the bronze one. They were clearly precious treasures.
Not bad at all, mine.
Xueqi smiled and reached for them. Clank! Clank! The swords resisted his suppression since they already had a master, not wanting to submit. Unfortunately, his great palm didn't allow for resistance. They were instantly suppressed and fell into his possession.
He did a simple wiping motion and destroyed the seals of the swords along with the markings of myriad formation kingdom.
There was no doubt that their master has changed at this point. The kingdom wouldn't be able to summon them back. Buzz! Suddenly, the bloody mist lit up. A condensation force took place. What's going on? A strong expert noticed this. A shadow of 8 formation true emperor appeared in the bloody mist, only around the size of a fist. He's not dead yet since his true fate hasn't been destroyed. An ancestor figured it out. True emperor was a resilient realm. A true god would have been ashes after being struck by that slash. However, the true fate of this emperor was still intact. He only needed time and certain conditions to create a new body and live again. Unfortunately, you are doomed. Li Jie chuckled after seeing this. Clank. He casually used his new swords. They all swung down in unison. No! The image of the emperor shouted and finally felt fear. He wanted to escape at this last second. Pluff! It was already too late. His true fate was instantly cut by the three swords. It became extinguished and dispersed into light particles. The crowd watched the slowly dispersing radiance while trembling inside. This signaled the death of the emperor. He no longer existed in this world. The end of a great genius. Everyone became emotional and speechless, albeit with different feelings. Not just in 9 Secrets but in all of Imperial, 8 Formation True Emperor was a brilliant prodigy. Becoming an emperor at such a young age meant that he had limitless potential. Some considered him to be number 1 in 9 Secrets. They viewed him as their role model as they strived to become better and famous, perhaps reaching the imperial realm just like him. Alas, they watched his death today after suffering an utter defeat to the hand of the king, someone they have looked down upon. This reversal was such irony to the emperor's fans. The older experts didn't feel the same way. They felt a chill because the king was untouchable now. The fate of 9 Secrets has been determined. Everyone needed to obey him in the future. They also knew that nothing good would come from opposing the king. It was suicidal on top of bringing potential sect destruction. His reign of terror would far exceed Lucidity King's. Bing Chi Hanyu gently sighed after seeing this. She had tried her best to convince the emperor otherwise. He was the one who chose this path.
Chapter 25-35. Silence reared its head again in 9 linked mountains in a dreadful and suffocating manner.
Ma Mingchuan's death didn't carry the same weight as the emperor's. Many were certainly shocked and became afraid of the king after Mingchuan's demise. But 8 Formation True Emperor was a rising star. He had so much potential and would reach a higher realm in the future. Ming Chun was a settling sun, standing at his apex. That's why his death wasn't as shocking. The end of a genius. An expert bitterly smiled. In fact, some didn't know how to feel. Ever since his birth, 8 Formation True Emperor was destined for greatness due to his excellent bloodline and incredible talents. Moreover, his characters and personalities were top-notch, a dragon among men. Everyone knew about how hard he had trained in the Tao, so his current accomplishments were expected. So in a sense, they believed that he had superior genes and would become as bright as the sun, the symbol of the young generation. On the other hand, the king was an illegitimate son, hidden away by Lucidity King. Moreover, he became a tyrant after inheriting the throne. So it was a case of a prodigy versus a prodigal tyrant. Unfortunately, the hero of the story lost today. Reality was often cruel and ironic. Nevertheless, all they could do was stare at the king in fear, not daring to utter a word. Saying no to him right now was courting death and complete extermination.
Li Jie recalled the 3 immortal swords and stared towards the direction of Myriad Formation Kingdom. Well, at least you are still acting like a proper ancestor.
People also looked over at the kingdom after hearing this. They remembered that it also has one of the 5 supreme ancestors. Some believe that outside of Lucidity King, the 5 ancestors were the strongest in 9 Secrets. However, this ancestor didn't interfere during the duel between the emperor and the king. No sneak attack either. Unlike Ma Ming-chun, he still didn't take action to save the dying emperor. Why didn't that supreme ancestor help? A youth asked. His ancestor glared sternly at him and said, "Cultivators don't only focus on strength but also characters. A supreme ancestor represents his sect and the juniors, so one can't act in a despicable manner. It would reflect badly on his own forefathers and ruin the reputation of his sect." Indeed.
A different ancestor agreed. After all, this was a fair duel between the emperor and his majesty. Plus, the emperor managed to maintain his prestige and reputation. Some recalled the ambushes from Tang Hexiong then Ma Ming-chun. Both of them were prestigious characters. An imperial god commander and a central commander who was also an eternal. Everyone was surprised when they decided to ambush Li Jie and looked down on them for doing so. Nevertheless, this had an adverse effect on young spectators. If these big shots could ambush others, then why shouldn't they do so as well? This terrible thought consumed some of the youth's righteous Tao. It's one thing to start a fight with a number advantage, that's already bad enough. One ancestor firmly asserted. But a sneak attack is utterly contemptible.
If everyone in the system is despicable to this level, the system will fall into ruins in due time. I agree. 8 Formation True Emperor did a great job. Though he had passed away, he still put up a just and honorable fight, a death befitting that of an emperor.
The ancestor from Myriad Formation Kingdom at this crucial moment properly composed himself, not ambushing to save his sect's talent.
Many ancestors agreed with this viewpoint. They were afraid that the bad examples set by Ma Mingchun and Tang Hexiang might affect their young disciples. This was a good time for a lecture to fix their mentality. Boom! Endless light surged from Myriad Formation Kingdom, culminating in a fire burning in the wild blue yonder and illuminating the realms. A gigantic figure appeared inside the kingdom, stately and mighty, stars above his head and oceans below his feet. People couldn't help wanting to bow to this old man. A frightening aura of an eternal took 9 secrets like a storm. The supreme ancestor of Myriad Formation. People could see him despite the great distance. Wait, does the ancestor want a part in this too? Going all out against the king? Some speculated. What other choice do they have? An old expert said, the king is invincible. Once he takes back the throne, Myriad Formation Kingdom will be the first on his list. So if they don't go all out now, when? The crowd glanced at each other. This feud has indeed escalated beyond mediation. And to think I've just praised you. Losing your patience? Li Qie smiled at the massive figure. Boom! Another pillar of light erupted from the Bing Qi clan. A sonorous clanking of a weapon resounded. Other weapons in the world resonated back with a hum as well. Another old man emerged with a weapon floating above him. It emitted endless imperial might, seemingly capable of suppressing every other artifact. Supreme ancestor of the Bing Qi. Another shouted. That's all break. One ancestor recognized the weapon floating above his head. Weapon break true emperor's artifact. All break. The experts became startled. All break was rumored to be the Bing Qi's strongest weapon. Their patriarch weapon break was a peerless blacksmith and his masterpiece was all break. Some believed that it was on the same level as ancestral weapons. Is this really happening? People glanced at each other. No. Bing Qi Honyu's expression darkened. She didn't want her clan to be destroyed. Well, it's not surprising they're allies. Another whispered. Ever since the siege, these two have formed a marriage alliance. They were on the same boat now and needed to act together against the common enemy. Boom! At the same time, another divine beam rushed to the air with a holy affinity. A man came out of the light, looking quite transcending. Calm Lotus Monastery's supreme ancestor. His appearance was more shocking than the other two. What is going on? Are the ancestors crazy? I told them that we can't oppose the king. It was Qin Jianyao's turn to be astounded. Chapter 2536. Calm Lotus Monastery, the Bing Qi, and Myriad Formation Kingdom. 3 supreme ancestors from these sects have appeared and astonished the crowd. Only the 2 from Waterfront and Godstep were missing. They have rarely shown themselves in the past since they represented the highest echelon in 9 secrets. Their appearance would mean something big was happening. Calm Lotus is here too. A surprised spectator murmured. It was one thing for the first 2 ancestors to come out, especially the one from the kingdom. After all, the emperor was killed just now. Moreover, they had no other choice either since they had an irreconcilable feud with the king. It was understandable for the Bing Qi as well. They were on the same side as the kingdom so they needed to work together. This wasn't the case for Calm Lotus. This particular sect had no big conflict with Li Qie. Though Qin Jianyao didn't carry out her marriage promise, she wasn't the only one. Plus, it didn't mean that there wasn't a chance for them to rethink the marriage situation in the future. They have never outright denied or refused the proposal, so it could be said that this sect had the least serious feud with the king. But now, their ancestor had appeared as well, contrary to everyone's expectation. Jianyao herself was shocked since she had sent back reports about the king to the sect. She recommended to never oppose the king. In fact, it was fine to submit in order to stay alive. She thought the ancestors would agree with her opinion. Who would have thought that their supreme ancestor would join up with his 2 peers? She had no idea why they made this decision. What had bewildered them? As someone who has always kept calm regardless of the situation, she found herself lost. This alliance ruined all of her plans. Clank! Clank! Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed across the system. Everyone looked over towards the direction of the noise. It's Sky Mountain, the bell in the Imperial City. People were surprised. Who is ringing it? Is this an official decree? Many then turned towards Li Qie after hearing this. Though he was chased away from his throne, most people still thought that the royal rule of 9 secrets still belongs to Lucidity King's branch. The city was currently occupied by the various legions, but they were just soldiers and didn't represent the royal authority. Not qualified to give orders to the world. Who was ringing the bell right now? To have the courage to do so without permission from the king. It's not an official decree. An ancestor carefully listened to the bell and remembered. This is the regal bell. It hasn't been used for a long time. What's that? The young ones have never heard of this bell. It's the bell that represents authority. The startled ancestor explained. This bell has always been in War Saint Dynasty but kept by the Sacred Cabinet. They're the only ones who can ring it for a declaration to the rest of the world. Sacred Cabinet? People have heard of this name before. The one that got destroyed by Lucidity King? Though few rarely brought it up, many in 9 secrets still knew about it. Previously, the kings of War Saint Dynasty didn't necessarily have total control over the system. They only served as spokesmen. The ones truly in charge were the ancestors from Sacred Cabinet. The cabinet made decisions about great events and future plans. The kings normally only announced them to the world. This lasted until the reign of Lucidity King. He decided to abolish the cabinet, resulting in a bloody war. After his victory, the members of the cabinet vanished without a trace. This institution ceased to exist afterward. This bell hasn't rung since the disappearance of the cabinet. One ancestor said, the late king's words became the symbol of authority. Who would have thought that this sound would come back now after so long? Is the cabinet trying to rise again? An expert became interested. Rumor has it that they have been eliminated by Lucidity King, but the symbolic bell signaled their return. Is this a warning to the 3 supreme ancestors, or do they have other plans? Some glanced over at Li Qie. After all, the king represented the imperial rule while the cabinet was also from War Saint Dynasty. In theory, they should be on the same side as him. I'm not sure, there is some long-running animosity here. A whisperer stated his mind. The group agreed. After all, the cabinet has always been in charge of War Saint until Lucidity King. Meanwhile, the new king was also from Lucidity's branch. Would they stand on his side? Most felt that this was impossible. This particular feud couldn't be dropped that easily. Rumble. Back in the distant Skyrap Mountain, a great peak seemed to be opening with light as dazzling as the contents of a splendorous treasury. Finally, a pavilion started floating to the sky, shrouded in divine radiance. It looked ancient and seemingly cast from bronze. It poured down Tao laws filled with chaos and true energy. This building resembled a stately palace with a majestic aura. That's Sacred Cabinet. Many recognized the place. Why is it showing up now? Another asked, causing the crowd to exchange glances. They didn't show up during the siege at the Imperial Palace nor when the king was chased away from his throne. They didn't show up when the rest of the great powers competed for authority. Logically, if they wanted to compete, they should have shown up sooner and deliver a decisive blow. Choosing this particular moment seemed to be premeditated. Maybe they're here for that 9 immortals rope. One ancestor pondered carefully before coming up with this. They felt that the cabinet wasn't here for political reasons. Only that one rope was worthy of their appearance. Rumble. The world quaked as the 3 ancestors and the cabinet started heading for 9 linked mountains. They each occupied a different cardinal direction, seemingly wanting to surround Li Qie. One step from the ancestors took them 10 million miles. They left behind footsteps in the sky that could never be erased. As for the cabinet, it crushed space and traveled through 10 million miles with a peerless speed. They're coming for the king. Everyone could tell that they were trying to block all escape paths from the king, wanting to surround him. Chapter 2537. Rumble. Continuous explosions resounded. Both the 3 ancestors and the cabinet were far removed from 9 linked mountains, but this distance was nothing to characters of their level. All eyes were on Li Qie since he was their target. Would he fight or not? This became the question on everyone's mind.
There's no way he'll do it, right?
One person tried his best to lower his voice, afraid that Li Qie would hear him. Li Qie's might was unquestionable after taking down one big shot after another. However, the Supreme Ancestors have terrorized the system for several generations, not to mention the unfathomable Sacred Cabinet. This alliance was impossible to gauge. Few in the world could actually oppose them. Their abilities were the reason why Lucidity King didn't destroy the 5 ancestors in the past. No, I still think the king is untouchable. One expert mused and said slowly, he's unfathomable and probably hasn't shown us his real strength. An all-out move from him will be unimaginable. But you can say the same about the 3 Supreme Ancestors and Sacred Cabinet. Their move is going to be earth-shattering too. Someone else quietly said. Just wait and see. Another ancestor said, the outcome will be clear soon. This battle will determine the directions and fate of 9 secrets. The crowd slightly jolted, realizing the significance of this upcoming fight. If the king were to lose, there would be a contest for supremacy between 3 sects, perhaps a stalemate. The opposite scenario would be a tyrant even more imperious than Lucidity King. Li Qie still had a smile on his face, seemingly unperturbed. As the storm approaches, the cave entrance beneath Great Desolate Mountain suddenly trembled ever so slightly. It became dimmed, on the verge of disappearing. Everyone was focused on the 3 ancestors and Sacred Cabinet right now, so no one cared about the prison. In fact, the change was too minuscule to be spotted in the first place. Never mind, I'm busy now, no time to play with you all. Li Qie's eyes turned towards the prison before he laughed and leaped into the sky.
What is he doing?
This stunned the crowd. Boom! A deafening blast quaked the entire mountain range as if a world barrier has just been broken. They saw Li Qie landing down and jumping into the great desolate heavenly prison. The entrance looked like the bloody jaw of a primal beast. He jumped into the darkness and was swallowed up. Careful dash, Lu Chuqing felt her heart hanging on a string because of this sudden development. Bing Qi Hanyu hurriedly supported her while feeling the same astonishment. Everyone became stunned. Who could have expected this move from Li Qie? They all knew that there was no leaving this prison, regardless of how strong and mighty one was. It was eternal damnation, no coming back out, death without a grave. Lucidity King has thrown numerous powerful foes into this prison, and they were never seen again. Remember, his foes were mighty, starting at least from the eternal level. Alas, these eternals still disappeared into this prison. These tales built up a grim scene for the prison. The issue here was that no one forced Li Qie to do so. This seemingly suicidal act made jaws drop to the ground. People stared towards the prison with their mouth wide open. Is he insane and suicidal? Why did he jump into great desolate heavenly prison? Someone stammered. Some didn't believe their own eyes. Everything was arguably fine, yet the king chose to enter the prison. Maybe he's afraid of the alliance? Another speculated. No way. An old expert shook his head. The guy kills without batting an eye, he's afraid of no one. Plus, if it stemmed from fear, why the hell would he jump into the prison? Everyone agreed with this logic. Even if he couldn't take on the 3 ancestors, he still probably could go all out and escape from them. However, jumping into the prison would end with nothing but his death. The crowd continued speculating, but no one could come up with an answer. At least dying in a battle or in another place would leave him with his corpse and potentially a grave, unlike suffering an unknown fate in the prison. I'm sure he has his reasons, a wise ancestor said. Reasons, my ass. One shook his head. There is no way to justify suiciding like that. All of his plans and reasons are useless because he is going to die in there. The ancestor had no response since the guy made sense too. No one in history has managed to leave the prison. This is an impulsive choice indeed. He should have waited to see the development. He relented. Rumble. The 3 ancestors and the cabinet made it to 9 linked mountains a while after Li Qie's jump. They stared at the pitch-black entrance of the prison and became confused. They came prepared to fight to the death with Li Qie. But now, it looked as if their effort has gone to waste. They were sufficiently prepared, both mentally and strategically, yet the moment they got to the battlefield, their opponent instantly committed suicide. Losing this goal caught them off guard, not knowing how to proceed. The supreme ancestors looked at each other. Should they jump into the prison to follow him? Of course, they weren't that crazy. Unlike the rest of the crowd, they have personally seen the mighty existences who were thrown into the prison by Lucidity King. This prison left a deep impression on them. Wait for a bit. An ancient voice came from the cabinet. The three ancestors had no other option and decided to land on the ground, waiting. There was another pair of eyes observing the whole thing. South Peak Woodcutter. The smoke from his tobacco pipe shrouded his aged face. Nevertheless, his eyes were still as bright as ever. Maybe a miracle will happen. Does that prison really contain the secrets to immortality? He murmured as he puffed out rings of smoke. He watched without blinking once, really hoping for Xueqi to come back alive since he was curious about the prison's secrets as well. Chapter 2538. Boom! Xueqi fell from the sky and landed in the prison. Sand splattered beneath his feet. After stabilizing his stance, he looked around and saw yellow sand everywhere. Upon closer inspection, the sand here was different from the ones in a desert. It was dried with a burnt yellow shade as if something has incinerated the entire place. If one were to throw sand into a pan and roast them at high temperature, this would be the result. Moreover, there were signs of crystallization, at least on the outside. A knowledgeable person would certainly take a deep breath and feel dread after seeing this because only an exceedingly high temperature could create this area. Ordinary flames certainly couldn't do so. An invincible being must have turned this place into scorched earth. Normally, a land ravaged like this would melt together into one piece, whether it be the specks of sand, pebbles, and mud. Something similar to a porcelainization process. This place was unique that only this type of yellow crystallized sand was left behind, both the specks on the surface and the ones below. All of them suffered an even degree of temperature. It meant that this being wasn't only powerful but also had an apogee level of mastery over fire. Not just any progenitor could do this, and they would require a slow roasting process over a long period of time. Thus, this desert was the result of an unimaginable feat and a peerless true fire. The sky was a muddled expanse. A master using their heavenly gaze wouldn't be able to see through it. The entire azure seemed to be sealed. This was a great prison with no chance of escaping. Xueqi took a deep breath and found the air to be scorching inside his lungs. His throat was burnt as well. He carefully analyzed this sensation, catching an earthy taste from the air. It was slightly moist, virtually undetectable in this high heat. "It's really here," he murmured. "The old man really took advantage of the situation and gave me this tough problem. Does he want me to gather everything?" He smiled and looked around before picking a direction. Both the hot sand and air were especially discomforting. The suppressive atmosphere didn't help either. People would eventually go crazy after being stuck in this cage for a while. Along the way, he found numerous skeletons of all shapes and forms buried in the sand. One was massive. Just its finger alone were more than 10 meters long. One could imagine how big the entire thing used to be. There were smaller ones as well. Their bones had a metallic shimmer, evident of their might when they were still alive. Though it has been a long time, their divinity still remained. One would find that some of these corpses have died in an ancient era, unlike the ones that have died in the previous 1 or 2 generations ago. The former had decayed to a greater extent. It was clear that back in the olden days, many existences were forced into this place. This was way before the creation of Nine Secret System. Remember, this person wasn't built by Nine Secret's ancestor, nor was it personally refined by him. Rumor has it that he got it from his master Bao Pu, then he placed it in his system. Others believe that he got the prison from a perilous ancient ground. He pulled it away and fused it with his system during the system refinement process. In short, this place has existed way before Nine Secrets. Its true master and origin remained unknown. As Xueqi moved forward, he saw more remains from Nine Secret System. Many powerful prisoners were thrown here. So in the past, the leaders of the system have also thrown people into the prison. This practice eventually stopped until Lucidity King's generation. What was the goal behind this? Was this place really only a prison? No one knew the answer. Who knows how long Xueqi has been walking now? It was impossible to tell the flow of time in this desolate place.
Ha ha ha. A living person. A burst of dark laughter resounded as a figure come out of the sand. It was an old man with 8 arms. He looked old with withering vitality, but his 8 arms were still muscular with a golden glow, seemingly cast from gold. His bulging muscles and veins looked like golden dragons coiling around his arms. Quite a magnificent spectacle. Boom! The sand dune next to him also exploded and out came a bull's head. Its heavy figure landed on the sand like a mountain, causing sand specks to go everywhere. This was a strapping being who has the head of a bull and the body of a man. He had long and thick fur. When he shifted his body, the fur would move back and forth. He had long, large horns, black yet bright as if they have been polished. His weapon of choice was a stone hatchet brimming with violence. His lower half was covered by a loincloth that hasn't been changed in a long time, looking quite shabby. Ha ha ha. I haven't eaten meat in this godforsaken land for thousands of years now. This brat looks very soft. He's gonna taste good. The big-eyed bullman licked his lips, almost drooling. I agree. A different figure appeared, an old woman with gray hair and wrinkles. Nevertheless, she was definitely a beauty back then. Though she has been trapped in this sandy place for countless moons, her dress was still perfectly clean. Her eyes were especially bright. They fixated on Li Qie as she said slowly, "Yes, such tender meat, roasting is the right choice. His fat oil will burn to a nice crisp, so we get both textures." "Haha, I think boiling is the better choice," the 8-armed old man said. "So we can have a fragrant soup of pot too, now that's perfect." "All right, wild bull, 8-armed golden dragon, poison phoenix lady. Don't be scaring the newcomer, he just got here." A scholarly voice came about as a winged man approached. He was the youngest among them, resembling a middle-aged man with a red robe. He had a dark red feathered fan, looking like a plume of fiery clouds. When he got closer, the temperature instantly increased. People felt as if they were standing next to a cauldron. "Please, Firefeather Scholar, you're a murderous villain. Since when are you so nice? Maybe your murderous nature is done for after being trapped in this hellish place for so long." The man called Wild Bull laughed. His voice thundered like a bell, crisp and clear. "No." The scholar shook his head. "It's rare to have a newcomer. This is a very interesting event. I want to hear what's going on outside right now." The 3 of them glanced at each other and nodded in unison. They have been trapped for so long and didn't know what was happening outside. This youth could keep them up to date. "Firefeather is right," Poison Phoenix Lady said. "I want to know if that geezer Lucidity has croaked before us or not." Chapter 2539. The 4 of them turned and stared intensely at Li Qie, wanting to see some clues. "Brat, what sect are you from?" The impatient wild bull was the first to speak. "Some said I'm from War Saint Dynasty, but who knows?" Li Qie chuckled. "War Saint Dynasty? The geezer's kingdom." The 4 exchanged glances. "Ha ha ha, brat, what great crime did you commit to be thrown into this heavenly prison? It won't be an easy fate." Only that geezer will throw people in here." 8-armed golden dragon smirked at Li Qie. Firefeather Scholar pondered for a moment and said, "In terms of time, 1 generation has probably passed. We should live longer than the geezer, so he should be dead now." He then asked Li Qie, "Who is in charge of War Saint now?" "Lucidity King can't die that easily. He and Sun Lungying are miraculous and can live for 3 generations without a problem." A sickly voice interrupted the group. The 4 of them quickly turned their head and saw a gray-robed old man slowly walking over with a wooden stick. He was feeble, shaking 3 times with each step as if a breeze could sweep him off his feet. Moreover, his eyes were muddled and black. The guy seemed to be on the verge of death. The 4 made way for him in a respectful manner. "Ill Lord." Even the hot-headed wild bull became proper after seeing the old man. The old man judged Li Qie with his muddled eyes. "You're from War Saint Dynasty? Those thrown in here are all strong, but I don't see Do or Je in you. You sound very confident in your assessment." Li Qie smiled. "Brat, you probably don't know this, but if you're really from War Saint Dynasty, then you're talking to a forefather. Ill Lord is even older than Lucidity King. You won't be able to trick his vision." Poison Phoenix Lady chimed in with a smile. So the 5 of you are the strongest enemies of Lucidity King that were thrown in here, or so people said. And you, ill lord, are the strongest among them.
Li Jie looked at the group and said, Brat, there's something else you don't know. In terms of status, Ill Lord is Lucidity King's senior brother.
The scholar shook his head and said. Li Jie didn't expect this and smiled. I see, that is indeed a bit surprising.
It's all in the past. I've left 9 secret system a long time ago.
The old man didn't mind at all.
His title was Ill Lord. Others considered him to be Lucidity King's greatest enemy. For a long stretch of time, Lucidity King couldn't do anything to him. People believed that Lucidity King was inferior in terms of power. In all of Imperial, maybe only Gu Yifei of the Li clan could take him. However, when true Emperor Jiuning appeared, Lucidity King's authority reached its apex. He himself was a monster while his daughter was an emperor with 11 or 12 palaces. This culminated in Ill Lord's defeat. He was captured and thrown into this prison. Though most knew about their rivalry, few were aware that they were actually martial brothers. Ill Lord displayed incredible talents in his youth. The 2 brothers have always competed with each other in their sect. In fact, Lucidity King might not have gotten the throne back then if Ill Lord had continued to stay in War Saint Dynasty. The 2 walked on different paths. Ill Lord chose the heretical Tao and abandoned the merit laws of War Saint Dynasty. He came up with a Tao of pestilence and left 9 secret system. This was why few knew of his background. Ill Lord asked, I believe it has been 3 generations now. How is Lucidity King doing? Though he was thrown into the prison by Lucidity King, he showed no sign of anger and referred to the king like an old friend. He didn't call him geezer like the other 4. People say that he's dead. Li Jie said with a smile. So early. Ill Lord didn't expect this. They shouldn't have died this soon. How did he die? He asked again. From old age.
Li Jie smiled. Well, it's normal to die after living for so long. Living forever would be aberrant.
What about Sun Longying?
No idea. His whereabouts is unknown, but he's still alive.
Li Jie nonchalantly said.
Ill Lord's voice became serious. Then it's impossible.
Lucidity King can't die from old age when Sun Longying is still around.
The 2 of them found the same fortune back then. Able to train on nether ground. In fact, one can say that their teamwork is how they have managed to live for 3 generations.
I don't know anything about that. Li Jie shrugged, not really caring about this issue.
It's a shame if that geezer is really dead. I still want revenge.
Poison Phoenix Lady said with resentment. It would be worse if he is still alive, enjoying life and living it up.
We'll be even more vexed since we're trapped here.
We can't get out to find him anyway. Fire Feather Scholar said while waving his fan.
Humph, if I can go outside, I still won't let him off so easily even if he's dead.
If it wasn't for his trickery, you think I would be captured by the likes of him?
To be trapped in this place and never see the sun again for an eternity?
Wild Bull said with hatred. Who is in charge of War Saint right now?
Ill Lord asked Li Jie after a moment of contemplation.
I am. Li Jie smiled. I'm the current king, the only number 1 in the world.
You're number 1?
Wild Bull, Poison Phoenix Lady, 8-armed Golden Dragon, Fire Feather Scholar, and even Ill Lord gave Li Jie another assessment.
Brat, you're quite bold.
The scholar smiled. The world is vast. Hegemony is impossible for you. Even the powerful Lucidity King wouldn't make that claim.
Ha ha ha, don't tell me the kingdom is done for after the geezer's death? No one is capable anymore and the throne fell on you?
Wild Bull laughed boisterously.
Lucidity King passed the throne to you?
Ill Lord thought about something and stared intensely at Li Jie.
That's right, he said, we are connected by fate, so he passed the throne to me.
And who would waste a free pie landing from the sky?
So I'm the king.
Li Jie looked very innocent and borderline stupid right now. Everyone believed him. Well, it was the truth anyway.
Because of fate?
If I didn't know Lucidity King well enough, I would actually think you're his illegitimate son. The lady said. That geezer became senile from old age? What is this about fate? Golden Dragon also stared at Li Jie, thinking about the ridiculousness of the whole thing. No, he's only a scapegoat.
Ill Lord shook his head. Think again about Lucidity King. He wouldn't have reigned for 3 generations if he were that simple. There's a reason why all of you were captured by him.
The other four became silent. Golden Dragon wasn't completely convinced.
He muttered under his breath. Humph, if it wasn't for that bastard Sun Lungying ambushing me, I could have taken Lucidity down.
Hey, don't tell me others took your throne then threw you in here. After a quick assessment of the guy, Poison Phoenix Lady thought she knew why the youth was in here.
No, I jumped in myself.
Li Qie shook his head. What? The group was stunned. Brat, do you know anything about this place? Wild Bull stared at him as if he was an idiot. Yes, great desolate heavenly prison, there's no coming out. Li Qie smiled. Then why did you jump in? Are you sure you're not crazy? Doing so is suicidal. The scholar's eyes narrowed. Not quite, all of you are still alive and kicking despite being in here. Who knows? Maybe staying outside would have ended in an earlier death. Li Qie joked. Chapter 2540. The group stopped talking as their eyes darted around. Why are you here? Ill Lord became serious and asked. You tell me. Li Qie grinned. This is a prison where the birds don't even to shit. Logically, people shouldn't live long in this place, so why are all of you still alive? Though the great powers all had long-living ancestors that could last for generations, they were sealed underground or in a location full of spirit energy. This hibernation process required great effort and consumed a copious amount of natural resources. These advantageous circumstances naturally didn't exist in this harsh prison. So the prisoners here shouldn't live for that long, especially elders like Ill Lord. However, they look to be doing very well for themselves. Haha, plenty have died. Golden Dragon smiled grimly. He was right. Lucidity King threw more of his enemies in here than just the 5 of them. However, they were the only ones left alive. You are here for that legendary item of immortality? Ill Lord concluded and asked. Ill Lord was Lucidity King's senior brother in War Saint, so he had a great understanding of 9 secret system. Few in that place could match him right now in terms of knowledge about the system. And if I say yes? Li Qie didn't hide it all. Haha. Item of immortality. Wild Bull thunderously laughed. His bell-like eyes became aggressive. Brat, even if there is such an item here, it wouldn't be your turn. Not my turn? Then whose turn is it? Your turn? Li Qie was still as relaxed as ever. Hee, in terms of status, you are indeed our junior, so we should have it first. Wild Bull loudly said. Li Qie leisurely responded. Unfortunately, the seniority argument won't work on me. Be smart and stay out of my way if you want to live. The 5 changed their expression. Each of them was infamous for being powerful. Their title used to instill fear into the listeners, and their fury could make the world tremble. Though they were thrown into this prison by Lucidity King, this didn't mean that they were weak. The king spent great effort to capture them alive. Now, a junior who just got here was acting so arrogant and didn't put them in his sight? They naturally couldn't take it sitting down. The scholar's eyes narrowed as he slowly said. So you are confident in beating all 5 of us together? Only 5 people. Just this hand is enough. Li Qie casually reached forward with one hand. Ill Lord was astounded. Even Lucidity King couldn't do anything to him in the past, but this guy wanted to take them on using one hand? This has reached the level of contempt. No one else in Imperial would dare to make this claim. Don't bite more than you can chew, brat. You need to watch your words since you can't take them back. The lady smiled charmingly. I'm simply telling the truth. The truth is that I don't really want to fight, since if this were to get out, people will say that I bully the old and weak. That's no good for my reputation. Li Qie smirked and said flatly. The group's expression turned unsightly. This comment was no different from if Li Qie were pointing straight at their face and cursed them or ruthlessly slapping them. As the saying goes, even Buddha will show his fury at times, let alone fierce characters like them. Such a big tone. Brat, since you're so confident, have a horn. The bad-tempered Wild Bull roared angrily. Boom! Having said that, he lowered his head and used his horns like spears against Li Qie. These horns were exceedingly tough, capable of stopping any weapon or piercing through any defense. If separated, they would still be incredible treasures. Space was penetrated, resulting in 2 black holes leading to Li Qi's chest. The horns moved with lightning speed and rambunctious detonations, more than enough to drill through the earth. Boom! Li Qie used his palm to stop them. The horns made contact with sparks flying everywhere but failed to cause any damage. The rest of the group was shocked because they have fought against Wild Bull before and knew how tough these horns were. A direct confrontation might result in their weapons being broken, but this guy's bare hand could stop it? Crack! Before they could calm down, Li Qie casually twisted his hand and ripped out one of the horns. Blood went flying everywhere. Bam! He changed to a palm strike, hitting the bullman's head. The being's gigantic figure toppled backward like a mountain. He turned pale and started seeing stars, unable to get up. Wild Bull was evenly matched with them, Ill Lord being the only exception. Alas, he has been defeated by Li Qie using just one hand. My turn! 8-armed golden dragon roared. His arms soared to the sky like 8 dragons bearing their fangs and tearing the world to pieces. A draconic aura raged across 1,000,000 miles like a tempest. Boom! 8 palm strikes with the image of a dragon descended from above, heading straight for Li Qie. The sharp claws could mutilate anything. Rumble! In this split second, multiple hits loudly connected. When the group could see clearly, Li Qie had gripped 8-armed golden dragon by the neck, ruthlessly slamming him to the ground over and over again. The ground in the vicinity was smashed and started cracking. The battered golden dragon was covered in blood from top to bottom while vomiting out some more. Ah! Li Qie also ripped apart his 8 arms. He has become 0-armed golden dragon. This brutal carnage happened in a split second. Sea Sprat! Poison Phoenix Lady was next. Buzz! A blinding brilliance emerged behind her back. It was multicolored and spread out like the tail of a peacock blotting out the sky. Whoosh! 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 This brilliance shot out countless black rays. They were as fatal as poisonous needles, lightning fast and virtually imperceptible. The sheer amount could turn the area into a sieve. Zzz. When the golden sand was struck by these rays, smoke appeared from corruption. Li Qie didn't bat an eye and still used the same hand, spreading it into a palm then quickly closing it. Pop! Space rippled. The black rays filling the sky instantly shattered, disappearing without a trace. The palm continued to press down, annihilating the brilliance emitted by the lady before she could even react. Chapter 2541. Boom! He continued and applied more pressure. She was instantly suppressed on the ground, unable to move an inch. Brat, try this then. The scholar was next. He roared and flicked his feathered fan. Boom! True fire engulfed the area with a temperature high enough to incinerate anything. Just one flick was enough to destroy an entire sect. Zzz. The specks of sand scattering in the sky were melting into lava, almost like a volcanic eruption. The true fire continued flying towards Li Qie and wrapped around him completely, showing no mercy. Li Qie simply waved his hand. Extreme coldness descended and extinguished the great fire. Under this technique, the scholar's sky-devouring fire looked like a lonely ember amidst a world covered in ice. Li Qie pointed at the scholar and a chain of ice materialized, coiling around the scholar and forcing him to the ground. It didn't take long before the 4 of them failed. Only Ill Lord was left. From beginning to end, Li Qie only used one hand. No weapon and merit law, yet he still subdued 4 Eternals so easily. That was just for fun. Li Qie stood there with his hands behind his back, casually commenting, "If I become serious, even the villainous heaven will tremble with fear. Hell, I would be scared of me too if it reaches that point." The 4 Eternals were speechless and white. There was no need to elaborate on their power. Just the fact that they were Lucidity King's rivals spoke volume. However, they lost to Li Qie even though he was clearly going easy on them, not resorting to any technique. What horrifying level of power was this? They realized that they have met a monster whose power exceeded their understanding. You want to try? Li Qie looked at Ill Lord and nonchalantly asked. It's clear that defeat is inevitable, but one must still try. Ill Lord sighed and instantly threw his walking stick after speaking. Though he was stronger than the 4 by a large margin, he couldn't defeat them so easily. No one in Imperial could do so. Boom! He became shrouded in gray fog, no longer looking as sickly as before. His aura became impressive, just like a supreme king looking down on the world. Though he still wore the same simple robe, he looked like a natural-born conqueror, the ruler of the myriad realms. This was his real form, not the sickly state. Remember, the word ill is not the focus of his title. The word Lord was. It meant that he would be above everyone. One could imagine how mighty he used to be in the past. As he walked forward, his foggy aura touched the sand and instantly corroded them. Remember, each speck of sand was tough like crystal, but they still turned to powder. This was his Tao of pestilence, allowing him to destroy a sect without using any technique. A great army couldn't last before him. Summon! He roared and his gray fog soared to the sky. Even the stars would turn to powder by their corrosive property. The aura then soared downward for Xueqi, wanting to turn him to nothingness. Ill Lord became the ruler of death and destruction, instilling fear into the spectators. Pestilence. Xueqi chuckled at the tempestuous aura. Only a minor art compared to my death. Having said that, he casually raised one finger. Buzz. A strand of death circled around his fingertip. It was weak, on the verge of extinguishing. However, the aura of pestilence was instantly replaced by this affinity of death. Only remnant powders remained. The plaque affinity was completely devoured by death. The worst pestilence was nothing in comparison. Death was the final destination of all things, simply unavoidable. Boom! Ill Lord wanted to rush forward, but he paused in his tracks. His foot stomped down on the ground in order to stabilize. In this second, Xueqi's finger was before him. The aura of death loomed before his throat. If he took another step forward, it would invade his body. As a Tao creator, Ill Lord certainly knew that he would die the moment this aura of death enters his body. The greatest might and strongest merit law still couldn't stop death. He didn't dare to move or even swallowing his saliva, afraid that the slightest movement would trigger the aura. Boom! Xueqi flipped his hand and forced Ill Lord to the ground. All 5 have been subdued, a convincing, utter defeat. The other 4 were stunned and became hopeless at this sight. Ill Lord was the strongest among them. He could even take all 4 of them on by himself. Alas, their only hope has been defeated. My horn! Wild Bull cried loudly while holding his broken horn. It's not easy for him to grow another one, unlike Golden Dragon and his arms. The horn would need to grow inch by inch. A full recreation wasn't possible. Who gives a shit about your horn? We're all about to die. Golden Dragon was in a bad mood and sarcastically said, as if you can leave it to your descendants. We do. Our clan has a tradition of passing down our horns, and mine is especially priceless. It would be the ultimate heirloom. Wild Bull was something else. He still answered seriously at this point. The group had nothing to say. They were powerless and could be killed at any moment, yet Wild Bull still cared about his horn. How boring. What should I do with you all? Xueqi yawned and glanced at his prisoners. Do what you want. I'm not afraid of death and will not beg for mercy. The tough bull retorted. I can only blame my lack of abilities. The scholar remained graceful, a stark contrast to the bull. It's only dying sooner. No big deal. Do it. Faster death means faster reincarnation. No need to suffer any longer. The only lady here was straightforward as well. Do your worst, I won't bat an eye. Golden Dragon laughed. We're only awaiting death in this hellish prison anyway. We'll be waiting for you down in the Yellow River. Who says I will die? Xueqi was bored to death after hearing their responses. Haha, brat, this is great desolate heavenly prison. There's no escaping death here. This place will be your grave. Don't ever think about leaving. Golden Dragon added. Chapter 2542. Xueqi smiled in response. Who says I will die in here? I'm afraid only your group will. You can actually leave? Poison Phoenix Lady blurted in disbelief. Nothing's hard about it. He chuckled. I mean, I can't be tired of living enough to come here and die. All of you were thrown here, but I came on my own volition. The group was shaken. The brief exchange earlier clearly demonstrated his might. They were captured and thrown here by Lucidity King, but this wasn't the case for him. Someone as powerful as him shouldn't be insane. Clearly knowing that there was no escape yet still coming inside? It should indicate that he could leave, or at the very least, he knew different methods to leave. That's why he took a great risk in coming. It wasn't quite suicidal. Impossible. Golden Dragon shouted. This is a prison of death, there's no way out. Skepticism was warranted since they have been stuck here for so long despite trying every method possible. Moreover, the rest of the prisoners were dead as well. So how could he believe Li Qia's claim? That's on you for not having a firm enough Dao heart. He smiled. The group wavered in their belief, albeit not completely. There was no door or exit here, only a land of death. Perhaps an exit didn't exist in the first place since they have been searching for so long. You all can believe whatever you want. Li Qia added. The strongest among them, ill lord, became interested. According to the records of 9 secrets, no one has been able to leave the prison, death or alive. He was a great genius from War Saint and had read all the records pertinent to the prison, even those from the older eras of his kingdom. That's your problem. I won't kill you since you'll die here anyway. Li Qia answered before turning to leave. The group glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. Their experiments in the last generation have failed, so they could only wait for death. Because of this, their mental state was actually quite good. If death was inescapable, then struggling was futile, so why bother worrying about it? But now, Li Qia has broken this peace of mind. They could no longer stay calm after hearing that he had a way out. Even an ant wanted to live, let alone a person. These great beings wanted to leave this place in order to see the sun again, a chance for a second life. Hey, wait a bit. The scholar couldn't help but call out. Li Qia stopped and looked back. What now? I'm in a hurry. The group hesitated for a moment. In the end, the scholar was the one to speak. You can actually leave? Why should I lie to people whom I can crush easily like ants? Li Qia chuckled. The 5 froze and held their breath, still in awe that monstrous existences like them were considered as ants by Li Qia. Alas, they had to admit that the guy wouldn't have any difficulty in killing them. The disparity was too great. How about taking us out too? The scholar implored. Begging wasn't their forte, not something they have ever done before due to pride, but Li Qia was their only hope right now. There is no free lunch in this world. What's in it for me? He rubbed his chin and asked. The 5 naturally understood this logic from their own experiences in life. Li Qia didn't know them, so he wouldn't save them for no reason. What do you want? The lady asked. He shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid you can't give me what I want. Not necessarily. The hot-headed wild bull slapped his chest and said, I still have a secret treasury outside. My clan has several amazing items that will be yours if you take me out. He shook his head again. I'm not looking down on anyone here, but the truth is, your items won't fit my requirements. Even progenitorial items might not. The group became frozen, but they accepted this harsh truth since they have seen his abilities. Just how strong was this person? They started speculating. Perhaps at the bare minimum, he would be at the level of a progenitor. Moreover, not at the myriad level. No, not even at the imperial level. This person must be at least as strong as an immortal level progenitor. Such a being would reign supreme, standing at the very apex, and wouldn't care about their items. What they considered to be divine artifacts would be nothing more than scrap metals in the eyes of the true masters. What are your conditions? We'll agree as long as we can do them. Golden Dragon blurted out. Nothing was more tempting than leaving this hellhole for them right now, akin to a thirsty man trapped in a desert. He would do anything for a sip of water. Everything was on the table. You're making this difficult for me since I don't really want anything for you. Li Qia rubbed his chin, contemplating. The arrogant group became silent, still not used to being treated this way. They were still imperious in front of Lucidity King, especially Ill Lord who was even a level above. However, keeping their head high was an issue in front of Li Qia. The things they took pride in were insignificant to him. But it's within the realm of possibility, he added after a moment of rumination. The group's eyes lit up, for the fire of hope in their mind has been kindled. Really? Wild Bull eagerly asked. Li Qia responded, your treasures might be useless to me, but I can use a few lackeys and servants. I will leave positions open for you all, if you agree. The group glanced at each other, slightly jolted and confused by this role reversal. After all, Eternals like them viewed everyone else as weaklings. They were ancestors or big shots of their clans and sects, enjoying the worship and respect of the descendants in Imperial. Now they needed to be his errand boys. Chapter 2543. The group rightfully hesitated at the thought of becoming someone else's servants. I agree.
Il Lord was the first to speak with a solemn expression.
Il Lord. The rest became startled since he was the strongest and most unreasonable among them. He was certainly not a coward either. Keep in mind that during Lucidity King's apex, he still opposed the king until the father-daughter duo overwhelmed him. Nevertheless, he put up a resilient fight. Despite his sickly appearance, he was a tough and unyielding man, never accepting inferiority. That's why the group felt shocked. There's nothing shameful about this. We've already lost and got no more face to lose. To work under a peerless supreme is another form of glory. Il Lord sighed and said. The group quietly contemplated. From their own perspective they were powerful Eternals. But as for Li Qie, this was a being at the progenitorial level. One wouldn't meet this level of power normally in Imperial. Even true emperors more powerful than they would need to lower their head before this monster. Like Il Lord said, working under this man would be an honor. His strength lived up to his status. I agree as well, I'm nothing compared to Il Lord, so there's no shame in this. Fire Feather Scholar yielded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's agree. Eight-armed Golden Dragon looked over at Poison Phoenix Lady and Wild Bull. We agree to work under you, young noble. The three submitted. Very well. Li Qie nodded and raised his hand to release their suppression. He released a seal into their true fate and said, do your best now. When his seal fell in their true fate, it was the same as them taking an oath. They must obey their promise of loyalty. Nice to meet you, young noble. The group got up and bowed. Good, then let's go. He nodded. Where are you going, young noble? Il Lord asked. The place with the densest murderous energy is where I want. Li Qie said. It would be Death Pit. Is that where you want to go? The scholar took a deep breath. Indeed. He chuckled. We can't enter that place. Wild Bull hurriedly objected. It's too bizarre and frightening. Any intruder will go crazy if they're not killed by the energy there. You have tried. He looked at them. We can only be several steps near the edge. Golden Dragon bitterly smiled. The murderous energy alone is unbearable, let alone the various illusions. I couldn't get far before my arms are corroded to the bones. Il Lord has gone the farthest out of us. The lady said. Il Lord shook his head. I didn't get that far either, only a bit more than the four of you. I'm knowledgeable about this Tao so I can handle the murderous energy, but the disruptive illusions are too much, akin to a heart devil. I would have gone crazy by continuing. We've looked at every inch of this place already, but Death Pit is the only place that we can't research. Wild Bull said. You really wish to go in, young noble? Il Lord asked. Why wouldn't I since I'm already here? Li Qie smiled nonchalantly. The group agreed, especially because he was far more powerful than them. They couldn't do it, but this didn't apply to him. Could it be that this place really has an item for immortality, and it is hidden in Death Pit? Wild Bull became anxious. Immortality doesn't come that easily in this world, and it might not be stored here. Li Qie said. But logically, there should be something because people can live longer here than outside without the aid of natural treasures. The scholar pondered. It's only an increase in lifespan, far inferior compared to true everlasting life. Li Qie chuckled. Then what's inside the pit? Il Lord also speculated. It would be strange to have a life item stored in a place full of murderous energy. Such an object shouldn't possess any murderous affinity. In my opinion, this energy is extremely evil, and so is the item it's originating from. But you can't deny that we've been living for a long time here. Golden Dragon said. I think that without any surprises, we can live for another generation without a problem. Even that geezer Lucidity King can't live longer than us. I agree with this point. The lady added. This place is a mystery. If we were outside, we would need to be sealed while consuming natural resources to live for another generation. But this harsh and hellish place is miraculous for extending our lifespan. When there's smoke, there's fire. That's why there are rumors about immortality in this place. Wild Bull laughed. Isn't that why the geezer worked so hard to throw us in here? It certainly wasn't out of boredom. That geezer must be salivating for this item. The lady snorted. The old sages of 9 secrets have also experimented, albeit with no success. Lucidity King used us for more information since he wants to live longer because he and Sun Lunging won't last forever and will probably die of old age after this generation. Ill Lord concluded. Young noble, do you have any idea? The lady asked with curiosity. We'll find out once we get there. Li Qie smirked while staring at the horizon. I will lead the way for you. Wild Bull began walking. The group had enough common sense to know that he didn't wish to divulge any information, so they stopped asking. Is Lucidity King really dead? Ill Lord couldn't help but ask along the way. You'll need to ask him since I don't care enough to look for his corpse. Plus, I'm very respectful when it comes to the dead. Li Qie joked. Humph, good people die early while the wicked lives forever. That geezer should have died a long time ago. What more does he want? Are 3 generations still not enough? Golden Dragon angrily said. They were relatively jealous. Among them, Ill Lord was even older than Lucidity King. However, they couldn't walk freely in the world like Lucidity King. He spent 3 generations living normally while they were sealed underground or resting in special places. It was indeed a miracle for Lucidity King to live for so long in that manner. Of course, Ill King knew the secrets behind the guy's longevity. It had something to do with Sun Lunging, but Ill Lord didn't wish to speak about it. As if you're a good person. None of us are good people. We're all murderers. The one who killed the least here is Fire Feather Scholar. The lady gave Golden Dragon the side eye. Golden Dragon coughed awkwardly. Though he hated Lucidity King, he was aware of the irony behind his comment. I don't want that geezer to die so early either. The scholar flicked his fan. I want to settle our scores. It's all in the past now. Ill Lord didn't hold a deep grudge. I just want to know if he's still alive or not. Feuds don't matter once we're dead. The group became quiet. They have grown from this imprisoning experience. It is nice to be alive. The scholar became slightly emotional. All in all, Lucidity King is as wily as a fox, always doing the unexpected. Ill Lord had a contemplative gaze towards the horizon. The group agreed with Ill Lord since he grew up with Lucidity King and understood the guy the most. Chapter 2544. Wild Bull led the group across the heavenly prison. Time seemed to be stagnating in this place. 1,000 years could pass in the blink of an eye. A myriad years were nothing but ephemeral. Who knows how long the group has traveled for? Young noble, it is ahead. Wild Bull eventually stopped and told Li Qie. Li Qie looked over and saw billowing murderous energy, almost like a raging tempest. Before them was a great abyss. Its murderous energy intended on tearing everything apart in this place. Any existence jumping in wouldn't survive for long since they would be turned to pieces. It seemed to be a natural entity. The gold sand common in the prison wasn't found here. The walls were made of shiny rocks, almost like crystals and jewels, very pleasing to the eye. Who would have thought that this murderous pit would be so beautiful inside? Li Qie took a deep breath to taste the air. He nodded. This is the right place. Yes. This is indeed the most mysterious location in this prison. The lady added, we have checked every other place here during our imprisonment and found nothing, with the exception of this place. Li Qie commented while looking at the pit. Great desolate heavenly prison, true to its title. The heat starts from here. This beautiful, crystallized pit was the origination of the heat and the cause for the special specks of sand found everywhere. Perhaps the flame had raged on for so long here that a pit was created. The mud and stones were incinerated into crystals. If this continued, perhaps the pit would grow in size until nothing was left. Young noble, you mean this particular pit is meant to trap someone incredible in the past? Ill Lord noticed something from Li Qie's comment. He was stronger and more knowledgeable than the rest. He was aware that the entire prison has been incinerated before in order to have this current appearance. Well, let's say that this prison is meant to trap a tiger. You all are mosquitoes in comparison. Li Qie smiled. One would be hard-pressed to find stronger masters than them in Imperial, but they couldn't even get angry due to the great gap.
Ill Lord stared at the pit and started becoming afraid.
The thing imprisoned here must have been something else. He believed in Li Qie's comment, that the prison wasn't built for lowly characters like them. Stay here, I'll go take a look. Li Qie ordered before jumping into the pit. Boom! He emitted an absolute aura. The primordial tree appeared and poured down its Tao, granting him the protection of the world. He became an eternal lord. The gods were mere ants beneath his feet. With a single thought of his came an entire world and all creations. Just a wave of his hand could start the temporal flow of myriad ages. All bent their knees before his coming. The group was scared out of their mind and became frozen before his tyrannical presence. They shuddered and realized that Li Qie didn't go all out earlier in the slightest. This is definitely at the immortal progenitorial level, right? Poison Phoenix Lady gasped. Even someone as arrogant as her became speechless before this power. It can't be far off even if it's not at that level. The scholar forgot about playing with his fan this time around. No, you're mistaken. This is at least at the immortal level, or even superior. Ill Lord said seriously. But I thought an immortal progenitor is the highest level. There aren't that many of them in the history of our three worlds. Wild Bull was stunned to hear this. I'm sure you've heard of the three immortals. Ill Lord responded. That's only in the legends. Golden Dragon said. We can't take it as fact since there's no way to verify those stories. Don't be so sure. Ill Lord had a profound gaze. Just because we aren't aware doesn't mean something doesn't exist. The rumors and legends have to start somewhere, right? Ill Lord, are you saying that the young noble is in existence like the three immortals? The lady said with disbelief. I don't know. Ill Lord shook his head. Anyway, the young noble's power is unfathomable. We'll never be able to reach him. Offering our allegiance is a wise move. Not an opportunity we can get under normal circumstances. Yes, the hidden dragons and crouching tigers are incredible. The scholar said, we once viewed Lucidity King as a great rival, but he is nothing, just another cultivator in the eyes of some existences, such as the progenitors in immortal lineage. And as for us, all we've achieved so far are completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The group became quiet, even the hot-headed Wild Bull. In the beginning, they didn't accept Li Qie's comment about them being ants entirely. After all, few were stronger than them in imperial lineage. But after this moment, they were completely overshadowed by his might. Their usual arrogance and pride dispersed like smokes. Meanwhile, Li Qie rushed down the pit while being protected by his aura. The murderous energy crazily attacked but couldn't hurt him at all. This was still not on the same level as the Sea of Tribulation. In fact, the scariest thing about this pit wasn't this corrosive energy but rather the bewitching illusions. Once he entered the pit, a drumming sound whispered in his ears. Such a sound would incite various emotions, such as anger and unwillingness, enough to make people jump up and down. It was akin to seeing a mortal enemy. One wouldn't be able to restrain their fury. Their eyes would turn red, wanting to leap forward and tear the opponent to pieces. The farther down, the worse it became. One's Tao heart and mind would be affected. Rage and fury would overwhelm everything. Even the most unyielding would eventually go crazy. No wonder why the group warned him. This pit played to one's anger, causing people to lose control and rationality from past hatred and indignation. Alas, this mental attack didn't affect Li Qie at all. His Tao heart was as tough as steel, simply immovable. Chapter 2545. Li Qie has been inside for a long time, so the group became restless. Is he okay? This wasn't Wild Bull's first time asking this question during the wait. The young noble will be fine due to his power level. Even if he can't get all the way down, leaving is just fine. You've tried before too and came out unscathed. The scholar replied. Sigh, don't bring it up again. I instinctively felt something was wrong and ran. If it wasn't for Ill Lord suppressing me right away outside, I would have gone crazy for sure. Wild Bull still looked scared because that was one of the roughest moments in his life. In my opinion, the young noble should be able to deal with the murderous intent, but will he be able to handle the surge of rage? Golden Dragon became worried. It's a mental attack and has nothing to do with power. Just the Tao heart matters there. The group naturally worried about Li Qia's safety because they placed all of their hopes on him. If anything were to happen to the guy, they would no longer have a chance to leave this place alive. The young noble is a bit young, but to reach that level, his Tao heart must be far stronger than ours. He'll be able to handle it. The lady said, even if he can't, he'll still come out just fine.
Remember, even the likes of us can leave the pit, let alone him.
I'm just afraid he'll try to persevere for too long. Many have died in this place because they were too stubborn and eventually succumbed to their heart demon. Golden Dragon was still worried.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Ill Lord was calmer in comparison, having full confidence in Li Qia.
Since the young noble dares to go in, he should be very certain of success. Ill Lord stared at the pit and continued. Someone of his level can handle far worse Tao and surely wouldn't attempt something deemed to be suicidal.
The group felt much better, as if they have just taken a calming pill. Li Qia surely wouldn't have been dumb enough to try something he wasn't sure of. Just wait, be patient, Ill Lord said. Li Qia continued on. The pit seemed to be bottomless with numerous skeletons on the way down. These were the experts who have tried to explore this place, only to die here. The deeper he went, the fewer corpses he saw. The murderous energy and mental attack gradually increased, so those who have made it this far were incredible masters. The murderous energy eventually acted like blades lacerating the flesh. Even with powerful defensive treasures, one still couldn't handle its crushing power. One could be crushed to pieces at any moment. Only someone as strong as Li Qia could withstand its destructive might. He still walked normally without a problem. The mental attack became fiercer. After reaching a certain depth, people would start to feel the rage of this land that could erupt at any moment. Endless howlings and screams of anger.
He eventually made it to his destination and found another medium-sized pit within.
Its depth far exceeded its radius. It has also been burned by a terrible true fire.
Rumble.
Continuous detonations occurred once he got close enough. The entire place shook as a result. This hole was the origin of rage and murderous intent, but Li Qia still jumped down without any hesitation. His ultimate defenses rendered him invulnerable to both of these offensive affinities. When his feet touched the ground, the first thing he saw was a skeleton. Judging by the skeleton, the person must have been tall and sturdy. The bones were yellow now from decaying. Li Qia finally found the two affinities exuding from this skeleton. Perhaps before death, this being was the embodiment of rage and madness.
It unwillingly wanted to rush out of this place and tear the heaven and earth asunder.
Unfortunately, escaping was impossible. His attention turned towards an iron chain of a crimson color. It seemed to be ravaged by the terrible fire millions of years ago, but the heat still remained.
He got closer and saw that it was pinned to the ground, perhaps to the deepest crevices, and became one with the earth.
The other part of the chain coiled around the skeleton with the end drilling through the heart. Li Qia nodded approvingly. Quite capable, a body seal and a true fate seal. No, even the Tao heart is sealed. It's impossible to take off this chain unless the prisoner is an immortal being, capable of starting over after destroying everything. It's clear whoever inserted this chain was amazing.
This method was simply heaven-defying.
Of course, the victim here was also an incredible existence. Otherwise, one wouldn't spend so much effort on this sealing method. A weakling could be suppressed with simpler methods. It became clear to Li Qia how this pit came into form. The prisoner didn't wish to be locked here forever, and used the most terrible fire to burn the iron chain. Unfortunately, years passed by and the chain won. The great pit was the result. The chain was connected to the ground, becoming one with this physical entity. It was virtually impossible to burn the other end of the chain. The prisoner eventually died from old age in this place. Li Qia squatted down for a closer look. This iron chain wasn't that special at first glance, but now, he could see the numerous laws intertwining to form the individual links. Embedded within the laws were the rarest immortal metals. Even one speck was priceless. Creating this iron chain must have taken tremendous effort. Clank! Li Qia held the chain and the end coiling around the skeleton immediately loosened. Clank! The other end that was one with the ground started shrinking backward, almost like a spirit serpent. It became a tiny chain that could sway to the wind, not quite heavy. Who would have thought that this iron chain had once sealed a terrifying existence until death in this place? Simply incredible. Li Qie praised. Only 2 or 3 people in the entire history of 3 immortals could have created this chain. He put it away without any hesitation since such a great item could be useful in the future. Finally, his eyes became profound. He started sweeping through the myriad realms of the 3 worlds, not allowing anything to hide from his gaze. After several full sweeps, he stopped on the skull of the skeleton and smiled. I see, excuse me then. Li Qie placed his palm on the skeleton. Pop. The skull started changing. Space and time started twisting in a chaotic manner. The physical contact it allowed him to spy into a different world. Spatial ripples continued to spread. Li Qie's body and the area around him started bending in a strange manner in multiple places. Chapter 2546. Li Qie crossed through space and time to a different domain within the skull. This process required massive strength and precise calculations because just one mistake would result in a spatial collapse devouring him in the process. This lasted for a while before his eyes lit up with elation. Buzz. Space rippled again as if something has been taken out and time came to a halt. Pop. He withdrew his hand with something in his grasp. It was just a pile of soil, completely black in appearance like oil, seemingly very fertile. This soft soil, when thrown to the ground, should scatter everywhere. Strangely enough, it continued to stick together. It seemed the grains were special and would always come back together even after a forceful separation. Upon closer inspection, he found that the tiny grains were actually squirming about, seemingly alive. An affinity of life exuded from the palm of his hand. The soil contained majestic life force almost like a galaxy of stars. Its fertility was even more shocking. One would think that it was the most fertile pile of soil in existence, capable of gestating anything, even another world. It could be construed as the origin of all, the stars above and living beings below. Yes, this little pile was actually priceless. The geezer wanted me to do all the hard work. Let's see if he can stay calm after knowing that I have everything. Li Qie smirked. He carefully put away the soil before speaking with a serious expression. Not quite done yet, still missing some things. No rush though, who can actually stop me now? There was a big yet inconspicuous change happening to the heavenly prison from the moment Li Qie got a hold of the soil. Only the ones paying attention would notice it. The group still waited outside of Death Pit, but as time passed, the lack of signs began to bother them. What's going on? Don't tell me something bad happened? Wild Bull, who was closest to the pit, looked around. Alas, the murderous energy obscured his vision. Should we jump down to help? Golden Dragon also lost his patience and kept on extending his neck forward for a look. How are we going to help? The scholar fanned himself while speaking. It's useless if someone as strong as the young noble still fails. You're only going to die. Golden Dragon smiled awkwardly and had to admit that the scholar was right. They wouldn't be able to contribute anything outside of their lives. Ill Lord remained the calmest in the group. His expression remained neutral while staring at the pit. He just carefully observed the changes in the murderous energy and the prison. What sect do you think the young noble is from? Who is his master? The torturous wait prompted Golden Dragon to start gossiping. It's insane if he actually has a master. The lady gently shook his head. I can't imagine someone capable of teaching a disciple to this level, not even a progenitor. Haha, Ill Lord talked about it earlier. Our world has 3 immortals. Maybe one of them is his master. I mean, no one else can be such a good teacher. Wild Bull laughed and said, Stop spreading your foolishness. Golden Dragon gave him the side eye. We don't even know if the 3 immortals exist. Who has actually met them? You heard of anyone? Wild Bull scratched his head after hearing the retort. Well, I don't know. The so-called immortals in the truest sense of the word only belonged in the legends. Perhaps no one has seen a real immortal before. Those who claim to have done so were only lying or boasting without any concrete evidence. The scholar chimed in. I actually agree somewhat. In my opinion, no one but the 3 immortals can groom a disciple to the level of the young noble, so young yet so unbeatable already. completely unprecedented in history, overshadowing the previous radiance of past. Even those of Gao Yang's level can't compare to him. If this is the case, then immortals really do exist. Wild Bull said with astonishment. These three were enjoying themselves, but the attentive woman in the group spotted a change in the prison. At the start, she felt a majestic life force heralding auspicious moisture to the prison. However, this sensation only lasted for a second. After it disappeared, the dried prison became even drier, as if it had lost all life affinity. Prior to this, the prison was considered a death zone, but it still had some strands of life lingering around. They have disappeared, turning the prison into a true location of death. What happened? The lady took a deep breath. It seems as if something has just been taken away. She caught the attention of the group. Yes, there's a taste missing. The scholar smacked his lips. They have been imprisoned for an entire generation and were quite familiar with the air in this place. Right, even less moisture than before. Wild Bull did the same and felt parched. Down there. Golden Dragon immediately looked over at Ill Lord. He did it. The quiet Ill Lord finally spoke with glimmers in his eyes. He actually obtained that item. The item of immortality? I see. Wild Bull had braced for this possibility but still became astounded. Even if it can't grant eternal life, it'll be a great longevity artifact. Ill Lord said with an austere expression. It is the reason why we've been living for so long in this place. This prison will be nothing but death without it. The scholar shrugged. So basically, we won't live for much longer if we can't leave this place, because at our age, we should have died long ago. No one can last long here without the help of that item. The group glanced at each other after hearing this. They realized they needed Li Qie even more now. But really, it's terrifying how he managed to do it without causing a big commotion. That power is peerless. Golden Dragon stated with reverence. Yes, even Ill Lord, the strongest among us, didn't last for long down there. The scholar felt the same way. Li Qie has once again proven his abilities to the group. It was more than enough to make them truly submit. That's why we need to work harder. Being able to follow a master like him is an honor. Ill Lord has completely given in, aware of the gap between him and Li Qie. All right, we're done here. A leisurely voice disrupted their conversation. Li Qie casually strolled out of the pit as if this dangerous place was nothing but his own garden. Chapter 2547. The group saw him and quickly composed themselves, then kneeled on the ground while shouting, "Greetings, young noble." They have been won over completely by this master. Working for him would be an honor. It's time to go since there's nothing left to do here. Li Qie patted his hands and smiled. Young noble, you were successful? Wild Bull wasn't one to hold his tongue in the group. What did you get from there? Really an item for immortality? Want to take a look? Li Qie glanced at him and chuckled. Everyone became excited. Even Ill Lord couldn't continue acting cool and took one step closer. There was no doubt they wanted to see the item but hesitated from asking directly. Of course I do. Wild Bull spoke without thinking and scratched his head. I've never seen an item of immortality before. Since Wild Bull had already spoken up, the rest of the group no longer needed to hold back. Golden Dragon smiled. Young noble, will you broaden our horizon by letting us see how magical the item is? Young noble, it must be an immortal grass? The lady became anxious as well. I suppose I can let you all see it. Li Qie took out the black soil and gave it to Wild Bull. Young noble, are you messing with us? This looks just like the mud in my old fish pond. Wild Bull didn't expect to be given something like this. Idiot. Ill Lord slapped him on the neck and glared. Your fish pond's mud has this majestic life force capable of gestating 3,000 worlds? If that's the case, you must be an immortal. So why are you trapped in this godforsaken place? Wild Bull immediately took another look at the soil. I think you're right. What kind of mud is this? Immortal mud? The scholar carefully observed and became startled. I've never seen muddy soil at this level before. It really can gestate 3,000 worlds. If there are immortals in this world, then it makes sense for you to call it immortal mud. Li Qie chuckled, but since there are no immortals, this classification is inaccurate. What is it then? The lady joined in. I actually think that one can grow any immortal grass with this soil or even an entire world. You need the right seed for that particular type of grass in order to do so. If you want to plant a world, then you need a world seed as well. As the saying goes, even the most talented housewife can't make rice without grains. Li Chia answered. So you're saying it can really handle an entire world? Golden Dragon looked at the soil with widened eyes. You have a world seed? Li Chia retorted. Golden Dragon didn't know how to answer since he has never seen a world seed before. Who knows if one even exists? Young noble, you said that there are no immortals in this world. But where else can such a fertile piece of soil originate from? Ill Lord had a deeper reflection on this issue. The rest only viewed the soil as a great treasure. Who knows? That's beyond your reach right now. Li Chia smiled. Haha, young noble, there is no one else here, just tell us. Wild Bull didn't show any reservation. You really want to know? Li Chia smiled and pointed at the land. Who do you think this prison is meant for? Your group? No. Look over at that pit. Inside is an incredible existence. This prison was built solely for this being. You're all just insignificant intruders. Now, look at the yellow sand here. The crystallization process seen in every speck started from the most terrible true fire employed by this being to burn the chains of captivity. This went on for long enough to give the sand its current texture. He went on, just imagine, this person was already imprisoned, so definitely not at their peak state. The true fire was only a tiny part of their power. From that, one could infer the being's original power. The group felt dread, even Ill Lord who has correctly predicted this already. But who can imprison such a great existence? Ill Lord murmured. That's the interesting part. Li Chia smiled. Do you think the imprisoned existence is an immortal or a devil? If he's an immortal, then his captor must have been a devil. If he's a devil, then the captor must be an immortal. This topic was very interesting yet daunting to the group. Ill Lord was the first one to speak again with his hair standing on end. But there are no immortals in the world. The terrors of this world are beyond your imagination. Li Chia said flatly. The group got cold sweat all over since Li Chia had broadened their horizons with knowledge about the world. A while ago, they were prideful and confident in their own abilities. They knew that they couldn't fight against progenitors, but they were still at the top of imperial lineage, capable of looking down on the rest of the world. Only progenitors were above them. This was especially true for Ill Lord. He didn't care for anyone below the progenitorial realm until now. They found the world was much bigger than expected. The real masters were something else. I guess we're really just ants. Ill Lord emotionally concluded. The rest didn't say anything because they were inferior to Ill Lord. This wasn't a conversation they could join in. The four of them together couldn't take him on, let alone someone even stronger. Time to leave this place since there's nothing else here. Li Chia said. We're leaving now? The scholar's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Wild Bull was even more out of control. It's about time to leave this hellish place, haha, it has trapped us for an entire generation. I was gonna go crazy pretty soon. Ill Lord was eager as well, wanting to move on from this chapter of his life. They used to think that they would follow the footsteps of those who have died here, eventually turning into bones. Being able to actually leave this place alive was a dream come true, so their excitement was understandable. Where do we leave from? The scholar asked. Wherever your heart is. Li Chia said. The prison's exit is not fixed since it doesn't have one in the first place. It doesn't? Then how do we leave without a path? Ill Lord became confused. Chapter 2548. Li Chia looked at the group and said, I already told you, the exit is in your heart and thoughts, as long as they're strong enough. In the heart? The weaker members of the group didn't quite understand the meaning of his answer. Ill Lord started contemplating since he had a greater comprehension aptitude compared to the rest. We need to leave soon since I'm sure people are anxious outside. Li Chia looked at the sky and said. Having said that, his eyes became serious. With a buzzing noise, he became resplendent. Though there was no oppressive aura and invincible divinity, he seemed unreachable just by standing there. He looked like an immovable existence for all of eternity.
Even if 1 billion years were to pass and the river of time continued to wash over him, he would still be in the same state.
Everything else would change and flow. People were acting as fleeting passengers in his life. An everlasting unyieldingness was how the group would describe Xueqi right now. It wasn't a feeling of power, just immovability.
It had exceeded the boundaries of power, culminating in the most simple yet hardest thing to obtain: an immovable Tao heart.
Not even time could take it down. The group gasped with shock. They were experienced Eternals who could appreciate the importance of the Tao heart. Unfortunately, when they got to their level with this realization, time no longer waited for them. It was too late for them to try and build an immovable Tao heart.
They were already at their twilight with no time left, or that they had certain deficiencies that prevented them from polishing their Tao heart. In this split second, they could sense his tough Tao heart that could withstand the test of time. This ability of his wasn't something a true emperor or a progenitor can have. In this vision of the river of time, numerous existences eventually turned to smoke, but Xueqi remained standing. They realized that the power level was one thing, but his Tao heart propelled him to a new level versus them.
Buzz! Il Lord saw the light in the sky moving with spatial ripples. A door eventually opened in the sky. Look! It's a gate. We can leave from there. The group celebrated loudly.
Even Il Lord couldn't restrain his excitement and had a happy expression. We can finally leave. I never thought I could leave this hellish place alive. The lady's words were full of joy.
Ha ha ha. We can see the sun again.
I'll start a funeral for that geezer Lucidity King since we've outlived him.
Wild Bull roared. It's actually that easy to open the door?
The scholar was actually reflecting on the ease of this. They tried everything in the past and still couldn't come up with anything.
They couldn't even find an exit, let alone open it. Who would have thought that Xueqi could do so in such a direct manner?
Come on now, isn't this too simple? Wild Bull's hair was a mess since he kept scratching his head in confusion.
Simple?
You don't know the difficulty within.
This is the hardest gate to open.
Okay, for a pre-existing gate, no matter how perfect it is, it will still have flaws.
But this entrance to the heart has no openings.
In order to open one, the first requirement is maintaining one's Tao heart without wavering.
That's the only way to open this exit.
It's a prison of the heart. Xueqi said. The chains alone couldn't restrain a being of that level. The only way was to lock the Tao heart as well. Otherwise, this prisoner could still escape even though the physical body and true fate were still sealed. As long as the Tao heart was around, the person's Tao wouldn't be destroyed. No wonder why we couldn't get out of this place. Our Tao heart can't open the gate to this heart prison. The scholar finally understood the mysteries of this place.
I see.
Even the simple-minded Wild Bull got the point and understood why they failed despite trying everything possible.
Let's go. Xueqi chuckled and soared to the sky. The group quickly followed him.
A mass formed outside the prison. Xueqi's sudden entry of the prison scared everyone. Many felt that he was insane since only a madman would jump into the heavenly prison. Quite a suicidal endeavor. In the beginning, people were optimistic about his survival because of his mysterious and unfathomable nature. Perhaps he could concoct a miracle and get out. However, as the days passed by, the prison was still as black as ever with no noise coming out. The crowd became disappointed. It seemed that a miracle wouldn't be happening. Despite this general sentiment gaining traction, the supreme ancestors from the three great powers and sacred cabinet remained. They camped in 9 linked mountains, patiently waiting. The king was too reckless. An older expert stared at the black entrance and mourned. So many monsters have been thrown in there by 9 secrets in history, yet no one managed to come back out. I'm sure he's dead now, wasting his spring. He clearly could have brought a new golden age and glory for our system. But it's over now.
Who will be king then?
Another asked. No one could come up with an answer right away. Because of his meteoric rise, everyone thought the king would regain his throne. This seemed to be the natural and obvious flow of things. His death changed the entire course. Earlier, Tang Hexiong and 8 formation true emperors were the strongest candidates, but they were dead too now. All of the candidates for the throne were done for. Maybe Water Watch Saber Saint? No one can match him in the young generation. Plus, the queen is also from Waterfront Pavilion, so he's naturally the most suitable candidate for a variety of reasons. The crowd glanced at each other and agreed that the Saber Saint was a great candidate.
Back on Great Desolate Peak, Lu Chuqing has been watching the cave every day. She had full confidence in the beginning, but as time passed, this confidence also wavered like the rest of the crowd. "Don't worry, Your Highness. His Majesty will come back safe and sound." Han Yu, on the other hand, had no doubts in her mind. She viewed him as a supreme existence after being conquered. There was nothing he couldn't do. Even this heavenly prison couldn't keep him. If he could enter, then he could also get out. A miracle was inevitable. Han Yu continued to keep her cool while consoling Lu Chuqing and waiting for Li Qia's return. Chapter 2549. More time has passed. The prison's entrance remained black with no discernible activities. "Looks like a miracle won't happen," a spectator murmured. "Yeah, the king is dead now. What a shame. He could have surpassed Lucidity King, yet he threw his life away so carelessly." "You're right." People sighed and lamented at the loss of talent. Buzz. The disappointment in his death was interrupted by a light pulsing from the cavernous entrance of the prison. Strands of light took form, weaving together into a gate. "Look over there, what's that?" Some spectators finally noticed and shouted, garnering attention from the rest. "He's really coming out." Lu Chuqing, who has been watching the entrance each day, murmured, ecstatic. "Yes." Han Yu was happy as well, even though it was within her expectation due to her blind confidence in him. Whoosh! A figure rushed to the sky and landed on top of Great Desolate Peak. "It's really the king." People finally got a good look at the person. Simply unbelievable, he broke a curse existing for millions of years. One ancestor said with disbelief. "It's a miracle. He might be the only one who has left the prison alive in the history of 9 secrets." An old true god gasped, only believing this because he witnessed it with his own eyes. Unfathomable. South Peak Woodcutter dropped his pipe to the ground and murmured. "My old eyes were still muddled. He is far more terrible than my imagination. Ordinary progenitors can't stand before him. Truly boring." Li Qia smiled and reached for the prison. Rumble. The entire thing surged out of the ground and shrank in size, before turning into a tiny cage in his palm. The miracle of the ages shocked the crowd already, but now, he even took the prison for his own? This man was invincible. The world should submit before him now. Boom! 4 pillars of light in the mountain range shot to the sky like 4 illuminating suns. 3 majestic figures appeared on top of a floating pavilion with a dominating momentum. They could suppress the 8 directions and crush the sky vault with their terrible auras. It didn't take long before the presence of Eternals permeated this sect. The Supreme Ancestors want to make their move. Everyone retreated since they knew a fight was coming. One can't be stupider than this. The woodcutter picked up his pipe and wiped it clean. He glanced over at the figures in the sky and sneered. They actually think their ace moves could suppress him, such daydreaming. Even a progenitor is not enough right now. When will they realize the horrors of the monster they are facing? Now that's more like it. Li Qia looked at the opponents and smirked. Creak. The heavy gate made out of stone at the pavilion slowly opened, revealing a man sitting cross-legged. This is a burly old man in full armor. It emitted a majestic and fierce battle intent. Though his hair was white, he still looked vigorous and ready to fight just like a young combatant. His eyes were especially bright and intimidating. People couldn't help but shudder, feeling both dread and respect. War King. He's still alive. An ancestor became startled. The king from several generations ago. A few old men recognized the title. One murmured, after his abdication, he joined Sacred Cabinet and became one of its strongest ancestors. When Lucidity King took over, his fate was unknown. Everyone thought he got killed by Lucidity King. Who would have thought that they were just hiding? War King was quite famous and the dynasty also prospered under his reign, albeit not to the same level as Lucidity King's rule. He was a good king and a powerful Eternal. Everyone assumed that someone like him would lead the cabinet and fight Lucidity King to the death, so his presence right now came as a surprise. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your return from the heavenly prison is worth celebrating. A blessing for our system. The old man kowtowed towards Li Qia with a smile. This respectful act surprised the crowd once more. Just a while ago, these characters showed up with fierce momentum. The spectators thought that they were coming for the king in order to capture him. What? They're not attacking the king? Someone blurted out.
Everyone started exchanging glances of bewilderment.
Indeed. Li Jie calmly accepted the congratulatory remark. The great land of 9 secrets still requires your rule. We are here to welcome you back to the dynasty and your throne. May you direct the world once more. War King smiled and slowly said, Your Majesty, the citizens are blessed to have a brilliant and talented ruler like you. Everyone believes that your reign is mandated by the heavens. The supreme ancestor from Calm Lotus added. This particular ancestor looked quite young, at least among his peers. He looked educated and gentle like a scholar. The crowd thought that they were completely wrong before. These people didn't come to take down the king but to welcome him back instead? No. Someone disagreed. Myriad Formation Kingdom shouldn't be up for this. It was one thing for War King and Calm Lotus Monastery to support him. Calm Lotus had no prior conflicts with him, and War King was from War Saint Dynasty anyway, so his support made even more sense. On the other hand, Myriad Formation Kingdom had an irreconcilable feud with the king. There was no way they would welcome him back. And Li Jie looked at them and said flatly, It is in accordance with customs to have an offering ceremony for the heavens. This event will herald prosperity to our system, so such a great event requires a supreme artifact as the offering. Your Majesty, please take out the 9 Immortals rope to start the ceremony for an age of opulence. Oh. So much blabbering. Should have just gotten straight to the point. You want the 9 Immortals rope? Li Jie smiled and said, Hand over the rope and everything will be easy. The supreme ancestor from Myriad Formation Kingdom finally spoke. He snorted. Humph, you will still be the king of 9 secrets with full authority, a lord who can order the rest of the world. This ancestor was straightforward, unlike the other members of his group. In fact, it wasn't easy for him to use this slightly neutral tone towards his sworn enemy since he wanted nothing more than to tear Li Jie to pieces right now. 9 Immortals rope. Everyone finally understood the purpose of these great powers. So they came for the king's artifact. Chapter 2550. The spectators became interested when the supreme ancestors brought up the rope again. Some here have seen the rope with their own eyes but they didn't know how magical or powerful it was. But now, these ancestors came together to ask only for the rope. This naturally surprised and frightened the crowd. Just think about it, the ancestor of Myriad Formation Kingdom probably hated Li Jie the most right now but he would still drop the feud if Li Jie cooperated with them. Hell, he would even support Li Jie as the ruler of 9 secrets. The majority realized that this rope must be even more precious and important than their expectations. War King's group would even bow towards the king just to have the rope. This made people wonder about the rope's actual power. Could it be even stronger than an ancestral weapon? They have seen this artifact with their own eyes, but it looked nothing more than an ordinary rope. All eyes turned towards Li Jie, wondering about his choice. In their mind, trading the vine for the support of this group was a good bargain. Li Jie chuckled in response. You're not as big of a deal as you think you are. I don't need a bunch of geezers' permission and support to take over 9 secrets. I don't need the help of some ants. War King and the others' expression became ugly. They were peak Eternals, the top beings of 9 secrets. The 4 of them together with their ace moves could take down anyone in this system. Even Lucidity King was afraid of an alliance of this magnitude. He didn't want to push them too far lest they actually work together and go all out. Humph. Bing Qi Juezhen scowled. The weapon above him exuded a terrifying divinity. This was his clan's strongest weapon. All break. He coldly uttered, Your Majesty, don't make the wrong decision. Take a step back and bask in the immensity of the world. You have unlimited potential and our demand is only for the sake of the world and the people. Give the rope away today and it'll still be returned to you in the future. Ancestor, opposing His Majesty is the wrong decision. You will push our clan into the abyss. Bing Qi Hanyu jumped in while shaking her head. This surprised people since no one expected that she would still be on his side by this point. Don't worry, we're here to protect you and will grant you justice. Stand behind me to be safe. Juezhen's tone became serious. He still thought that she was being threatened and afraid of Li Jie. She shook her head again. No, I am doing this for the sake of the Bing Qi. Please go back, ancestor. Serving His Majesty is my honor. People only became even more impressed with Li Qie. The king was something else. To be able to win her over completely in just one night. Humph. Juezhen scowled again since he didn't expect Han Yu disobeying him. This little girl has a better vision than you geezers. Looks like you all have wasted your lives and learned nothing. Li Qie critiqued. War King and the others didn't like this. The ancestor of Myriad Formation Kingdom glared angrily at him.
Your Majesty, we came with sincerity.
War King spoke. We want to support and work for you. More than happy to see you take the reins again. However, 9 Immortals rope has implications on the prosperity and survival of the 9 systems, so please think about the people. No need for that. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted him. You won't be the one making demands here, I am. 2 choices. Either kneel and submit or I will make chamber pots out of your heads. Or maybe not. Your head isn't qualified to be the chamber pot for someone of my status. Your Majesty, you are forcing us to take action with your aggressive tone. The ancestor from Calm Lotus joined the conversation. Ancestor, this is definitely the wrong decision.
A clear voice answered him as an immortal-like girl appeared.
Fairy Qin. The crowd was surprised to see her and her disagreement with her own ancestor. Bing Qi Han Yu first and now Qin Jianyao too? Remember, these supreme ancestors had the highest status in their sect. Even the top prodigies wouldn't dare to go against them since it was very unfilial and disrespectful. A taboo in any sect. Jianyao, don't be nonsensical, come behind me. Her supreme ancestor didn't appreciate her comment. She reasserted. Ancestor, His Majesty is the king, the ruler of our system. Our sect should submit instead of going against him. It is not too late to turn around for the sake of the sect. She was making it very difficult for her supreme ancestor with this public act of insubordination. Even though she was the best genius in Calm Lotus, she was still a junior and didn't participate in the decision-making process at the highest level. Even the seniors in the sect can't protect her from this. Expulsion might be a possibility. Jianyao, your punishment is solitary confinement for self-reflection. The ancestor shouted with an ugly expression. This punishment was as light as can be. This showed just how much the seniors in the sect dote on her. Anyone else would have been expelled or even have their cultivation crippled. No. Jianyao had a determined stare. Ancestor, I am doing this for our sect and the people. We need to follow His Majesty and obey all of his orders. Otherwise we will become mere rebels. You're the one rebelling. The ancestor laughed from being so angry. You think you can make decisions now that your wings are hardened? Very well, I'll see how much you have learned. Ancestor, if you continue to be so stubborn, I will have no choice but to overestimate myself and stop you, though my blood may spill. Qin Jianyao spoke resoundingly. Jianyao had made up her mind. She tried to convince her ancestors in the sect but this ended with failure. She knew that opposing Li Qie would herald a calamity to the sect. Their long-lasting legacy would be destroyed in one day. As a disciple and successor of Calm Lotus, she needed to contribute to the sect even if it meant going against the supreme ancestor. Otherwise, her sect might actually turn to ashes. Make your move. I will teach you a lesson today to lessen your arrogance. The ancestor released his eternal aura. Please excuse me for being unfilial. Jianyao soared to the sky while embracing her sword with a serious expression. No one expected this shocking escalation. Chapter 2551. Both the young and old couldn't stay calm. The young ones viewed a supreme ancestor as an untouchable character. Their words were unquestionable. Who would dare to go against their own ancestors like this? That's akin to ruining their future. As for the old, they were in charge of their sect and had full authority. They naturally didn't want their juniors acting disrespectful and challenging them. Jianyao's decision was certainly taboo and heavily unwanted in any sect. Alas, she still stood by it. Clank. She unsheathed her sword and its light illuminated the realms. Its glint shot to the sky and she seemed to be disappearing, leaving a supreme sword Dao behind. The sword technique turned into myriad Dao. The rays started to spread like the blossoming of a lotus flower. It crushed the shackles of space before an actual attack. Pure Lotus Sword Dao. She roared and more lotus flowers in the world began to blossom. A frightening sword energy swept through the realms and locked everything in place. You overestimate yourself indeed. The ancestor from Calm Lotus also made his move. Boundless true energy emerged along with a sword intent drowning the world. Just this single sword intent carried the force of a tsunami smashing straight at the sky. Rumble. This wave destroyed the lotus flowers. Though her Dao was majestic, the gap between the two combatants was too great. As the sword wave crushed the flowers, her sword Dao eventually crumbled. She was blown flying to the sky and vomited a mouthful of blood. The ancestor reached up and created a sealing chain around the helpless girl, sealing her cultivation. You will be imprisoned for 500 years. The ancestor threw her back to Calm Lotus, sealing her inside a prison there with a single hand wave. Many were shaken, especially the young ones. Qin Zhenyao was taken down so easily and imprisoned in her sect. They considered her to be an untouchable genius, virtually peerless among the young generation. The fight between her and the Saber Saint only reinforced this belief. Though no one saw the fight, they knew that her sword Dao had reached an amazing level. However, she was still too young and couldn't compare to an eternal like her supreme ancestor. Even when she became an eternal herself, the great gap would still be there since her ancestor had reached this realm long ago. So strong. The youths found this hopeless. If Zhenyao couldn't handle a single move, there was no way they could challenge the ancestors anytime soon. This is to be expected. Their senior said, the supreme ancestor of Calm Lotus is probably the strongest one since he has 2 words. Perhaps comparable to War King. The youths became quiet and shuddered. An ancestor training with 2 secret words was definitely powerful. They needed to think carefully before attempting what Zhenyao did. Your Majesty, time to make a decision. This supreme ancestor said after imprisoning Zhenyao. He has proven himself to be quite powerful, so it was time to be aggressive. I've already made one. Li Qie yawned and said, gotta make chamber pots out of your head and destroy your sex too. Pretty simple. We'll see about that. The ancestor from Myriad Formation King couldn't restrain himself any longer. Junior, we might not be able to defeat you in a one-on-one fight, but we still have ways of suppressing you. Hand over the rope before it's too late. Oh, want to use your number advantage? Your group isn't the only one with multiple combatants. An old woman laughed and suddenly appeared in the sky. Poison Phoenix Lady. This surprised the crowd. Who was this woman and why was she helping the king? No one could recognize her right away. Poison Phoenix Lady. The War King was startled to see this old woman. So there are those who still remember me. Looks like I didn't waste this life. The lady chuckled. Haha, is it time to fight? We've been waiting, let's see what you got. A thunderous voice came about. Wild Bull also showed herself while waving his stone hatchet up and down. Wild Bull. Bing Chi Juezen's expression darkened. I can't miss a skirmish like this. Count me in. Golden Dragon laughed. 8-armed Golden Dragon. Myriad Formation Supreme Ancestor also recognized him. The 4 of you are foolish to think that your bunch can challenge our young noble. My old bones are enough to play with you. The scholar appeared in the distant. Firefeather Scholar. Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor became serious. An ancestor took a deep breath after seeing the 4. Are the dead crawling out of their graves? Who are they? The young ones didn't recognize the 4 and haven't even heard of their title before. After all, they have been missing for a generation and were forgotten. All powerful enemies of Lucidity King who were captured and thrown into the heavenly prison. I can't believe they're still alive right now. Just know that they are fierce and can't be weaker than these supreme ancestors. The ancestor murmured. The juniors took a deep breath. No weak person would ever dare to go against Lucidity King. His foes were all great characters. 4 against 4, how about it? I've been itching for a fight for so long now after being trapped. It's about time. Wild Bull started stretching his arms. War King's group was a bit astounded. Their plan didn't take this into account. All of their ace cards were meant to deal with Li Qie. You all are getting worse with age. So much inferior compared to Lucidity. No wonder why he can reign for so long and your group didn't even dare to let out a fart in his presence. Only able to submit like obedient dogs. A world-devouring old man emerged, holding a walking stick and slowly walked in the air. He looked at War King's group with nothing but contempt. What about him? The juniors became curious again. Meanwhile, their seniors became slack-jawed. Ill Lord! War King and the others staggered backward in shock. Wild Bull's group was surprising but not overly dreadful. Ill Lord was a different story. They were finally intimidated. Ill Lord! One old ancestor gasped and felt a chill coursing down his spine. Is he very strong? His junior asked after seeing the fear in the ancestor's eyes. Strong, very strong. The ancestor put on a solemn expression. He once destroyed a sect with a single breath. No need for any technique. He's that terrifying? The juniors nearby became startled. Chapter 2552. Numerous members of the old generation still remembered Ill Lord, so dread overwhelmed them. That's a monster of an existence. An ancestor turned white and murmured. He's really that strong? The juniors noticed his ancestor's expression and became inquisitive. Strong is not the right word, that's why I said monster. The ancestor took a deep breath. Some believe he's stronger than Lucidity King. Listen, in order to capture him alive, Lucidity King and Immortal Emperor Xueqi had to work together on top of mobilizing troops. That's the only way to get him. Wow. The group got a good idea of Ill Lord's power after this clear comparison. Everyone lived under Lucidity King's reign in fear and couldn't do anything about it. This guy was even stronger? Moreover, Ill Lord was actually Lucidity King's senior brother. He had better aptitude and comprehension. If he didn't leave 9 secret system back then, Lucidity King might not have been able to take the throne. An older ancestor interjected. Really? The older experts became afraid. Everyone looked at him was frightened as if they were seeing Lucidity King in person again. The 3 supreme ancestors and War King's heart skipped a beat. As top masters of the system, they obviously knew about Ill Lord and how strong he was. War King, in particular, was actually Ill Lord's senior. Ill Lord's display of talent during his youth was insane. If he didn't leave 9 secrets, his achievements might have been even greater than true Emperor Xueqi. It certainly couldn't have been inferior. It would be strange if 9 secrets didn't decline when idiots like you are in charge. Ill Lord glared at the group with disdain. The group turned red, becoming quite exasperated. Unfortunately, they couldn't muster a retort since they have lost to Ill Lord before, War King included. Not one of them could take him on. Of course, they had secret moves, but someone like Ill Lord should have plenty of evasive methods. Ill Lord, it's no fun with you showing up. This fight won't be fun now. Wild Bull begrudgingly said. You all stand to the side. I'll take them on alone. Ill Lord replied, completely looking down on his foes. The others didn't have the will to retort against someone who has beaten them before. Defeating him would require the use of their secret moves, but these moves were meant for Xueqi, not Ill Lord. The spectators saw the frustrated group and thought that Ill Lord was powerful indeed. Otherwise, his opponents would have lashed out already. Ill Lord, don't be so arrogant. This arrogance is why Lucidity King was able to throw you into the prison. War King uttered coldly. Lucidity King? He would need to take the long way around after seeing me. Only true Emperor Xueqi in 9 secrets can handle me. The rest can't do anything. Ill Lord replied insipidly. Despite the flat tone, it sent an aggressive message looking down on the world. Ill Lord has always been an eccentric and proud character. This personality of his remained even after the long imprisonment. He clearly didn't respect Lucidity King even after being captured. This was understandable since he wasn't weaker than the king. His loss stemmed from the emperor herself. True Emperor Xueqi is so strong. People understood that she was more powerful than her father after hearing a first-hand account. That's how it should be. The true emperor probably has 12 palaces now. Someone whispered. Like father, like daughter. An old expert commented. Lucidity King was strong, but his daughter was even more impressive. That's why she left Imperial for immortal lineage. Ill Lord, you are unjustifiably haughty. We might not be able to take you one-on-one, but that doesn't mean we can't take you down if you continue to push us. Bing Qijuezhen coldly said. Is that so? Ill Lord looked at him and said. Still the same old moves, no improvement at all. You claim to have peerless weapon mastery, but that's only due to all break. If you're so capable, then take out your clan's hidden weapon, but I guess you can't.
You! Xueqi was furious at this revelation. So the legend is real.
An ancestor murmured. What legend? His juniors became curious. It states that their emperor's strongest weapon isn't all break. There's something even more powerful named Force, nearly as strong as an ancestral weapon. However, their clan has never used it before. Looks like they don't have the right controller. He explained. This wasn't quite a secret among the older generation, but many considered it to be a false rumor.
After listening to Ill Lord, they realized that it was indeed the truth.
Ill Lord, cease your impudence. Don't make us take you down today. Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor threatened. This ancestor was much more forceful and contentious compared to Xueqi. This wasn't strange because he was far stronger than the latter. People glanced at each other, thinking that this group truly came prepared. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't be so domineering right now. What is their ace card? Both the young and old spectators became curious. The fact that they could go hard against Ill Lord showed the power of these hidden moves. If it was enough to handle Ill Lord, it would have been enough to take care of Lucidity King as well. No wonder why Lucidity King still had qualms in the past despite having full control. We'll see how many times you can use it. You all only have one thing that could have scared Lucidity King back then. Very well, I shall have a taste and see if it's enough to suppress me. Ill Lord's eyes turned fierce with this declaration. This provocation prompted his opponents to ponder. They were naturally confident in this move. Alas, it was meant for Li Qie. If they used it on Ill Lord, they didn't know if they could use it to the fullest potential for the second time against Li Qie. This put them in a difficult spot. They only came for the rope, not to create more enemies. Their opponent was only Li Qie, but if they were to back down after those strong words were thrown, all face would be lost. Ill Lord, don't trouble them now. They're here for me, so let me deal with them. All of you, stand aside. Li Qie chuckled and waved his sleeve. Yes, young noble. Not to mention the four, even Ill Lord cupped his fist and bowed before backing off. They didn't need to interfere if Li Qie wanted to join in. They knew full well that his opponents were nothing same with their ultimate move. Damn, he's cool. Those masters all listen to him. You can't find a better group of followers. That's a real king for you. People were startled to see Ill Lord's group being so respectful and became envious. Well, the king saved them from the heavenly prison to give them another chance at life, so he's like a second father to them. That's why they listened to him. Someone murmured. Chapter 2553. War King's group heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Ill Lord and others back off. Their enemy was still Li Qie, so they didn't want to expend energy on different people, resulting in further complications. Nevertheless, this retreat still stirred their minds. It couldn't be just Li Qie saving them from the prison to justify Ill Lord's subservience. Maybe their prior speculation was right, that Li Qie was unfathomable. The group knew that they couldn't physically defeat Li Qie, so they placed their hopes on their secret move. It was very frightening and saved them from being destroyed by Lucidity King during his prime. The secret move emboldened them and also necessitated obtaining the robe. Why? Because once Li Qie understood the rope, their secret move wouldn't be as effective and they would be in deep trouble. Without the threat of this move, he could pressure or destroy their sex whenever. Thus, they would lose everything when there's a lack of deterrence. That's why they could support him to be the king, but he needed to hand over the rope. Let me see your ultimate move. Li Qie glanced at the group and smiled. War King glanced at the other three. In the end he said, Your Majesty, we don't need to fight since we're all disciples from 9 secrets. Plus, you and I are from War Saint Dynasty. Is that so? Li Qie smirked at this soft attempt at reconciliation. We have no prejudice or animosity towards you. War King went on. It's just that the rope is the lifeblood of our system. We were merely hasty and anxious since this pertains to the well-being of the people, so please forgive us for our impudence. Go on. Li Qie didn't bat an eye, acting as if he was just a fun-seeking spectator and this had nothing to do with him. We want to support and obey you with full loyalty.
No sect in the world will say no to you, your majesty.
War King continued. The crowd exchanged glances. Some started thinking that War King wanted a truce.
But only under the condition that I hand over the rope.
Li Jie chuckled. Your Majesty, you can't put it that way. 9 Immortals rope is a peerless artifact, virtually invincible. Such an item means everything to the system, so it should be carefully safeguarded.
The ancestors of the world like us wish to uphold this responsibility.
The rope itself still belongs to you, and when you need it, you can still summon it. War King elaborated. Your Majesty, your willingness to concede the supervision of the rope will show your selflessness and love for the system. This will only make people want to follow you, including us. At that point, Calm Lotus Monastery from top to bottom would be more than willing to die for you. Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor joined in.
Yes, my Bingqi clan will plead our allegiance as well. Juezhen stated his stance. The millions of disciples from our clan will obey you even if it means marching towards our death.
My myriad formation kingdom is ready to obey. This respective ancestor revealed his attitude. The crowd started talking among themselves. One murmured, "This doesn't really seem like a bad deal. The rope will just be under other people's supervision, trading that for full authority? That's good." The more insightful ancestors sneered. So what if the king had the guise of full autonomy? Their ultimate move would always be a threat to him, similar to how it used to be during Lucidity King's reign. Your Majesty, as you can see, you lose nothing but gain the obedience of the world, allowing you to start a new age of prosperity, surpassing everyone before you and will be surpassed by no one after you. Your name will forever shine in the historical annals. What say you, Your Majesty? War King tempted Li Jie. The most important thing for them right now was to get Li Jie to hand the rope over before he could comprehend it completely. If he were to understand it, then everything would be too late. They would have no place left in the world. All of their sects could turn to ashes at any moment. Lucidity King naturally thought about destroying the 5 great powers in the past, in order to create a supreme dynasty never seen before in 9 secrets. They felt that Li Jie would have the same ambition. Li Jie smiled and said, "I don't care about winning the hearts of the people or their obedience. Same with your loyalty and what no. It's fine for anyone to disobey me because I'll just flatten them afterward. That's not hard at all." He then stretched. "All right, I hope you all spoke enough to get everything out of your system. No more wasting time. Prostrate now or lose your head." His opponent's expression changed, realizing that a truce was impossible. "You think you can sweep through the entire world, that no one in 9 secrets can stop you?" Juezhen shouted. "Who's going to stop me? I just need a few punches to destroy ants like you." Li Jie looked at them and said, "Brat, I want to see how you will take us down with a few punches." The furious Myriad Formation Supreme Ancestor lost his cool and roared. He has been restraining himself for the overarching goal despite the irreconcilable feud. The attempt has failed, so he reached forward and summoned a diagram with metallic ringing. Clank, clank, clank. Pieces of divine metals appeared around his arm. Boom! The plates and the diagram combined, resulting in an eruption of flame. Buzz! A gigantic portal emerged with runes painting the sky. A great hand materialized from the runic portal, carrying a majestic immortal radiance. The suppression of this palm could seal an entire world. Everything would crumble like dried branches. The crowd was absolutely horrified by this technique. Child's play. Li Jie also reached forward and grasped the world in his palm. Bam!
Li Jie grabbed this descending palm and dragged it to the ground in a merciless manner.
This, in turn, swept the Supreme Ancestor from Myriad Formation Kingdom off his feet. He was smashed against the ground, vomiting blood everywhere. Ah! His runic arm was then ripped apart by Li Jie, blood gushing everywhere. This scene was too much for the spectators to take. A Supreme Ancestor couldn't handle a single move before losing his arm. Such a tyrannical and overbearing showing of strength. "Take this, Junior!" Juezhen roared. The floating weapon above him, all break, surged forward and turned into a massive citadel. Boom! Juezhen pushed the citadel straight at Li Jie with both hands.
It was as heavy as the high heaven on top of being pushed by Juezhen's considerable force.
This combination became immensely destructive. Chapter 2554. The incoming citadel possessed calamitous potential, able to freeze the gods. It ravaged the sky with a massive imperial aura. Existences trembled, for they were mere ants before this power. Alas, it didn't earn any respect from Li Qie. He casually punched and shattered the myriad Dao. This baleful strike exceeded anything else, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Boom! A terrible blast emanated from the point of impact, resulting in sound waves destroying one star after another. The fist continued forward through the citadel in an unstoppable manner. The great architecture collapsed in entirety. It absorbed the major brunt of the punch, but the remnant shockwave still rushed forward. Poof! Even an eternal like Bing Qijuezhen couldn't handle it, so his hands turned into blood. The wave sent him flying, bloodied all over, while all break reverted to its original form. This all happened in the blink of an eye due to the speed of the punch. Take him down! Both Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor and War King joined the fray. They both utilized their secret words for a total of 4, resulting in a magnificent spectacle. The outcome was an annihilative attack. Everything seemed insignificant and fragile in comparison. Boom! War King's truncheon looked like a great dragon continuously howling. Its draconic aura ravaged the world. His words poured out an endless flame, allowing him to look sacred and untouchable. Clank! The Supreme Ancestor's sword cut down the firmament in a majestic fashion, sweeping through the Tao and devils of the ages. Just this slash would allow him to dominate for an eternity. Under the empowerment of his 2 words, he stood in the sky as if he was the ruler of the universe. The truncheon smash showed no mercy. The sword slash was just as ruthless. One from the front and the other from the back. More than enough to take anyone down. People would wallow in despair and have no choice but to wash their necks, waiting for the inevitable decapitation and death. These were 2 of the strongest Eternals in the system, on top of possessing 2 words each. This duo could conquer the world. One would be hard-pressed to find a single master capable of taking on the 2 of them at the same time in all of Imperial lineage. That's all. Li Qie didn't bat an eye. He raised his leg and unleashed a simple vertical kick at the truncheon. At the same time, he casually unleashed a palm strike towards the slash, nearly blowing away the entire sky. Both War King and the Supreme Ancestor became gobsmacked. Boom! The kick sent War King straight to the ground, destroying a massive mountain and eventually creating a huge pit. Boom! On the other side, the Supreme Ancestor and his sword were blown flying almost like a shooting star. He disappeared into the horizon while vomiting blood, resulting in a red arc. Just 2 weaponless moves to defeat these ancestors. The crowd's mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg inside. No one could calm down. Li Qie continued to outshine his previous battle feat to their astonishment. Beating Ma Ming-chun with 1 kick was impressive enough, but both War King and Calm Lotus Supreme Ancestor were far stronger than Ma Ming-chun. They weren't on the same level. Golden Dragon and his peers weren't surprised at all, since they have experienced Li Qie's capability. He could definitely do the same to them. In the eyes of others, they were imperious Eternals. Alas, they were as helpless as babies before Li Qie. Ignorant fools! Ill-Lord uttered. He knew that Li Qie still didn't go all out, because if he did, not even ashes would be left of his opponents. War King's group might be Eternals, but Li Qie, at the very least, was a progenitor of the immortal level. This gap was tremendous, so these Eternals couldn't handle a single blow. I can't believe this. It took a long time before the crowd composed themselves, but clarity only added to the fear. Everyone started feeling their legs shaking. Even the ancestors, while the juniors dropped down on their butt. In their opinion, War King's group was the strongest in the system with the exception of Lucidity King. Alas, these apex existences still lost to a single move. They worked their whole life in order to become someone like War King. Unfortunately, a single kick from Li Qie has erased this dream and left a permanent shadow in their mind. How boring. Use your secret move already. Li Qie basked in the winds, posing with both hands behind his back. Though he didn't have an oppressive aura, he had proven himself to be a supreme being above all others. People no longer had the courage to look straight at him. Some might be scared enough to drop on their knees for a kowtow. Boom! Debris went flying as the bloodied War King got out of the rubble. At the same time, the Supreme Ancestor of Calm Lotus has returned from his unwanted trip. It didn't take long before the 4 assumed their initial position to surround Li Qie. The only difference was their sorry appearance. Some were more injured than others. The atmosphere became tense with the crowd not daring to breathe loudly. Everyone felt suffocated because of Li Qia's presence, feeling as if he was stomping down on their chest, yet they didn't have the courage to do a thing about it. His combatants were pale, not expecting to lose so quickly. They thought that the four of them together would be able to handle 10 moves or so regardless of how strong he was. The actual outcome shook them to the core. Commendable courage, to actually not run away at this time and still wanting to take me down. Li Qia cast a glance at the four. He paused for a moment before adding, "Of course, very foolish as well." None of them retorted or showed any anger. They were completely focused on the fight. A while ago, their anger stemmed from arrogance and pride in being Eternals. Such feelings have been smashed by his punch and kick earlier. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.